My sister is an extraordinary genius with awakened 3S level top-tier talent. At just 18 years old, she became the leader of the Dragon Nation's highest combat command. But I'm just a little waste who can only hide behind her and throw a few fireballs. Just when everyone thought I could lie down and live off her success. In the other world, news came that my sister died on the 29th floor of the Tower of the Gods. Even her body was torn apart by monsters, unable to be brought back to the real world. I suddenly felt like I was in a state of collapse. That gentle smile of hers remained unforgettable in my mind. For the next 20 years, I desperately trained like crazy in the other world, all just to reach the top floor of the Tower of the Gods and fulfill my wish to revive my sister. However, talent determined the limit of my strength. In the end, I didn't even reach half the floors and died tragically at the hands of monsters. As I was about to pass away, I showed a smile like never before. Perhaps, reuniting with my sister like this is not a bad choice after all. Who would have thought that when I opened my eyes, I found myself reborn 20 years ago? When I saw that busy figure in the kitchen, I stood still, afraid to take another step, as if fearing that everything before my eyes was just an illusion, and once I got close, it would be cruelly shattered. What's wrong, Xiaoa? Are you hungry? Just wait a little longer, we'll be able to eat soon. Zhang Xinyan turned around and smiled at me. When I heard that familiar voice, my whole heart couldn't help but tremble. Wiping away the tears that hadn't fallen yet, taking a deep breath, I walked over slowly. Sis, let me help too. It wasn't until I sat at the dining table that I was immersed in the joy of rebirth, feeling incredibly fortunate in my heart. Based on my understanding of Zhang Xinyan, I knew I couldn't stop her from going to the Tower of God to carry out her mission. To prevent the tragedy of the previous life from happening, I had to quickly improve my strength to reach the 29th floor, and then face everything together with my sister. Relying on the memories and experiences of my previous life, I was confident that I could do it. Today is the day the school holds the awakening ceremony. All the students, led by the teacher, landed in the alternate dimension and then entered the inner world for career matching. I thought I would awaken as a mage, just like in my previous life. But just before the career matching was completed, a strange metallic sound suddenly appeared in my mind. System binding complete, bloodline identification in progress, identification result, low-level bloodline. Bloodline mutation in progress. Before I could gather my thoughts, I felt a blur in front of my eyes, leaving only the echo of the system's voice in my mind. Bloodline mutation completed. Current bloodline level 1, World Serpent. After a moment, the white light in front of me disappeared, and I observed the surrounding environment. It was a dense forest here. Wait, why do I feel like my vision has become strange? And where are my hands? Recalling everything that just happened, I widened my eyes and opened my mouth, only to realize that I had turned into a python. Wow, while others entering the inner world are matched with various professions, I ended up directly turning into another species. Immediately I opened the system panel, and upon seeing my current attributes, I was shocked to find that all my initial four-dimensional attributes were at 100. I remember, in my previous life, my initial attribute values were not even close to 10 points. This is a direct tenfold increase. What's even more shocking is that this system actually comes with its own skills. You see, for all the players, the most important thing in the inner world is various powerful skills. Otherwise, it's simply impossible to survive here. And wanting to master skills in the inner world is undoubtedly difficult. It not only requires a certain amount of luck but also consumes a lot of money and time. In my previous life, I went through a lot because of this. Now the system has given me skills similar to innate talents, so I can concentrate on leveling up and tower rushing. In addition, absorbing energy can continuously improve skill levels. Well, if I'm not going to be human, then I won't be human. Experiencing the benefits brought by bloodline mutation, I can't help but exclaim the truth. Looking at my appearance as a giant python, I inexplicably feel a hint of dominance. The serpent of the world, a giant snake that encircles the world? Right now, it's just a first-level bloodline, with such strong initial attributes. I wonder how it will change after leveling up. I roughly examined my body size, probably around 40 to 50 meters, far from the scale of the world serpent. It seems that I need to continue to improve my bloodline level in order to truly become the world serpent. Of course, these are all matters for later. The most urgent thing now is to quickly upgrade and become stronger. With this in mind, I tried to move my body, transforming from a human form into a giant python. It was definitely not very comfortable in terms of movement and other aspects. A black figure flashed by, leaving a clear indentation on the forest ground. Based on my memories from my previous life, I concluded that this should be the magic forest, separated from the sealed city by an entire mountain range. In my current form, it's definitely impossible to go to the sealed city and meet my classmates. Otherwise, I would definitely be mistaken for a boss and be surrounded. After that, I must be extremely careful and avoid entering the human area easily to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just as my thoughts were shifting, the radar scan in my mind kept flashing red dots. I raised my body and looked straight ahead. After about 10 seconds, more than 20 goblins emerged from the grass. Among them, the giant goblins wielding wolf-tooth club hammers were particularly conspicuous. If it were me from my previous life entering this world for the first time, I would definitely turn and run when encountering this situation. But now, all of this is just a delightful surprise. Excited, I couldn't help but let out a hiss. The surrounding goblins' faces changed drastically at this moment. The terrifying oppression emanating from the huge body overwhelmed them. The smaller goblins started trembling, especially after hearing my hissing. There was even a foul smell coming from the crotch. Even the giant goblins felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Without giving them time to react, the huge snake body shot out, and in no time, I had killed all the goblins. Level up, gained 50 attribute points. Following the system's prompt, I felt delighted. Gaining 50 attribute points for leveling up was unexpected. As a human mage, I used to only get 5 points per level. Now it's increased tenfold. It feels great. With 50 attribute points, I first added 10 points to each of the 4 main attributes, then allocated the remaining 10 points to spirit. After all, my first active talent skill, Illusory Snake Pupil, is a mental skill. Increasing mental power will correspondingly enhance the power of this skill. Closing the system panel, I ventured deeper into the forest and began a new round of hunting. As time passed, I became increasingly proficient in controlling this new body. As soon as I found low-level magical creatures on the outskirts of the magic forest, there was basically no escape for them. They all became the nourishment for my leveling up. After about 4 hours, I finally stopped. By this time, the outskirts of the magic forest had been basically cleared, and my level had shot up to 8 in one go. This leveling speed is almost like a rocket. As my level increases, low-level monsters no longer meet my needs. To continue leveling up, I have to go deep into the magic forest. But I don't intend to waste any more time on the first floor. My body slowly rises, and with serpent-like eyes, I gaze into the distance at the black tower standing between heaven and earth, waiting for my sister. A moment later, in the classroom of the first year of high school, I returned to my seat in a flash of light. The time each person can spend in the other world each day is limited. It varies depending on individual physical conditions, but the limit cannot exceed 6 hours. Otherwise, the mind and body will gradually deteriorate, possibly leading to death. So I returned to the real world early to take a rest. I'll prepare for another battle tonight with the remaining time. At this moment in the classroom, many people were already discussing what they had seen and heard in the other world. Oh Debu, you finally decided to come out. You've been in the other world for so long on your first visit. Just as I was planning to rush the tower at night, a loud voice suddenly came from beside me, and then, a round-headed, round-faced boy sat down beside me. So, what profession did you choose? I'm a warrior. Ha, in the newbie village, I directly chopped down all the slimes outside with my axe. Watching him chatter away, I didn't show any impatience because he was one of my only 2 confidants. In my previous life, when I encountered desperate situations, they silently stayed by my side and helped me. Being reborn, seeing them again, fills my heart with nostalgia and emotion. You haven't told me what your profession is. You look so frail, you must not be doing well in the inner world. Do you want to team up with me? Tang Hao said with a smug expression. I decisively rejected his proposal. After all, the matter of blood mutation and transforming into a giant python, I don't plan to tell anyone other than myself, including my sister Jiang Xinyan. Of course, I have also prepared for the worst. Even if my identity is accidentally exposed in the future, I must become strong before that, at least enough to make those with ulterior motives feel fearful. Everyone, calm down. Now everyone is back, right? The teacher at the podium clapped his hands, gesturing for everyone to be quiet. After confirming everyone was present, he nodded slightly and said, "Very good." Being able to see everyone return safely, the teacher said, "I am very happy," indicating that everyone is not taking their lives as a joke. The inner world, although full of various exciting adventures and legendary colors, ascending the Tower of God is also a goal pursued by people all over the world, but danger also exists. It's even 1,000 times more dangerous than the world we live in. Students who have not yet reached the sealed city don't need to rush. Practice well at your respective locations now, and it's not too late to go after your strength has improved. We will be waiting for you there. After reminding everyone again, the teacher's serious expression turned into a smile. In the class, is there any student rated above B level? Raise your hand to let the teacher see. As the words fell, the audience below suddenly became lively. The rating is a comprehensive evaluation of everyone's talent and strength, displayed on the back of the hand. The highest known level is currently S-Class. The higher the rating, the stronger the strength and talent, and the higher the achievements that will be reached in the future. Everyone summoned the awakening mark on the back of their hand, looked at their own bottleneck, and glanced around, wanting to see if anyone raised their hand. But I quietly placed my left hand under the table. Although I also wanted to see the result of my bottleneck, I held back when I thought of the situation in the Lee world. However, my rating should not be too low. After all, the bloodline after the mutation is truly extraordinary. At this moment, the classroom was flashing with blue and white light. It was obvious that no one reached the B level, and even the lowest gray level appeared for about 10 seconds. Seeing this scene, the teacher went from initial anticipation to disappointment. At this moment, two figures, a purple light suddenly appeared, attracted everyone's attention. The purple light, is it a sign of awakening? Everyone was suddenly uneasy and looked towards the direction of the flashing purple light. Even the old teacher at the lectern could not conceal his excitement, as the focal point of the crowd's gaze intersected. A girl in light-colored denim was sitting there, with a bright purple light flashing on the back of her hand. Upon careful observation, one could see the awakening mark on her hand, displaying a B-level inscription. And the other individual with a B-level evaluation is the boy sitting next to the girl, wearing a red coat. Everyone suddenly took a deep breath and looked at the two with eyes full of intense envy. This is a genuine B-level, although not at the level of those abnormal A-level individuals, but to achieve B-level on the first day of entering the inner world, it has already far exceeded the majority of peers. If these two can grow successfully, their future achievements will definitely not be low. Good, you are all excellent. The teacher didn't misjudge. The teacher clapped excitedly. As for the other students, don't underestimate yourselves. As long as you work hard to cultivate, you will definitely be able to improve your evaluation. 1 month later, the school will conduct an assessment, and those who pass the assessment will have the opportunity to enter the important department of the Dragon Kingdom that everyone longs for. After saying this last sentence, the teacher left the classroom with the two. Uri, can I team up with you? Just as the teacher left, a girl came to me. At this moment, she was playing with her skirt, and her delicate pretty face had a slight blush. I was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. This scene shouldn't have happened in my previous life, and besides, I don't recall having any interaction with her. Sorry, I prefer to act alone. I decisively declined the invitation to team up. Upon this, a hint of disappointment appeared on the girl's face. It's okay, it was my fault. After saying this, she went back to her own place. Before leaving, the look in your eyes made me feel like our relationship is not ordinary. Bro, when Tang Hao saw this scene, he looked so disappointed. You really are stubborn, rejecting such a good opportunity. Can't you see that Xia Yingying is interested in you? Why would she choose to team up with you? Isn't the implication obvious? It can be said that not only Tang Hao, but everyone in the class who noticed that scene just now, felt extremely surprised. You know, Xia Yingying is a freshman and is the class flower of class 4. Not only does she have outstanding looks and figure, but her personality is also impeccable. But now, I rejected her invitation to team up, which made all the boys grit their teeth in anger. I turned my head, ignoring Tang Hao's jealousy. My heart is calm as a lake. If it were in a previous life, I might not have refused. But now it's different. There's someone more important waiting for me. My goal in this life has always been only one, and nothing else is within my consideration. Finally made it through the end of the school day. As soon as I got home, I summoned the awakening mark on the back of my hand to check the bottleneck. Only the triangular awakening mark appeared, and then, a dazzling golden light filled the entire room. In the shining golden light, an S-level symbol suddenly appeared. Forgive me, I was mentally prepared, but I was still startled to see this. An S-level is a bottleneck that has never appeared in the world of login before, yet I achieved it effortlessly. After the shock, a burst of excitement surged from the bottom of my heart. It seems I underestimated the impact of the bloodline mutation. While I am thrilled, I also secretly rejoice. Fortunately, I didn't easily reveal it at school. Otherwise, the huge attention it would attract would definitely expose my situation. It would cause a huge sensation and trouble. It's easy to imagine. Low-key development is the way to go. After calming down, I logged into the inner world again. With a flash of light, I transformed into a giant python and appeared on the open grassland. Without any hesitation, I swayed my snake body and quickly swam towards the tower standing between heaven and earth. Before long, I arrived near the entrance of the first level and looked up. The huge and magnificent black tower body is completely endless, and there are also hidden realms inside the tower. Each level is equivalent to a plane. My gaze slowly shifted from the tower body and looked ahead, at the giant three-headed dog lying on the ground, fast asleep. But just as I was about to act, more than 10 red dots appeared on my detection radar. They were rapidly approaching this way. Monsters? No, it's the landers. I quickly hid my figure in the jungle. I'm ready to endure for now and see how the situation develops before making a plan. Soon, a team of about 10 landers appeared in sight. They formed a formation and immediately launched an attack on the giant three-headed dog. As I suspected, they are the ones here to conquer the boss. I observed them in secret, not rushing to act. After all, I don't want to expose myself too easily. It's not that I'm afraid of them, but I don't want to fight with the other invaders. After all, I come from the real world just like them, and being able to use their strength to enter the second level, I've also enjoyed some benefits. However, the situation in the distance is different from what I expected. The team of invaders who were originally in perfect coordination gradually fell under the sudden outbreak of the giant three-headed dog. As they fell into a disadvantage, the battle became increasingly difficult, with teammates getting injured one after another, and soon they showed signs of defeat. They had no choice but to retreat. I slowly withdrew my gaze, realizing that my plan to sit back and reap the benefits had failed. It seems I have to take matters into my own hands after all. The next second, the giant three-headed dog lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes, its fur standing on end, its three huge heads all looking forward, and its mouth simultaneously bursting out wind, thunder, and fire, 3 types of energy bullets. But before it could spew out the composite energy bullets from its mouth, my eyes instantly turned grayish-white, as the illusionary snake child launched the mental illusion, imposing it on the opponent. The three-headed dog let out a deep growl, its eyes revealing an unmistakable look of fear, as if it had seen something abominable. I seized the opportunity to climb up and swiftly entwined the opponent with my massive body, gradually tightening until the three-headed dog completely lost its vitality. Then I slowly loosened my body. Leveled up by 2 levels, gained 100 attribute points, joyfully received the prompt, and immediately distributed the attribute values to the 4 main attributes. In addition, I also obtained 500 energy points, which can be used to enhance skill levels. At this moment, the three-headed dog emitted wisps of black aura from its entire body, then its entire form turned into black and disappeared, leaving only a serrated collar on the ground. I approached to take a look, and found that it was actually an equipment piece, and it seemed to be of exceptional quality. I stashed the equipment into my inventory. I didn't examine it closely. I then arrived at the entrance of the Tower of the Gods, and my entire body was instantly enveloped in a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, I had already arrived at the second level of the Tower of the Gods. Surrounded by boundless snowy plains, I then found a secluded and uninhabited valley, and exited. Although Li Shiji, the maximum time limit for everyone's stay in the inner world is 6 hours, but it's different for the alternate dimension space. As an intermediate station connecting the real world and the inner world, the alternate dimension space has no time limit and is also visited by numerous travelers, an important place for regular communication and contact. I didn't immediately return to the real world, but instead sat down in a corner of the hall, opened my inventory, and examined the equipment dropped after defeating the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog collar was a high-quality artifact. Seeing the word artifact, I was somewhat surprised, and marveled at when my luck had become so good. Although in my current situation, I don't need these equipment, but they can be sold for money. Apart from skill books and attribute points, redeeming equipment is the most profitable, especially high-quality equipment like artifacts. I opened the trading channel and found that there were only some common equipment and materials. The artifacts were all priced at 30,000 or more, with some even exceeding several 100,000. After some thought, I set the price at 50,000 and put the three-headed collar up for auction. Suddenly, a prompt for entering a nickname appeared. This is for the convenience of all users to communicate in the alternate dimension space. The rankings on the major leaderboards also display nicknames, not real names. I randomly chose a nickname for Bai Xiu and successfully placed the equipment. After completing all this, I returned to the real world with a single thought, lying on the bed with my body stretched out. It was then that I received a message on my phone. It was from my sister, Jiang Xinyan. How does it feel for Xiao Ao to enter your world for the first day? Has your rating come out? Tell your sister quickly. Will my little brother be a genius? It ended with a cute emoticon. Seeing this, a smile appeared in my eyes. The sister, who is a complete goddess in public, actually has a quite adorable side in private. It's okay. As for my rating, can you believe this little guy dared to defy his sister? Do you believe that I will come back and spank your little butt? I confirmed with a glance that these were words from Jiang Xinyan. In my previous life, I was often teased and bullied by her. Alright, I'll be waiting for you to come back. I edited the message and clicked send. However, there was still no reply from her. I thought she must be on a mission. Sister, you must be safe and sound. I tightly clenched the hand holding the phone, my eyes filled with unwavering determination at this moment. Bayu's hand holding the phone slowly tightened, his eyes determined. Wait for me. Evening. On the street, vehicles were constantly passing by, and pedestrians were coming and going. Bayu, wearing a black zip-up hoodie and a mask, arrived at a restaurant called Fat Brothers Home Cooking. This restaurant was opened by one of his best friends, Tang Hao. The food was very good, and Bayu used to visit frequently in his past life. Little you, what would you like to eat? The usual, boiled sliced pork. Is Tang uncle here? Is Tang Hao at home? Didn't you just awaken your landing qualification today? That kid was very excited when he got home, he's probably still messing around at home. Alright, you sit down first, the food will be ready soon. Bayu found a seat against the wall, waiting for the food while browsing his phone. He was searching for information about the Alex blood core. His level had already reached LV10, and one of the conditions for upgrading his bloodline had been completed. As long as he found the Alex blood core, he would be able to upgrade his bloodline once again. After experiencing the great benefits brought by the mutation of his bloodline, Bayu couldn't wait to continue upgrading his bloodline. The food quickly arrived on the table. Bayu ate while continuing to search for information. He was then attracted by the content of a post online, which detailed the author's experience in a certain rare instance in the inner world. However, due to their own insufficient strength, they had to stop exploring in front of the boss. The post also mentioned that the boss was located in the center of a lake, a huge bloody red blood core emitting powerful energy radiation, affecting the surrounding monsters. A huge bloody red blood core? Energy radiation that can affect monsters? Bayu's gaze flickered slightly. He vaguely felt that this might be the Alex blood core he was looking for. Although he wasn't certain yet, it was still a clue. After noting down the specific location of the instance from the post, Bayu quickly finished his meal and was about to pay and leave when the boss called him. Little you, wait a moment, take this with you. The boss handed him a wrapped medicine paper and said, your sister mentioned that you seem to need a certain medicinal ingredient that is beneficial for improving your physique. It just so happened that I came across it, so I bought it. Take it and see how skinny you've become, go back and replenish yourself, gain some weight. Tang uncle, this. Bayu looked at what the boss was holding and was momentarily stunned. Don't be polite with uncle, just take it. Don't mention anything about money, this thing isn't worth much anyway, consider it a gift from uncle. At this point, Bayu had no choice but to accept the item, feeling warm inside. Thank you, Tang uncle. Go on, be careful on the way. Holding the medicine package in his hand, Bayu smiled and shook his head. After bidding farewell to Tang uncle, he left the restaurant and returned home. In his past life, Bayu did indeed take medicinal baths for a period of time due to his physique, but it was eventually abandoned due to the lack of effectiveness and other interruptions. If it weren't for Tang uncle mentioning it, Bayu would have almost forgotten about it. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Bayu didn't have the intention to take a medicinal bath now. After returning to his room, he searched online for more information about the Alex blood core and the situation on the 29th floor of the Tower of God until late at night before turning off the lights and going to sleep. The next morning, Bayu woke up early. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt that his spirit had become better, and his vision had become clearer, as if it had changed from high definition to ultra-high definition. It seems like my skin has become smoother and whiter. Bayu, standing in front of the mirror in the bathroom, observed the changes in his body. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his expression couldn't help but change. No way. Could it be that the bloodline mutation in the inner world has also affected me in reality? Bayu became more and more convinced of the possibility. The skills learned in the inner world could eventually be mastered in the real world through continuous practice. So, if his bloodline underwent mutation, this deeper level of change would only bring about faster and more ferocious effects. Therefore, on the second day of his bloodline mutation, the effects gradually began to manifest. If this continues, will I also turn into a python in reality? Are there any shape-shifting skills, system? Baiyu became somewhat uneasy. The real world and the inner world were completely different concepts. He could accept transforming into a python in the inner world, but in the real world, it was better to forget about it. When the host reaches the 4th level of bloodline, they can master shapeshifting, the system provided a warm reminder. Baiyu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Luckily the system wasn't too cold. Turning back, Baiyu couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He thought he was being overly nervous. In fact, he didn't need to worry so much because there was a dimensional barrier between the inner world and the real world. The natural existence of this dimensional barrier completely separated the inner world and the real world, making them two different concepts. It was impossible for the influence of the inner world to transform into the real world. To put it simply, the formidable strength a player possessed in the inner world would only be considered half as talented in the real world. And even for that, they still needed to spend a lot of time training in the real world. Similarly, even if the effects of bloodline mutation were intense, due to the natural suppression of the dimensional barrier, it was impossible for Baiyu to completely transform into a python in a short period of time. After a quick wash, Baiyu left for school and bought some breakfast on the way. When he arrived in the classroom, there were already many people. Just as Baiyu sat down at his seat, Tang Hao's voice came from beside him. "Hey, Baiyu, your skin seems to have become whiter? Is it just my imagination?" As he spoke, he wanted to touch Baiyu but was slapped away. "I noticed it too, it must be the effect of a medicinal bath," Baiyu casually made up an excuse. Of course, he couldn't possibly reveal that it was the result of bloodline mutation. Oh, Tang Hao nodded in realization, then quickly forgot about it and enthusiastically started discussing how brave and powerful he was in the inner world yesterday. They stopped only when everyone in the class had arrived. Under the guidance of the teacher, they all logged into the interdimensional space together. Remember, once you leave the beginner's village, gather in Wind City first. For those already in Wind City, it's best to team up and act together. It's good to have someone to take care of each other, and it will also speed up the leveling process. This is quite beneficial for everyone's ranking improvement and the assessment results a month later. Before they entered the teleportation array to the inner world, the teacher reminded everyone. Just as Baiyu was about to teleport, he suddenly noticed a gaze beside him. He turned his head and saw Xia Yingying, the class beauty, staring at him. When she saw his gaze, she pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Baiyu nodded at her, but suddenly heard a sinister voice in his ear. "Humph, Baiyu, there are some people you can't afford to associate with. It's best to stay away from her if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, he." The person speaking was the tin-foil-haired boy who had invited Xia Yingying to team up yesterday but was rejected. Baiyu turned to look at him, his gaze scanning him for a moment. "What the hell are you looking at with that expression?" The tin-foil-haired boy cursed inwardly, but then saw Baiyu disappear into the teleportation array, couldn't help but spit, and followed into the inner world. Faintly, a grumbling voice could be heard. "It's better not to encounter you in there." In the vast snowy grassland, Baiyu was directly teleported to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Gods. "Let's go to the location mentioned online first and see." Baiyu had already made up his mind to find the Alex blood core and increase his bloodline level. Of course, if it was really difficult to find, he wouldn't waste too much time. According to the location recorded yesterday, Baiyu's mind moved, and he was teleported back to the 1st floor. This was exceptionally convenient. As long as he climbed the Tower of Gods, each floor would leave its own mark, allowing for teleportation at any time. There was no need to fight the boss again and climb the tower. Returning to the 1st floor, Baiyu quickly moved towards the target location. Along the way, he used his psychic sensing ability to avoid other humans. As for the low-level monsters that couldn't provide experience, he had no interest in hunting them. It took about half an hour for Baiyu to arrive near the target location. This was a canyon forest, surrounded by towering mountains, and the level of monsters here was higher than in other places. Baiyu charged straight into the center of the canyon. As he went deeper, Baiyu could feel the increasing energy radiation in the air, and the surrounding monsters became more aggressive. When Baiyu arrived at the lake in the center of the canyon, he could see from a distance the huge crimson blood core floating in the center of the lake. The blood core emitted waves of red energy, and the air was filled with visible red aura. Is that the Alex blood core? Baiyu stared straight ahead at the blood core. The monsters around the lake all turned their gaze towards him, their pairs of crimson eyes filled with a ferocious aura, roaring as they charged towards Baiyu. Get lost! Baiyu suddenly swung his tail, and a powerful wave of air swept out. Bang 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 bang! The surrounding monsters were instantly swept away. However, they seemed to feel no pain at all and rushed towards Baiyu once again. As the battle continued, the red aura in the air became heavier and the range expanded. Countless monsters, like sharks smelling blood, continuously rushed towards the center of the lake from all sides of the canyon. Baiyu didn't refuse any of them. His massive body moved and every movement seemed to carry tremendous force, knocking away all the monsters around him. His passive skill, Steel and Iron Bones, also made his defense exceptionally strong, withstanding all the attacks from the monsters. Experience plus 154, experience plus 154, experience plus 176, energy plus 55, energy plus 77. The sound of the systems. Upgrades kept ringing in his mind. As the battle became more intense, Baiyu gradually sustained injuries, blood flowing. However, he fought even more bravely, exuding a powerful oppressive feeling, as if he were the ruler of this canyon, overlooking everything and suppressing all the monsters with dominance. If it weren't for these monsters being influenced by the blood core in the center of the lake, they would have long been frightened and surrendered by Baiyu's revealed strength. Come at me even more fiercely. I need more prey. Baiyu roared to the sky, his piercing voice echoing throughout the entire canyon, exuding a terrifying aura. He clearly knew the influence of the blood core on the surrounding monsters. But so what? It could even be said that it suited him perfectly. Those monsters that came one after another were all nutrients for his upgrades, and the more there were, the happier he became. Even as the battle continued, Baiyu became more and more excited, feeling his blood boiling, as if some instinct from deep within his bloodline was gradually awakening. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, the battle continued. On the outskirts of the canyon, several figures nervously hid in the jungle. They were too scared to move as the swarming monsters passed by them. What on earth is going on? These monsters seem to be going crazy. What is happening in the canyon? Lan, have you seen clearly? What's the situation inside? Several people looked at the young man with long hair next to them, anxiously asking. The young man, called Lan, was lying on the ground, his eyes glowing purple, staring intently ahead, with a hint of excitement on his face. He saw it. He saw it all. There was actually a massive monster battle happening in the canyon. Watching the giant python killing in all directions amidst the siege of monsters, the young man with long hair felt not fear or terror, but rather extreme excitement. This kind of boss, if killed, would definitely drop extremely valuable items. What's more, they had a great chance to pick up the spoils. Watching the monsters killing each other, they could reap the benefits in the end. How could this not be exciting? Time passed, another half an hour went by. Finally, the intense monster battle in the center of the canyon ended. Looking at the giant python standing on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the young man with long hair's purple eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but marvel, life is really tenacious. So, next, it was time for them to make their move. Under the observation of the young man with long hair, they saw the blood-soaked giant python slowly moving towards the center of the lake. Just as he was about to notify his teammates to take action, he suddenly saw a shocking scene and his eyes widened, shouting loudly, "Wait!" In the center of the canyon, Baiyu was about to take the blood core from the center of the lake. Suddenly, the lake, which had been stained red with blood, surged with huge waves. Then, a giant creature suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lake and swallowed the blood core suspended in the center of the lake in one gulp. The sudden change in the lake was so abrupt that even after sensing it, Baiyu didn't have time to stop it. Boom! The huge waves crashed down, and the true form of the giant creature was revealed. Its massive body was like a small mountain, covered in hard black scales, resembling a crocodile but not quite, with saw-toothed spikes arranged along its back, emitting a bright red light. The center of the canyon was filled with a terrifying atmosphere. Baiyu stared blankly at the swallowed blood core, trembling all over. He was actually robbed? By a monster. Right in front of him? Damn it! How could he bear this? Baiyu roared in anger and launched an attack. The giant creature also let out a low roar and charged directly at Baiyu. Boom! The two massive beings collided heavily, causing the entire canyon to tremble. After the intense collision, Baiyu's body was pushed back more than 10 meters, but he quickly stabilized himself. Very good, the difference in strength is not that big. Through that collision just now, Baiyu roughly estimated the difference in strength between the two sides. Although he was extremely angry now, he wasn't blinded by rage. After all, he had just reached level 13, while the boss-level monster named Kanba in front of him was level 25. Faced with a 12-level difference, even if Baiyu had confidence in his mutated bloodline, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. Fortunately, the situation wasn't as bad as he had imagined. He still had the strength to fight. That made things easier. Spit out what you took from me. Did he think he could just take his fruit like that? Baiyu opened his blood-filled mouth, roaring as he charged forward. At the same time, he allocated all the energy points he had obtained from killing monsters to 2 talent skills. Illusory Snake Pupil. Baiyu activated his talent skill, and his snake-like pupils suddenly turned a strange gray-white color, releasing a tremendous mental pressure. In the instant their gazes met, Kanba suddenly froze in place. In its line of sight, the surroundings suddenly turned into a chaotic void, and a dense swarm of snakes surged in, constantly biting it. Roar! Kanba let out a painful scream, and the serrated spine on its back suddenly burst into a dazzling red light, converging into surging energy in its mouth. Boom! A red energy beam sprayed out, turning everything it passed into dust, almost splitting the canyon in half. Baiyu's pupils contracted. Luckily he dodged in time just now, otherwise he would have been severely injured. Boom! 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 Terrifying red beams of light sprayed out one after another. The entire canyon was as fragile as a tofu block, constantly being cut, soon becoming riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. Kanba, who was dragged into the illusionary space by Baiyu and subjected to mental attacks, struggled desperately but couldn't break free. In its eyes, it was fighting the snake swarm in the illusionary space, but in reality, it seemed out of control, attacking randomly and unable to find its target. Baiyu agilely dodged the opponent's attacks, finally seizing the opportunity to approach and using all his strength to firmly lock it down. Finally, he bit down on Kanba's neck, cursing inwardly at how tough it was, and then exerted all his strength to forcefully interrupt the gathering red energy. Bang! 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 The two intertwined behemoths kept rolling on the ground. No matter how Kanba struggled, Baiyu refused to let go. In the end, both of them fell into the lake from the edge of the canyon. Outside the canyon, the group hidden in the jungle nervously watched the long-haired youth and inquired about the situation inside. The long-haired youth slowly withdrew his gaze, blinked his eyes glowing with purple light, and the initial shock on his face gradually turned into an uncontrollable ecstasy. Suppressing his voice, he kept excitedly muttering, "It worked, it worked, it worked." Finally, he immediately shouted to the people next to him, "Quick! Inform the boss and gather all the guild members here. If this operation goes smoothly, we'll all get rich. Those are 2 boss-level monsters fighting. Moreover, they are all rare-level bosses. This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is not something that everyone can encounter." Center of the canyon, lake bottom. Baiyu fell down together with the struggling Kanba, sinking deeper and deeper, until they finally fell into the lake bottom. Kanba was like a fish in water, breaking free from Baiyu's entanglement several times. Baiyu continued to use the illusory snake pupil to firmly restrain it mentally, continuing to entangle with it. Finally, after nearly an hour of consumption, this underwater battle came to an end. Bang! Kanba's huge body weakly fell to the lake bottom. Baiyu was also almost exhausted. Before this, he had already experienced an attack from monsters, and now he had been fighting for almost a little over an hour. Even if his body was abnormal, he was starting to struggle. Fortunately, the final result was satisfying. Experience plus 33,550, energy plus 4,858, level up, LV14, attribute points gained, 50. Hearing the system sound ringing in his mind, Bayu felt a warm current slowly flowing through his body, making him feel warm and comfortable all over. He looked at the boss's body gradually turning into black mist, leaving only a fist-sized blood core and a pitch-black long spear lying quietly at the bottom of the lake. Alex's blood core. Bayu picked up the blood core and confirmed that it was the material he needed for his bloodline upgrade. As for the other long spear, it turned out to be a divine artifact-level equipment. Bayu's eyes lit up, and he put both items into his inventory. System, open the panel. Opening his own attribute panel, both conditions for bloodline upgrade had been fulfilled, level LV14/LV10, Alex Blood Core 1/1. Bloodline upgrade conditions met. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Bloodline upgrade requires consuming 5,000 energy points. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. It actually requires consuming 5,000 energy points? Bayu felt a bit distressed. He only had a little over 5,000 energy points, which he originally planned to use for upgrading skills. Now it seems that he can only postpone it. After all, upgrading the bloodline is the priority. As Bayu's voice fell, a faint bloodlight suddenly appeared around him. The blood in his body seemed to be activated, gradually boiling. As the blood flow became faster and faster, the blood light on Bayu's body became brighter and brighter. Then came intense pain all over his body, as if thousands of snakes were gnawing at his bones. Bayu gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Suddenly, waves of memories surged in his mind, causing his face to change repeatedly. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he kept rolling and struggling at the bottom of the lake. Gradually, Bayu lost consciousness. He felt as if he had a dream. In the dream, he turned into a giant serpent that encircled the world, boundless and overlooking the entire world. Everything in the world seemed tiny in his eyes. He didn't know how long had passed. Bayu slowly opened his eyes, and the pain on his body had long disappeared, as if everything that happened before was just a dream. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body after the bloodline upgrade. Bayu could clearly feel that his current body had become significantly stronger. That surging sense of power, as if there was endless energy inside him. Bayu felt that with his current state, he probably wouldn't need to use skills in a battle against Kamba anymore. He could crush him with his physical strength alone. Bloodline upgrade completed attributes: strength plus 200, speed plus 200, stamina plus 200, spirit plus 200. Acquired talent skills: energy breath LV1, infinite barrier LV1. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Only now did Bayu confirm that his bloodline upgrade was completed. Looking at the rewards displayed by the system, Bayu felt a slight excitement. All 4 attributes increased by 200, and he unlocked 2 talent skills. Energy breath, as the name suggests, is a skill that can be used in normal and charged modes. Infinite barrier is a defensive skill. It forms a 360-degree barrier around the body, and the closer the attack, the more barriers there are. Not bad. After carefully looking at these 2 skills, Bayu felt very satisfied. Just as Bayu was about to check his other attributes, his snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked up at the surface of the lake. In his perception, about 40 to 50 life reactions were continuously approaching here, and finally, they all stopped at the lakeside. Is this the place? A group of people stopped at the lakeside. Looking at the gruesome scene around them, many people's faces changed. They secretly marveled at what kind of fierce battle had taken place here. Yes, those 2 fighting monster bosses fell into the lake, and there has been no movement for a long time. I guess the battle has already ended. Among the crowd, a young man with long hair stepped forward. He was the one who had secretly observed Bayu's battle before. The leader of the group, the guild leader of this operation, nodded at his words, looked at the crimson lake water, pondered for a moment, and said, "Send someone to check the truth at the bottom of the lake, just in case. Everyone, be prepared for battle." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately took action. Just as they were forming their formations, suddenly, the lake's surface began to churn violently. Then, a huge python emerged from the water, its dark scales shimmering with a metallic luster. Its massive body exuded a terrifying aura that almost suffocated people, and its shadow covered everyone like an eclipse. The snake's eyes stared at everyone. Everyone felt their breath hitch, instantly freezing in place as if a pause button had been pressed, losing their ability to move. The pale complexion and trembling body showed their true feelings at this moment. A wave of fear surged from the depths of their hearts, instantly occupying their entire being. They were going to die. This was the thought that simultaneously arose in everyone's mind. Fighting against a boss of this level, they were definitely going to die. Boom! Suddenly, a fireball blasted towards Baiyu. However, it was blocked by an invisible barrier in front of him, creating only a faint spark upon impact. Everyone stared blankly in the direction where the fireball came from, only to see a mage in the team with a pale face collapsing to the ground, his legs giving way. Obviously, the fireball was a result of his mistake. All warriors, protect. Everyone else, retreat. The guild leader instantly regained his senses, loudly commanding all members while drawing his long sword from his waist, leading the charge. Bang 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 bang. Sword lights and shadows slashed towards Baiyu. However, they were all blocked by the transparent barrier in front of him, not even causing a splash of water. Baiyu stood calmly on the surface of the lake, looking down at the crowd below. He had been trying to avoid contact with humans, and even just now, he had no intention of attacking these invaders. But as he watched those who risked their lives to protect their comrades and desperately attacked him, even using all their strength, afraid that they couldn't break his defense or harm him, Baiyu felt that if he didn't do something, he would truly be unworthy of their hard-fought battle. The illusory snake pupils. Baiyu's snake eyes changed into a strange gray-white color, and an invisible mental pressure swept out, causing all the players on the shore to freeze in their movements. Then, they seemed to see a terrifying scene, crying out in agony and struggling on the ground, the scene extremely eerie and horrifying. The members who were retreating in the rear noticed this scene, their faces completely changing, wanting to go back and save them, but they couldn't even take a step. The fear in their hearts overwhelmed everything, causing them to almost collapse, crazily fleeing without looking back. Baiyu coldly watched this scene, not even interested in pursuing them. As for the players on the ground who gradually became motionless, Baiyu didn't even spare them a second glance. With a thought, he teleported back to the second floor of the Tower of the Gods. In the end, Baiyu didn't lay a hand on those humans. He stopped in time, preventing them from dying due to a mental breakdown. Of course, this was the first time Baiyu used this skill on humans, and his control over it was not very precise. Although those guys were spared their lives, the final outcome was unknown. But these were not things Baiyu cared about. Since those guys dared to have designs on him, they should be prepared to pay the corresponding price. The second floor of the Tower of the Gods. Snowflakes filled the sky, and all around was an endless snowy grassland. In a remote canyon, a giant python several hundred meters long lurked. After the upgrade of its bloodline, Baiyu's size had also increased by about 10 times, from the original 40 to 50 meters to 400 to 500 meters, appearing like a small mountain from a distance, exuding an intimidating aura. Host, Baiyu, level, LV14, attributes, strength 455, speed 455, stamina 455, spirit 535, skills, illusory snake pupils LV5, steel bones LV6, passive, energy breath LV1, infinite barrier LV1, current bloodline level, second level bloodline, world serpent, bloodline upgrade conditions, level LV14/LV20, cure long vein 0/1, stormheart 0/1. Baiyu looked at his current attributes. The four-dimensional attributes have all reached 455 points, and the spiritual attribute has even surpassed 500, reaching 535 points. As a former human mage, Baiyu naturally knows what this means. In terms of attributes alone, not to mention all of them, Baiyu is already enough to crush the majority of current players and monsters. It should be noted that he is only level 14 now, and his level and bloodline can still continue to improve. It can be imagined how terrifying he will grow in the future. In addition, with the increase in skill level, the power of skills is also constantly strengthening. For example, illusory snake pupil. Baiyu initially used eye contact to drag enemies into an illusory space, and then used his mind to create illusions to attack the enemy's consciousness. Now at level 5, Baiyu can more skillfully control various mental illusions, directly dragging opponents into illusions, digging out their deepest fears, and inflicting deeper levels of stimulation and torment. In addition, the improvement of the spiritual attribute also enhances the power of this skill. In addition to attributes and skills, Baiyu is also quite concerned about the conditions for the next bloodline upgrade. After experiencing a bloodline upgrade, Baiyu has fully realized its benefits. Level 20, only 6 levels left. Long Vein? Heart of the Storm. These are two things I've never heard of. Wait a minute. A flash of lightning flashed through his mind, and Baiyu suddenly remembered something. Long Vein? He remembered that on the 5th floor of the Tower of the Gods, there was a mountain range called Kor. In his previous life as a young mage, he had spent some time in that mountain range. It was rumored that there was a forest dragon hidden in the mountains, which had aroused the interest of many players at the time. However, Baiyu never saw that forest dragon in the end. Could the Long Vein be in that mountain range? After careful consideration, Baiyu vaguely felt that it was possible. As for the other material, the Heart of the Storm, Baiyu had no impression at all, so he could only rely on the power of the vast online community. Forget it, I'll think about the materials later. The most important task now is to level up. After all, there are more important things waiting for him. His massive body slowly moved, leaving visible marks on the snowy ground wherever he passed. His speed became faster and faster. Following the directions in his memory, Baiyu quickly headed towards the monster spawning point on this floor, starting a new round of experience harvesting. The Tower of the Gods, the 2nd floor. The sky was dark, and clouds and mist filled the air. On the vast snowy grassland, a deafening roar suddenly resounded, sounding like thunder. With each roar, the ground trembled as if it could split open at any moment. The commotion lasted for about 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. However, not long after, another loud noise came from another part of the snowy ground. The one causing these disturbances was Baiyu. With the memories of his past life and his powerful mental perception, Baiyu quickly found the place where a large number of monsters were gathering on this floor and eliminated all the monsters he encountered with a sweeping motion. From the 2nd floor of the Tower of the Gods to the 9th floor, almost all of them were exclusive monster layers, with harsh environments and few people. It wasn't until the 10th floor that a native human empire, similar to the 1st floor, appeared. It can be said that these 8 floors in between were completely gathering places for monsters and the main locations for leveling up. Of course, that is only for those with strong abilities. For other relatively weaker players, it is only the beginning of their true training from the moment they enter the 2nd floor. It can be said that with a slight carelessness, one could easily lose their life here. In his past life, Baiyu was one of those unfortunate ones. Unlike now, he completely treats this place as a paradise for leveling up. Entering the 2nd level, Baiyu felt like a tiger entering the mountains and a dragon entering the sea, freely walking between heaven and earth, engaging in one battle after another. Even if he occasionally encountered other players, they would fearfully avoid him, rather than him actively avoiding them. After all, this was the home ground of monsters. In this way, Baiyu spent all his remaining time searching for and killing monsters. When he exited the inner world, his level had already increased to level 17. This astonishing leveling speed would be considered unbelievable by anyone else. However, it truly happened to Baiyu. In the interdimensional space, many other players could be seen at this time. Swish! With a beam of light, Baiyu walked out of the teleportation array, flexing his muscles and sitting down in a corner of the hall. Ding! You have received new account funds. Suddenly, his phone received a message. Opening it, he realized that the equipment he had previously put up for sale had been sold. Looking at the funds received, Baiyu smiled lightly, as he had earned his first pot of gold. Coincidentally, he had also obtained a divine weapon in his backpack, so he continued to put it up for auction. However, this time, Baiyu didn't plan to sell it for just a few thousand. This equipment, called the Black Dragon Spear, was a level 25 divine weapon. He might as well be bold and ask for tens of thousands. After scanning the market in the auction house, Bayu finally set the price at 250,000. After completing all of this, feeling his stomach protesting, he exited the interdimensional space. In the real world, in the classroom of class 1 to 14. With a whoosh of light, Bayu appeared in his own seat. Glancing around casually, and not seeing the figures of Tang Hao and Chu Mo, Bayu went to the cafeteria alone to eat. Surprisingly, he was shocked when he saw the table piled high with bowls and chopsticks. He couldn't believe that this was his own doing. When did I become such a big eater? Touching his stomach, Bayu even felt that he hadn't completely eaten his fill, but was just 80% full. Could it be the effect of bloodline upgrade? Recalling everything that happened in the inner world, Bayu could only attribute it to this. Thinking of this, Bayu suddenly looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he got up from his seat and quietly placed his right hand under the table. Then, with a gentle force, the entire table was lifted up, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of effort. Just as I thought. His strength had increased. Seeing this, Bayu's eyes flashed with excitement. He put down his palm and felt that the influence of his mutated bloodline on the real world had been further enhanced. If this continued, what about those innate skills? Bayu. Suddenly, a soft voice came from beside him, interrupting Bayu's thoughts. Turning his head, he saw the class flower Xia Yingying standing there, holding a tray in her hand. It seemed like she wanted to ask if she could sit here, but looking at the table full of bowls and chopsticks, she didn't know how to speak. Have you eaten? Such a naive girl. She actually thought that the leftovers on the table were left by someone else. Actually, it wasn't surprising. Probably no one would believe that a person with such a slender figure like Bayu could eat so much. Do you want to sit here? Wait for me to clean up. Bayu smiled and quickly cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks on the table. After indicating that she could sit, he left with a stack of bowls and chopsticks, leaving Xia Yingying standing alone in place. As for staying and eating something else with the class flower, that was completely out of the question. Yingying, is that Bayu? Are all those dishes in his hands for him alone? No way, he can eat so much? Another short-haired girl came to sit next to Xia Yingying, holding a tray, and looked at Bayu carrying a large tray, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Xia Yingying stared blankly as Bayu's figure disappeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. It wasn't until her best friend waved her hand in front of her eyes a few times that she slowly withdrew her gaze and smiled lightly, saying, "Being able to eat is a blessing." Does this mean she has discovered another side of Bayu? Oh Yingying, you've completely fallen for him. No, I'm just stating the truth. TSK, I really don't know what Bayu is thinking, actually rejecting the proactive invitation from our class beauty. Others haven't even had a chance yet. Xia Yingying gave her friend a disdainful look and said, "Let's eat." On the other side, after leaving the cafeteria, Bayu didn't return to the classroom but went straight home. After awakening, their main tasks at school were divided into two parts: upgrading and training in the inner world and training within the school. The purpose was to allow them to quickly master what they learned in the inner world and truly make it their own. Of course, if they really didn't want to train, they could arrange their own time. After all, not everyone could endure the high-intensity training in the inner world for a long time and still have the energy to train in the real world. Bayu chose to go home at this time, not to avoid training and slack off. Mainly because his situation was too special and couldn't be easily exposed. More importantly, he had a hypothesis that he wanted to verify as soon as possible. Location: the bathroom. Bayu stood in front of the mirror, staring intently at the face in the mirror, or more accurately, staring at those eyes. As his thoughts turned, a subtle sensation surged towards his eyes. The originally pitch-black pupils suddenly appeared a strange gray-white color, gradually changing into vertical snake pupils. This was the characteristic of the illusory snake pupil skill. Looking at the strange gray snake pupils in the mirror, Bayu's face showed no signs of panic, but rather a hint of excitement. Sure enough, his hypothesis was correct. He could directly use the skills from the inner world in the real world. You see, in order to fully bring The skills learned in the inner world into the real world, a lot of training in the real world was required, which took a lot of time and effort. In the end, they could only achieve a semi-finished product. Being able to exert only half of the original power was considered good. This was the result of the damned dimensional barrier suppression. Now, while others needed to spend a lot of time to master the skills, Baiyu didn't need to. He could just use them directly, as if everything was engraved in his bloodline and genes, naturally and effortlessly. Although he was still suppressed by the dimensional barrier, and the power was weakened, the difference and significance between the two were self-evident. Since feeling the effects of the bloodline upgrade, for the next few days, besides leveling up and grinding monsters in the inner world, Baiyu spent the rest of his time familiarizing himself with and adapting to the various changes in his body. He also tried out the 4 innate skills, Illusory Snake Pupil, Steel-Reinforced Bones, Energy Breath, and Infinite Barrier, in the real world. Although their power was all weakened by the dimensional barrier, without exception, Baiyu could use them all skillfully, without needing to spend any extra time practicing. In addition, Baiyu discovered that his originally weak physique was slowly improving. The main reason his body was weak was due to poor absorption. Whether it was through food or medicine, nothing was absorbed. This inherent physical problem had not been cured in his previous life. But now, due to the mutation of his bloodline, there was improvement. In order to cooperate with his recovery, Baiyu also specifically picked up the medicinal bath and soaked in it almost every other day. There was no other way. His body now was like a sponge that absorbed water, extremely craving for various nutrients. Every cell seemed to become vibrant, with an incredibly strong absorption capacity, as if it wanted to replenish all the missing nutrients at once. Moreover, Baiyu's current physical strength was strong enough to completely digest and absorb the medicinal effects, so there was no need to worry about overdoing it. On the contrary, the materials for the medicinal bath couldn't keep up. Baiyu had to take some time one day after school to visit an old Chinese medicine shop and buy a month's worth of supplies to keep at home. Fortunately, he had made a small profit from selling equipment before, otherwise, he wouldn't have enough money. Splash inside the bathroom. Baiyu stood up from the bathtub, his fair skin contrasting sharply with the murky medicinal water in the tub. Wrapped in a towel, he came to the mirror and looked at his current appearance. In just a few days, the changes that had occurred in his body were very obvious. His skin became fairer and smoother, emitting a slightly cold temperament. His eyes were black and white, appearing deeper. His originally weak body also gradually improved, no longer looking frail and weak, and his body began to show symmetrical muscle lines. If his older sister Jiang Xinyan suddenly came back at this time, she would definitely be shocked by the changes in Baiyu's body. In fact, Baiyu's best friend Tang Hao had already noticed his changes, but Baiyu temporarily brushed it off with the excuse of the medicinal bath. Tang Hao seemed a bit restless after hearing it. What kind of medicinal bath? Is it so effective? Should I try it too? Baiyu, hee. These were just the visible changes. In places invisible to the naked eye, Baiyu's mental strength, power, physical fitness, and other aspects of his physical qualities were constantly strengthening. Of course, he didn't plan to reveal these changes easily for now. School, classroom. The morning sun shone in, illuminating the entire classroom. Baiyu walked into the classroom and went straight to the back row seat. As soon as he sat down, Tang Hao leaned over. Hey, Baiyu, let me show you something interesting. Many people are discussing it online now. It is said that a guild encountered a rare-level giant snake boss on the first level of the inner world, and they almost got wiped out. Now they are recruiting soldiers and preparing to wash away their shame and challenge it again. People from other guilds are also itching to join in. After listening, Baiyu casually asked, and then? What was the result? Hee, of course, they are still looking for people everywhere. It is said that the rare boss seems to be a giant python hundreds of meters long. Wow, it's as tall as a mountain. How dare they challenge such a boss? I heard that many members of that guild were seriously injured and are still in the hospital. Hundreds of meters? Giant python? Combined with the other information from Tang Hao's words, there was no mistake. That giant python mistaken as a boss was most likely Baiyu himself. Baiyu didn't expect things to develop in this direction and attract attention online. Those players actually wanted to challenge it again? People from other guilds were also itching to join in? He. Baiyu sneered in his heart, but he didn't care at all. He had already reached the 5th level of the Tower of the Gods, so let those guys take their time on the 1st level. Of course, if they had the ability to find him, Baiyu wouldn't mind giving them a profound lesson. Rare level boss, the things it drops must be worth a lot of money. Tang Hao smacked his lips. But you need luck to get them, Baiyu said lightly. That's right. Tang Hao nodded in agreement, but your life is more important. Then the conversation took a turn, and he asked, by the way, I'm about to leave the beginner's village and head to Wind City. What level are you now? Baiyu replied, I'm probably around the same level as you. What do you mean around the same? I'm already almost level 6, bro. Baiyu was slightly surprised to hear this. Tang Hao's leveling speed was indeed considered fast among ordinary people. It seemed that Tang Hao had been working hard in secret. So you're not being honest, huh? How many levels is around the same? Don't tell me it's only 2 or 3 levels? Don't worry, bro won't laugh at you. Once we get to Wind City, I'll show you the ropes, Tang Hao said with a smirk. Baiyu remained silent. But still, we can't compare to others. I heard that Lin Xia and the others are already preparing to defeat the 1st floor boss. If everything goes smoothly, their tower clearing speed will almost break the school record, right? TSK, they truly are geniuses. As Tang Hao spoke, he looked towards the 2 people sitting in the front row of the classroom with envy in his eyes. Is that so? Baiyu had been completely absorbed in leveling and tower climbing these past few days, so he wasn't aware of the situation in his class. It looks like we need to work even harder. Let's do our best together. Oh, and that guy Chumo, hey, don't fall asleep. As the leader of the 3 musketeers, Tang Hao felt like he was going crazy. In the game world, 5th floor of the Tower of Gods. Towering ancient trees stood here, their branches and leaves dense and intertwined, almost obscuring the entire sky. Sunlight seeped through the cracks, casting scattered spots of light, adding a touch of brightness to the dark forest. In the tranquility, a giant python, several hundred meters long, slithered up the ancient tree. It was Baiyu who had entered the game world. After several days of crazy monster grinding, Baiyu had already reached the 5th floor from the 2nd floor, and his level had also increased to level 24. That's right, level 24. At this moment, Baiyu was near the Cure Mountains. After collecting information over the past few days, Baiyu had determined that one of the materials he needed for bloodline advancement, the Cure Dragon Vein, was highly likely to be here. As long as he found the rumored hidden boss, the Forest Dragon, he should be able to find the Cure Dragon Vein by following the clues. Although it was a hidden boss, Baiyu already had a rough idea of how to find it. It is said that the Forest Dragon is sleeping inside the Cure Mountains. As long as I find the entrance, I should be able to find some clues. Climbing up the ancient tree, Baiyu reached the top and looked towards the distant towering mountain peak. That was the Cure Mountain, his destination for this trip. Crackling with its massive body crushing the withered branches and trees along the way, Baiyu quickly headed towards the direction of the Cure Mountain. In his senses, there were many life reactions around him, all of them magical creatures scattered throughout the forest. However, after several intense battles, Baiyu had left an indelible impression of his strength in the minds of all the magical creatures, causing them to turn and flee when they encountered him, unless they were boss-level magical creatures. As for magical creatures lower level than him, Baiyu didn't bother wasting time hunting them because they didn't give much experience or energy points. In the dark forest, Baiyu swiftly made his way towards the Cure Mountain, with magical creatures avoiding him along the way. The path was unobstructed, and he soon arrived at the foot of the Cure Mountain. When he got closer, he could truly feel the grandeur and magnificence of this mountain peak. Even with Baiyu's current size, he was still less than 1,000th of the mountain, appearing quite insignificant. Putting aside his emotions, Baiyu began searching for the entrance into the mountain along the foot of the mountain. When he was halfway through his search, he suddenly sensed the presence of dozens of life reactions. Magical creatures? Or other players? Observing the movements of those life reactions, it seemed like they were also searching for something. Baiyu immediately made a guess that they were other players. It makes sense, after all, he is not the only one on this level. The hidden boss, Forest Dragon, has attracted a lot of attention and discussion in the previous life, even causing a frenzy among the players. This life is no exception. As a prominent hidden boss on this level, no one would not be interested. The only difference is whether they dare to take action or not. Since those players dare to find this place, it means they should have some skills. Otherwise, without a certain level of confidence, they would just be throwing their lives away. Baiyu's eyes flickered, he thought for a moment, chose not to alert the other party, and changed his search route, silently moving towards the direction of the mountaintop. The wind howled in his ears. As Baiyu climbed higher and higher, the temperature around him gradually dropped, and the air became thin. By the time he reached halfway up the mountain, this feeling became even stronger. And he even experienced slight dizziness. This reaction might not be a problem for other players. But with Baiyu's abnormal physique, he shouldn't be affected so much. Therefore, there must be another reason. Closing his eyes, Baiyu carefully sensed the changes in the surrounding air. Vaguely, he could feel a slight energy radiation mixed in the air. This energy radiation was very weak, and he could only sense it when he concentrated. Baiyu instantly opened his eyes, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Although he hadn't seen the shadow of the core dragon vein so far, doesn't this special situation indicate that this core mountain is not simple? There's a problem. Definitely a problem. Baiyu's confidence in finding the target suddenly increased. Next, Baiyu searched around the mountainside but didn't find an entrance, so he continued towards the direction of the mountaintop. After about an hour, just as Baiyu was about to reach the mountaintop, suddenly, the entire mountain shook violently, collapsing and cracking, exuding a terrifying power between heaven and earth. What's going on? Baiyu turned around and his spiritual sense captured the source of the changes. Roar! Just then, a roar like that of an ancient dragon resounded. Baiyu's pupils shrank, in that direction? Inside the mountain. Have those players found the forest dragon? Boom! In Baiyu's perception, a strong life reaction suddenly appeared, followed by a loud noise. A huge black shadow broke through the mountaintop and flew into the sky, accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar. Is that the forest dragon? Baiyu looked up at the black shadow in the sky, with sturdy limbs, huge emerald-like wings, a long tail, covered with vegetation on its back, and rocks and soil constantly falling from the sky. After circling in the sky, the forest dragon swooped down towards the ground. At the same time, the players at the foot of the mountain also entered the battle state, throwing all kinds of skills and moves at the forest dragon. The great battle was about to begin. It can be seen that those players are indeed well trained and have not fallen behind in the battle. Their coordinated attacks have repeatedly put the forest dragon at a disadvantage, gradually gaining the upper hand. Among the players, there is a figure clearly responsible for the main attack, showing remarkable performance. She can always repel the forest dragon at critical moments, buying time for others to adjust. It is precisely because of her presence that the entire team of players can maintain their formation and steadily suppress the forest dragon in morale. Baiyu looked down at the battle below, especially taking a closer look at the silver-haired woman wearing knight armor who was charging at the forefront. Just as Baiyu was about to observe a little longer, suddenly, he sniffed his nose. The energy radiation in the air seems to have become stronger. Baiyu immediately focused his mind and sensed carefully, and indeed, it was not an illusion. That special energy radiation was indeed stronger than before. Baiyu immediately looked towards the mountaintop. The broken mountaintop seemed to have opened the seal of a bottle, and strong energy radiation was continuously leaking out from inside. Baiyu's spirit was aroused, and he turned his head to look at the intense battle below. With a thought in his mind, he quickly climbed towards the mountaintop and then entered through the cave entrance. As soon as he entered, Baiyu felt a hot and humid breath rushing towards him. It was pitch black and dim all around, and he couldn't see anything clearly. As Baiyu went deeper, small green fluorescent dots began to appear on the surrounding mountain walls, and the energy radiation in the air became stronger and stronger, forcing Baiyu to concentrate and counteract the influence. Finally, when he arrived at an open cave, Bayou stopped. In front of him was a blood-red swamp, and in the center of the empty space, a pale dragon skeleton lay quietly. The energy radiation in the air was emanating from there. Bayou only glanced at the skeleton, and instantly became deeply immersed in it. The surrounding environment suddenly changed, from the original swamp cave to a vast world. In the gray world, strong winds howled, and a giant dragon soared in the sky. It seemed to notice Bayou below, opened its blood-filled mouth, and swooped down. In the midst of the charge, it gradually transformed into a skeleton filled with the aura of death. Bayou's spirit condensed, enduring the overwhelming aura of death that came rushing towards him. He roared and directly withstood the dragon's impact. Boom! The world suddenly shattered. The scene around him changed again, returning to the original cave. Bayou stood in place, staring blankly, and the skeleton stood quietly in the center of the blood-red swamp as if nothing had happened. However, Bayou deeply looked at the skeleton, recalling everything that had just happened. If his spirit hadn't been strong enough, he would have been trapped in that illusion and would not have been able to escape unscathed like he was now. Even if it's just a skeleton that has been dead for who knows how many years, it still contains such a powerful spiritual influence. I wonder what kind of monster it was when it was alive. Thinking of the dragon in the illusion, Bayou shook his head, his serpent-like eyes staring fixedly at the skeleton, and finally fixed his gaze on the piece of bone that emitted a dark golden glow. That should be the key to why this skeleton still contains a large amount of spiritual power and is also the source of the energy radiation. It is also highly likely that it is the goal of Bayou's trip, the cure along vein. Bayou looked up and observed the terrain inside the cave. Just as he was about to take action, a dragon's roar suddenly sounded from outside. Not good. We've been discovered. Bayou heard the sound and immediately realized that the situation might be exposed. Without any hesitation, he quickly moved along the steep mountain wall and arrived at the empty space in the center of the blood-red swamp from above the cave. Then, he reached out and bit down on the piece of dark golden bone, and a voice in his mind suddenly sounded. Obtained item, cure along vein. As soon as Bayou succeeded, the previously intact skeleton immediately collapsed, and the cave began to shake violently. Roar! The dragon's roar outside grew louder and louder. Bayou immediately exited the cave and quickly moved towards the mountaintop. Outside, facing the sudden outbreak of the forest dragon, the landing team that had been in an advantageous position immediately felt the pressure multiply. More importantly, after the outbreak, the forest dragon actually wanted to escape. Want to escape? It's impossible to let you have your way. Seeing victory just ahead, the duck that was about to be in their mouths, how could they let it slip away? The landing team exerted all their strength, wanting to forcefully suppress the forest dragon. In their view, as long as they withstand this wave of the forest dragon's outbreak, they would be able to successfully win this battle and then enjoy the fruits of victory. Everyone, give it your all. Victory is right in front of us. In the team, a middle-aged man with a strong build shouted loudly. As soon as his voice fell, a fierce gust of wind pressure suddenly came from above. Boom! At the critical moment, a slender figure stood in front of the middle-aged man. The woman had silver hair flowing and held a knight's long sword, completely blocking the wind pressure. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed, and the silver-haired woman reversed her wrist, inserting the knight's longsword into the ground, and a large amount of golden light immediately emerged from the ground. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, countless golden chains burst out from around the silver-haired woman, attacking the forest dragon, finally forming a net that trapped it tightly. Roar! The forest dragon let out an angry roar, constantly trying to break free from the control of the golden chains, while the attacks from the landing team below kept coming, hitting it as if they were free. Bang, 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 bang. The golden chains kept breaking. The silver-haired woman clenched her silver teeth tightly, trying her best to restrain the forest dragon, but in the end, her efforts were in vain. Watching the forest dragon break free from the restraints and fly into the sky, the expression on the silver-haired woman's face changed slightly. She felt a bloody sweetness in her throat but forcibly swallowed it back. Seeing the other landing team members preparing to pursue, the silver-haired woman immediately spoke up to stop them. Don't chase. The forest dragon is currently in a berserk state, and she was also injured in the previous battle. If both sides continue to fight, the situation will become very unfavorable for them. The others clearly felt somewhat unwilling. Including the middle-aged man who was saved earlier, he also asked in confusion, "Why not chase? We are about to win, and when we explode with top-tier equipment, everyone will get rich." That's the forest dragon, no team has successfully killed it yet. As long as they achieve the first kill, not only will they get rich, but their team's reputation will also skyrocket. It can be said to be a win-win situation. The silver-haired woman glanced at everyone and said lightly, "Things are not as simple as you think. If you chase now, it's possible that the entire army will be wiped out. Of course, if you insist, I won't force you, but I won't accompany you either." After all, she participated in this battle just to repay a favor from before. It's impossible for her to sacrifice herself. After speaking, she no longer paid attention to the constantly changing ugly expressions of the others and looked back at the sky. The silver-haired woman faintly felt that the sudden outbreak of the forest dragon was somewhat suspicious. "Ha!" Just then, the silver-haired woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and she keenly looked towards the mountain, then her eyes widened as if she saw an unbelievable scene. Others followed her gaze and were filled with shock. On top of the mountain, a huge black-scaled python and the erupting forest dragon were fighting each other. The battle between these two colossal creatures could be clearly felt with the naked eye, the intense impact and shock. Boom! Faced with the forest dragon's gust of wind pressure, an invisible transparent barrier immediately formed in front of Baiyu, blocking the impact. At the same time, he quickly moved towards the direction below the mountain. "Not good, they're coming. Everyone, run." If they were confident in fighting against one forest dragon, the landing team still had the confidence to fight. So, now they are facing another python boss that looks just as formidable as the forest dragon in terms of size and strength. They decisively choose to back down. After they have moved far away from the battlefield, everyone can't help but turn back to observe the situation, including the silver-haired woman. There's no way around it, battles between bosses like this are rare. Especially when it's a showdown between rare hidden bosses. As everyone continues to watch, their hearts go from being initially shocked and nervous to eventually feeling relieved and even fearful. The forest dragon is indeed not as simple as they thought. Not only is it not weak, it even displays a much stronger power than when they were fighting it. However, faced with such a powerful forest dragon, the black-scaled python is not far behind. Its strong invisible barrier, its mocking red energy breath, or its eerie spiritual fluctuations, all of them demonstrate its strength. As the battle progresses, the fighting range keeps expanding, and in order to avoid being affected, everyone has no choice but to give up watching and leave. This battle lasted for several hours. It was also the most thrilling battle Baiyu has ever had. Fortunately, he emerged victorious in the end. Yes, at the critical moment of the battle, Baiyu seized the opportunity when the forest dragon was gradually weakening, using the illusory snake pupil to mentally interfere and restrain it, and finally seizing the perfect moment to completely seal it, leaving no chance for it to escape. It was only when the forest dragon completely lost its breath that Baiyu slowly released his entangled body. He obtained victory in this extraordinary battle. Experience points plus 79,855, energy points plus 10,214, the system prompt echoed in his mind. Baiyu lay quietly on the ground, not wanting to move for the time being. His snake-like eyes glanced to the side, and the body of the forest dragon gradually turned into black mist, disappearing completely, leaving behind a shiny item. Doom Shield, Forest Dragon. Picking up the equipment and taking a look, Baiyu couldn't help but gasp, as if he saw a large amount of in-game currency beckoning to him. This thing, just by its name, you can tell how valuable it is. The Forest Dragon. A top-tier equipment dropped from the first kill. Who wouldn't want it? Baiyu was worried recently because of changes in his physique, and the cost of food and medicine has become quite high. Now, a large sum of money is about to be added to his account. Awesome! Dimensional space. Baiyu came out of the inner world, his face filled with joy. This time, not only did he find one of the materials for bloodline upgrade, but he also happened to obtain a god-tier equipment with an obvious sky-high value. It's simply fantastic. Sitting down in a corner of the hall, Baiyu didn't rush to open the trading channel, but first opened his own attribute panel. After successfully killing the forest dragon, although he didn't level up, he gained over 10,000 energy points. Combined with the previous energy points, he can now upgrade some skills. As the skill levels increase, the subsequent energy consumption becomes more and more. After pondering for a moment, Baiyu decided to make the most of his energy points for now and upgraded the energy breath and infinite barrier skills. Both skills were raised to level 4, using up almost all of his energy points. Baiyu's current skill levels are Illusory Snake Pupil LV6, Steel Reinforced Body LV8, Passive, Energy Breath LV4, Infinite Barrier LV4. Closing the attribute panel, Baiyu opened the trading channel. The previous, Black Dragon Spear, has already been sold for 250,000 in-game currency, and it's precisely because of this money that he was able to replenish his blood. As usual, he scammed the market, and in the end, Baiyu listed the Doom Shield, Forest Dragon, for 1 million. It can be considered the most expensive equipment on the trading channel so far. But Baiyu is not worried at all about not being able to sell it. How arrogant is that? The Forest Dragon's first kill of top-tier equipment, are you tempted? This is not just a matter of equipment attributes, but also a symbol of identity. If it weren't for his own body being unable to use it, Baiyu would want to get one for himself. After finishing all this, Baiyu got up and stretched lazily, then exited the alternate dimension space and returned to the classroom. Class 14 of the first year. Baiyu leaned on the desk and lay down for a while, relieving the fatigue after the big battle. Listening to the others around him discussing how they fought cleverly with goblins, minotaurs, and other monsters on the first floor, or how someone else leveled up, his heart gradually calmed down. Just as Baiyu was about to get up and go to the cafeteria for a big meal, Tang Hao walked in from outside the classroom. Baiyu, you're out. If you had come out earlier, I would have waited for you to eat together. As he spoke, Tang Hao sat down at his seat and asked, "Shall we go to the training room later? I've never seen you train before." Baiyu shook his head. "No, you guys go ahead." His situation was different from others. He didn't need to spend extra time training, but he could still master the skills of the inner world. So, there was no need to waste time going to the training room. "Good luck, I believe in you." Patting Tang Hao's shoulder, Baiyu touched his empty stomach and walked out of the classroom towards the cafeteria. Tang Hao stared at Baiyu's departing figure in a daze, then rubbed his chin and his gaze flickered slightly. This guy, something's not right. Definitely something's not right. Thinking carefully, it seemed that since the day of awakening, his best friend had become somewhat strange. He acted alone from beginning to end. Let's not talk about the inner world for now. It's understandable that they couldn't form a team temporarily due to different circumstances in the early stages. But refusing to go to the training room together, what's up with Baiyu? Why? Could this kid be hiding something from us? Tang Hao felt like a detective possessed him at this moment, and a storm of thoughts began to form in his mind. Combining everything that had happened in the past few days, he finally came to a complex conclusion that affected his mood. This guy Baiyu must be having a hard time in the inner world. Yes. If he wasn't having a hard time, why would Baiyu always avoid talking about his situation in the inner world? When asked about his level, he would just beat around the bush and not give a specific answer. Tang Hao also realized the most crucial point: he still didn't know Baiyu's ranking. This guy had never mentioned it. What does that mean? Now he doesn't even go to the training room, leaving school early every day after coming out of the inner world. Perhaps, Baiyu doesn't not want to go to the training room, but he has some difficult reason. If Baiyu actually didn't learn any skills in the inner world, then it seems pointless to talk about training, right? The more Tang Hao thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, and his heart couldn't help but feel conflicted. Now that he had guessed Baiyu's situation, should he tell him directly or not? But since Baiyu chose to hide it, he definitely didn't want to be discovered and looked down upon. Forget it, let's wait and see. After thinking it over, Tang Hao decided to respect his brother's choice. Of course, if Baiyu reached a point where he couldn't hold on anymore and had to choose to endure it alone, then Tang Hao would not hesitate to help his brother. On one side, Tang Hao planned in his mind how to quietly inquire about Bai Yu's situation, having a preliminary understanding in his mind. On the other side, Bai Yu, who arrived at the cafeteria, ate heartily. And while Bai Yu was eating, something was spreading among the users on the internet, causing discussions and attention. The center of the incident is the god-level equipment Doom Shield, Forest Dragon, which is priced at 1 million soft sister coins, hanging on the trading channel. Yes, it's the same god-tier equipment that Bai Yu exploded. Am I seeing this right? Is this equipment really dropped by the Forest Dragon? The hidden boss on the 5th floor? The Forest Dragon has been killed? When did this happen? Why is there no news at all? Which guild got the first kill? So awesome. Is this the equipment dropped by the hidden boss? The stats are amazing, so cool. The price is also amazing, 1 million, I'm gonna get rich. Who is the expert behind this? Or which guild? The auctioneer's name is Bai Xiao, has anyone heard of him? I don't think there's such a person. Could it be a recently rising genius? As the situation gradually escalated, more and more people participated in the online discussions. The name Bai Xiao was mentioned and remembered by more and more people. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, the person involved, was completely unaware. After a satisfying meal, Bai Yu left the cafeteria and went straight home. It was still early when he got home. Bai Yu lay on the sofa and searched online for news about the Stormheart for a while, then continued searching for information about the 29th floor of the Tower of Gods. During this time, Bai Yu had been keeping an eye on the latest developments on the 29th floor. Although he hadn't reached that floor himself, he could still find relevant information online. After all, the top players from various countries in the world were all trying to defeat the boss on this floor, attracting worldwide attention. Bai Yu's sister was one of them, so he had to stay concerned. From the online news, it could be seen that players from other countries had already started attempting to defeat the boss, but without exception, they all ended in failure with varying degrees of casualties. The Dragon Kingdom was still silent, probably still preparing. Moreover, from the recent messages sent by his sister, Bai Yu could somewhat sense that the situation might not be as tense as he had imagined. This was the perfect time for him to focus on climbing the tower. To reach the 29th floor as quickly as possible. Ding! A new message appeared on his phone. Looking at the sender, a smile appeared on Bai Yu's lips as he opened the message. Xiao Yu, sister misses you so much, do you miss sister? Yes. Bai Yu murmured softly, the words slipping out of his mouth. He wanted her to come back immediately, but Bai Yu knew that it was impossible. Sis, take good care of yourself, don't be reckless if you encounter danger, remember that I'm waiting for you at home. Bai Yu quickly edited the message and sent it, soon receiving a reply. Got it, be a good boy and wait for me at home. You also take good care of yourself, eat more meat every day, see how skinny you've become. By the way, is there enough money in your account? If not, I'll transfer some to you. No need, I can earn money on my own now. Really? It seems like my little brother has really grown up. But, Xiao Yu, don't overwork yourself too much. Although I'm happy to see you working hard, you also need to relax and rest properly, otherwise, I'll worry about you. I know. Be good. ... The siblings chatted for more than 10 minutes. Bai Yu put down his phone, a smile lingering on his lips throughout. Thinking back to the content of their text conversation just now, Bai Yu couldn't help but laugh. How surprised would his sister be if she knew about the changes happening to him right now? Jiang Xinyan, dressed in training clothes, sat alone on a bench in the aisle. Her long legs, which had nowhere to rest, were casually crossed together. With her shoulder-length golden hair and eyes flickering, she looked at the last message on her phone and a gentle smile appeared on her beautiful face. When she noticed someone approaching, Jiang Xinyan turned off the phone screen and the smile on her face faded as if it had never appeared. Xinyan, want to go out together? The person who came was a tall young man. At this moment, he had changed out of his training clothes and was dressed casually. With the bright smile on his face, he looked very sunny and handsome. No, I still have to train, Jiang Xinyan said lightly. Hee, training all the time won't do. You need to relax properly too, the young man said, shaking his head. Before the other person could say anything else, Jiang Xinyan got up and walked towards the training room, leaving the young man slightly embarrassed standing in place. It wasn't until Jiang Xinyan's figure disappeared at the end of the aisle that the young man scratched his head and slowly came back to his senses. Did he just see it wrong? He clearly saw Jiang Xinyan smiling. He thought he could take advantage of her good mood and invite her for a walk to improve their relationship, but... Got rejected, huh? The goddess isn't that easy to pursue, a teasing voice came from behind. The young man spread his hands and smiled bitterly, I don't have a chance. Hee, whether you have a chance or not, remember our main task right now. Everyone is watching, the young man nodded seriously. Understood. Tisk, that's a comrade with ideological consciousness. After the mission is successfully completed, you can boldly pursue her. Time quietly passed, and the night quickly passed. Early in the morning, Baiyu woke up. With the gradual improvement of his physical condition, Baiyu could clearly feel the changes in all aspects of his body and the benefits these changes brought him. Take sleeping, for example, his sleep quality had become extremely good now. Even staying up late had no effect on him, and he woke up refreshed in the morning. Today was the weekend, so he didn't need to go to school. After a simple wash, Baiyu finished breakfast downstairs and returned to his room, ready to log into the interdimensional space. With a thought, a dazzling golden light immediately flashed on the back of his left hand, illuminating the entire room. After a few seconds, the golden light gradually dissipated, revealing the two extremely eye-catching SS symbols that were emitting golden light. That's right, after Baiyu's bloodline upgrade, his rating had also been raised to double S level. A level that would shock anyone who saw it. It was not difficult to imagine what level his rating would reach after his bloodline upgraded again. SS Plus? Or SSS? Shaking his head lightly, Baiyu didn't think too much about it. After entering the interdimensional space, he was about to check the trading situation. Suddenly, he noticed that someone had sent him a private message, and there were quite a few messages. Baiyu opened and read them, quickly understanding what had happened. It turned out that the artifact he had obtained, the Death Shield, Forest Dragon, had attracted the attention of many people. The private messages were mostly useless information, either asking about his true identity, inviting him to join a team, or asking him to lower the price, all sorts of tricks. Some even directly sent him some explosive photos and invited him to meet offline. What a bunch of ridiculous players. Baiyu looked at those photos speechlessly. Just as he was about to delete all the private messages, a private message from an ID called Hell Knight caught his attention. Brother, you're awesome. You got the first kill of the Forest Dragon. I want the equipment, but can we meet? Don't worry, I'm not a bad person either. I just want to see what kind of person can kill the Forest Dragon, and maybe make a friend. You probably don't know this, but I was the one who bought your first 2 pieces of equipment. If you don't believe me, I can show you the screenshots. After reading the message, Baiyu looked at the 2 screenshots and confirmed that they were indeed the equipment he had previously auctioned. He didn't expect that the same person would buy his previous equipment and now even prepare to bid on a 1 million worth artifact. This person's wealth is truly impressive. After thinking for a moment, Baiyu agreed to meet the person. After all, it would be good to sell the equipment in person. Although the Forest Dragon's artifact attracted a lot of attention, there were hardly any people willing to spend 1 million on it, as seen from the private messages asking Baiyu to lower the price. Now that he encountered a real tycoon who also bought his previous 2 pieces of equipment, it wouldn't hurt to meet. Besides, Baiyu wasn't worried about being robbed or scammed. With his current strength, he should be the one to worry about. After sending a message agreeing to meet, Baiyu closed the private message channel and went to the teleportation array in the inner world. Friend, what floor are you on now? We need 1 more person in our team, want to join? There were many other players near the teleportation array. One of the men invited Baiyu to join their team, and the other teammates also looked at Baiyu. Baiyu shook his head and refused. Temporary team-ups like this were common, but he couldn't team up with others in his current situation unless he mastered shapeshifting. Baiyu walked straight into the teleportation array and disappeared as a streak of light. Inner world, 5th floor of the Tower of the Gods. After teleporting in, Baiyu transformed into a black-scaled python and started a race against time to level up by killing monsters. As for the other material for Bloodline upgrade, the Heart of the Storm, there were currently no clues, and Baiyu didn't plan to waste too much time on it for now. He decided to focus on leveling up first. After all, besides the materials, he was only at level 24, still far from the level 30 requirement for Bloodline upgrade. Let's focus on leveling up for now, we can deal with the materials later. Baiyu also posted a reward question on the forum. Anyone who provided useful information would receive a reward of 100 yuan. He believed that among the vast number of players, there must be someone who knew relevant clues. Experience plus 352, experience plus 254, energy plus 52, energy plus 37, level up, LV 25, attribute points gained, 50. Baiyu continued to madly kill monsters, almost crushing them. When he reached level 25, he was almost at the entrance to the next floor's tower gate. The tower's boss on this floor was a dark cat demon, whose level and strength were inferior to the forest dragon. Baiyu successfully cleared the floor in just over 10 minutes, but unfortunately, nothing good dropped. Slightly disappointed, Baiyu entered the 6th floor and started a new round of monster hunting. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, time flew by quickly. Baiyu was immersed in killing monsters, unable to extricate himself, and his experience skyrocketed. For hours, 5 hours, Baiyu continued to kill monsters while moving towards the tower gate on this floor. He planned to clear 2 floors of the Tower of the Gods in one go today. When there was only half an hour left, Baiyu finally arrived at the entrance of the tower gate, and his level increased again to LV 26. He was only a few thousand experience points away from leveling up again. He estimated that after killing the boss guarding the tower gate, he would be able to level up smoothly. The boss of the 6th level is a winged demon woman, level LV 35. Although Baiyu's level seems to be 9 levels lower than the boss, this level difference is not a problem for him at all. With Baiyu's current attributes and strength, killing monsters of higher levels is a piece of cake. As long as the level difference is not too extreme, there shouldn't be any problems. As for those monsters of the same level, they are completely crushed, not even a match. So, when those monsters lower than his level can no longer provide experience and energy points, Baiyu doesn't even bother to look at them, considering it a waste of time. In order to pursue more experience and level up faster, Baiyu can only continuously hunt down monsters of higher levels. This method, which seems like suicide leveling to others, is easily accomplished by Baiyu. Ha! Another lost monster? In front of the tower, the winged demon woman noticed Baiyu in the distance, squinting her eyes. After seeing Baiyu's appearance clearly, a hint of seriousness appeared in her sharp gaze. Although she often encounters humans and monsters here, the feeling Baiyu gives her is completely different from all the other monsters she has encountered before. With its huge size, dark scales, and a faintly terrifying aura all over its body, just being stared at by those snake-like eyes makes one's hair stand on end. It's as if Baiyu is the boss, and she is just an ordinary wild monster. This feeling annoys the winged demon woman. However, as Baiyu slowly approaches, the warning in the winged demon woman's heart becomes stronger and stronger, a suffocating pressure overwhelms her. The winged demon woman feels her breath hitch, and immediately makes a ruthless decision to strike first. Swoosh! Her figure moves, and the strong wind lifts her body into the air. Her half-beast-like hands cross in front of her, then her wings flutter, shooting out countless green wind blades. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The wind blades tear through the air, continuously attacking Baiyu like a torrential rain. Infinite barrier. Baiyu's mind moves slightly, continuing to move forward, his snake-like eyes staring directly at the winged demon woman in the air, completely ignoring the incoming wind blades. A good opportunity. The winged demon woman's heart fills with joy when she sees this. Thinking that this unevolved giant python doesn't even know how to dodge and wants to take her attack head-on? However, in the next moment, the expression on the winged demon woman's face freezes. She sees that all of her wind blade attacks, which she thought were sure to hit, are blocked by an invisible barrier, causing intense booming sounds and creating ripples of energy, but they are unable to break through its defense. Damn it! The winged demon woman realizes that she underestimated her opponent, grits her silver teeth, and is about to use a killer move, but her entire body suddenly freezes in midair. She feels as if her heart is being held by an invisible giant hand, her breath pauses for a moment. Then, the surrounding scenery suddenly changes, turning into a void gray space. The winged demon woman looks on in shock, as the deep-seated fear in her heart spreads uncontrollably and begins to grow madly. Endless demonic whispers echo in her ears, and the winged demon woman feels her consciousness become extremely chaotic, experiencing extreme pain and discomfort throughout her body. She desperately tries to find a way out but can't seem to leave this haunted place. Suddenly, the winged demon woman's body stiffens, her neck turns stiffly, and with a pale face, she looks towards the void where the giant python phantom appeared, not knowing when. Their eyes meet. The winged demon woman feels her mental consciousness suffer a devastating blow, blood spurts from her mouth, and she is sent flying as if struck by lightning. Outside, Bayu's gray-white eyes are fixed on the winged demon woman. In just a second, she spews out a mouthful of blood, heavily injured, and falls from the sky. Bayu took advantage of the situation and delivered a powerful blow, sending the winged demoness flying. A burst of blood mist filled the air, and the winged demoness crashed heavily into the tower, resulting in a game over. Experience plus 62,582, energy plus 6,544, level up, LV27, attribute points gained, 50 points. Listening to the prompts in his mind and feeling the warm flow coursing through his body, Bayu felt refreshed. After allocating the 50 attribute points he gained from leveling up, Bayu proceeded to the next level, the 7th floor of the Tower of the Gods. Finding a relatively safe area on this floor, Bayu exited the inner world. Interdimensional space. With a flickering beam of light, Bayu appeared inside the teleportation array. Patting his empty stomach, Bayu couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Although he spent nearly the maximum of 6 hours in the inner world every day, his body was in perfect condition, except for feeling hungry. There was no choice, physical activity consumed a lot of energy. It's time to eat again. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Bayu opened the private message channel, ignoring the numerous spam messages, and went straight to find the ID of the Hell Knight. The other party indeed replied to the message, inviting him to meet tonight. After thinking for a moment, Bayu replied to the private message, asking for the specific time and location. The other party quickly responded, "How about 8 o'clock tonight? In Hall 3 of the interdimensional space." No problem. After replying, Bayu exited the interdimensional space. With some time left before the meeting in the evening, Bayu went out to have a hearty meal, then returned to his room to continue surfing the internet. He searched for various information, such as the evolution material Stormheart, the latest news about the 29th floor of the Tower of the Gods, and the rankings of the players. Besides these, Bayu also discovered that he had become somewhat famous online. The reason was naturally because of the forest dragon equipment. Along with his nickname by Shio in the interdimensional space, he also gained some popularity, and judging from the situation, it wouldn't die down in the short term. The time quickly came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Bayu entered the interdimensional space on time and arrived at the agreed-upon Hall 3. In addition to the central hall and teleportation array, the interdimensional space also had many other functional halls, such as the training hall and the duel hall. However, because Bayu was solely focused on quickly leveling up and reaching the 29th floor of the Tower of the Gods, he had hardly any time to visit these functional halls. Beep beep. Arriving at the entrance of Hall 3, Bayu knocked on the door, and soon footsteps could be heard from inside. Then the door opened, revealing a young man in his early 20s with a crew cut and casual attire standing in front of Bayu. Bai Shio? The young man with the crew cut looked at Bayu in surprise. It seemed that he hadn't expected the other party to be so young. He appeared to be no more than a high school student. Bayu nodded and said, "Yes, you're the Hell Knight?" "That's right, come in quickly." Confirming Bayu's identity, the young man with the crew cut suddenly became enthusiastic and immediately invited Bayu into the room, his curious eyes constantly sizing up Bayu. Finally, unable to hold back, he exclaimed, "I never expected you to be so young. I wonder what those people outside would think when they find out that the first to kill the forest dragon, the famous Bai Shio, is actually so young." I'm curious about how you defeated the forest dragon. Don't think too much about it. It's not that I don't believe you, I'm just purely curious. Baiyu was not surprised by his words. It could be said that not only the young man with the crew cut was curious, but many people online were also very curious. It was a pity that there was no battle replay video for them to learn from. It was just luck, Baiyu said calmly. The young man with the airplane head was taken aback by the words. He didn't expect the young man in front of him, who looked like a high school student, to be so calm. There was no trace of pride or self-satisfaction after killing the forest dragon. Even if it were him, with such an impressive experience, he would have boasted about it in front of his friends. However, it was precisely because of Baiyu's behavior that the young man with the airplane head couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Is that so? That's impressive. At least we can't even see the forest dragon. The young man with the airplane head laughed and chatted with Baiyu for a long time, saying that they were destined to meet each other and the 2 pieces of equipment he had taken from him were proof. In the end, they exchanged numbers and agreed to meet offline next time, happily ending their meeting. The young man with the airplane head also made plans to team up with Baiyu in the future and left gracefully. From beginning to end, they didn't discuss the transaction. However, when Baiyu left the other dimension space and returned to his room, he received a text message with a notification of the payment. Looking at the extra 100W in his account, Baiyu's mouth twitched. With the remaining 20W from before, he wouldn't have to worry about food and medicine baths for a long time. At the same time, this transaction quickly caught the attention of others and sparked a lot of discussion online, as expected. The headline "Wealthy spends a fortune to buy divine equipment" appeared on various major online forums, overshadowing Baiyu for a while. Baiyu was happy to see this. After all, he didn't have any desire to become famous. Being low-key was the way to go. On the weekend, besides practicing and going out to eat in the inner world, Baiyu stayed at home most of the time. At the same time, he successfully reached the 9th floor of the Tower of the Gods and his level increased to LV29. He climbed 4 floors of the tower in 2 days. His level increased by 5 levels. This astonishing speed was unprecedented, to say the least. Moreover, Baiyu's presence also caught the attention of the other players on these floors. Rumors about the black scale python slowly spread among some of the players between the 5th and 9th floors. Many players claimed to have seen the aftermath of the black scale python's battles, which were extremely brutal and chaotic. Some even claimed to have witnessed the battle with the black scale python from a distance. In short, if you encounter the black scale python boss, don't hesitate, just turn around and run for your life. Baiyu didn't know about this, or rather, he didn't care. As long as those players didn't interfere with him, it was fine. Early in the morning, after taking a medicinal bath, Baiyu took a shower and put on a clean white coat before leaving. He went straight to his seat in the classroom. Many people in the class were secretly or openly looking at Baiyu. After all, he had the appearance that even the class flower couldn't resist. Baiyu's appearance was definitely certified. Now that Baiyu's physique was gradually improving, both his figure and temperament had reached a new level, so it was not surprising that others couldn't help but take a few more glances. If it weren't for the embarrassment, many girls would probably want to ask Baiyu for skincare secrets. Just look at his delicate and fair skin, it was irresistible to touch. Be reserved. Tisk, what's so great about being handsome and having a good temperament? It's useless if you don't have talent. Right, Xiango? Seeing many girls in the class almost drooling over Baiyu, a skinny monkey-like boy suppressed the sourness in his heart and disdainfully smirked at the boy next to him. But when he saw the boy with the tin foil perm looking at him expressionlessly, he suddenly became nervous and wondered if he had said something wrong. If you can't speak, then shut up. Another crewcut boy slapped the brim of the skinny monkey boy's hat without hesitation. Being handsome and having a good temperament? What makes Xiangu better than Baiyu? Even their talents are far superior to him. The teenager with the tin foil on his hair heard this and his expression improved. Ever since he was rejected by the class beauty in front of everyone, he held a grudge against Baiyu and had been preparing to teach him a lesson. Now, anyone who praises Baiyu in front of him is going against him. But that kid Bayu is as slippery as a worm, never giving him a chance to teach him a lesson. If it weren't for not wanting to attract attention, the teenager with the tin foil on his hair would have wanted to confront him after school. There will be opportunities. The teenager with the tin foil on his hair thought to himself, not believing that Bayu could keep hiding forever. At the back of the classroom, Bayu stood with his hands in his hoodie pockets, looking out the window, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding gazes. Soon, everyone was present. Before entering the alternate dimension space, the teacher announced something important. I have something important to tell everyone. Our classmates Lin Xia and Yun Fan are preparing to officially challenge the first level boss today. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, there was an uproar below. They were going to challenge the first level boss already? It had only been a week since they entered the inner world. Many people were still struggling in the beginner's village, and now someone was already preparing to challenge the boss and move on to the next level? Is this what they call genius? Everyone was discussing it, their gazes focused on the two main characters at the center of the discussion. The teenager with the tin foil on his hair cursed silently. It felt terrible to watch others steal the limelight, as if he had eaten shit. Tang Hao also looked at the two in front with envy. Only Bayu remained calm and composed. His true thoughts were, are they preparing to challenge the first level boss? Not bad. And that was it. I wanted to tell everyone this to motivate you all. There are 3 weeks left until the school-wide assessment. Everyone must make good use of their time to improve themselves and strive for good results, so as not to have any regrets. Of course, safety comes first. Don't risk your lives just to level up quickly. It was the same old speech, and finally, the teacher waved his hand, leading everyone to log into the alternate dimension space together. Wait, Bayu. Alternate dimension space. Just as Bayu logged in, he heard Tang Hao's voice beside him. He turned around and saw Tang Hao looking at him with a hesitant expression, and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just wanted to ask if you've arrived at Wind City. Everyone else is forming teams to level up. When can the three of us, the three musketeers, team up?" Tang Hao hooked his arm around Bayu's shoulder and smiled. "Soon, we'll have a chance to team up in the future." Bayu thought for a moment and said, adding in his mind, "But not now." He had to reach the 29th level and prevent that thing from happening. "All right." Tang Hao nodded, as if suddenly remembering something. He said, "By the way, I reached level 7 last weekend, how about you? How are you doing?" "Not bad." "Hey, I don't seem to know your level yet, right?" "That's right." "Let me see, there's nothing to be embarrassed about between us." "What's there to see? Besides, there are so many people around. By the way, don't forget about dinner tonight." "I know." As they talked, they arrived at the teleportation array. Chu Mo, who was also one of the three musketeers and seemed completely sleep-deprived, silently followed beside them. Until Bayu's figure disappeared into the teleportation array, Tang Hao's smile slowly faded, revealing a foolish expression. "As expected," he muttered under his breath. Tang Hao felt that his guess was correct. He could tell from his earlier hints that Bayu didn't want to reveal his true situation. Whether it's rank or rating. Why is it like this? Isn't it obvious? It's because things haven't been going well in the inner world, and it's embarrassing to admit it. Just wait and see, once my strength improves, I'll take you flying. Tang Hao thought secretly. Immediately, he turned into a streak of light and entered the inner world. Chu Mo yawned, rubbed his tired eyes, and followed along to teleport inside. The 9th floor of the inner world. Sand filled the sky, and as far as the eye could see, it was desolate. The sun hung mercilessly in the sky, scorching the earth, and the air seemed to carry a burning sensation. Bayu, transformed into a black-scaled python, moved his massive body hundreds of meters long, leaving a long trail in the sand. The main environment of this floor was a desert. It was also the most difficult floor among the first 10. As long as one passed this level and reached the 10th floor, they could enjoy a lot of time to rest. According to Bayu's past experience and the summaries of those who had logged in online, the Tower of the Gods had a major turning point every 10 floors. For example, the 10th floor, 20th floor, and 30th floor all had human empires, inhabited by a large number of indigenous humans, resembling a complete world. In the layers in between, monsters were abundant, the environment was harsh, and it was rare to see the figures of indigenous humans. Bayu's goal was to quickly climb the tower. With his current level, he was roughly on par with the tower guardian boss of this floor, and other monsters in the vicinity would almost always choose to detour when they encountered him. Except for a few self-proclaimed elite monsters, after being continuously turned into nourishment for Bayu's leveling up, this floor seemed to have become quieter. About 2 hours later, Bayu arrived at the entrance of this floor. The surroundings were unusually quiet, and in the distance, there was only one black tower standing between the wind and sand, connecting heaven and earth. The boss's figure couldn't be seen at all. If it were someone else, they might be confused or relieved that they could escape in this situation. However, as someone who had been there before, Bayu knew that the boss of this floor was hiding beneath the yellow sand in front of the entrance. In his spiritual perception, he could capture the still life. Reaction. You want to ambush me, huh? He sneered in his heart. Bayu used his spiritual perception to lock onto the boss's location underground, then opened his mouth, and the red energy within him immediately gathered. Charging up energy breath. As the red energy continued to gather and compress, the surrounding air became unstable. The boss hiding underground sensed something and immediately took action. However, Bayu didn't give it a chance to dodge at all, and the charged energy breath was directly sprayed out. Boom! The terrifying red energy beam pierced through the yellow sand, along with the boss underground. Faintly, a fierce cry rang out from underground, and the ground began to shake violently. Bayu immediately retreated, but after a moment, he didn't see the boss emerge from underground. Instead, in his perception, the boss's life reaction became weaker and weaker. Slowly, strands of blood seeped out from underground. Until the red dot in his perception completely disappeared, Bayu was still somewhat stunned. He knew that his strength was very strong, but it was still impossible for him to kill the boss in one hit. So, there was only one explanation: his attack had hit the vital point of the boss underground. Thus, it caused the effect of a one-hit kill. The boss hiding underground probably didn't expect that after years of ambushing others, it would end up like this. Experience points plus 63,882, energy points plus 6,758, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Bayu couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. He didn't expect this situation to occur. Then, he arrived at the entrance and disappeared as a streak of light. He entered the 10th floor of the Tower of the Gods. As a white light flashed around him, Bayu found himself standing on a grassland, with a fresh scent filling the air. The sky was blue, with white clouds stretching as far as the eye could see. In the distance, he could see towering mountains and clear rivers, a stark contrast to the harsh environment of the previous level filled with yellow sand. This stark contrast was a characteristic of the Tower of God. It felt like one second he was in a yellow sand purgatory, and the next second he was in heaven on earth. The 10th level. Bayu murmured to himself, his snake-like eyes flickering slightly. Only 19 more levels to go. While others were still leveling up on the first level, Bayu had already reached the 10th level. This speed was nothing short of astonishing. However, Bayu wanted to go even faster. If it weren't for the time limit he had to spend in the inner world every day, he would have stayed inside all day, leveling up and climbing the tower. But that was not realistic. Trying to recall the situation from his past life, Bayu remembered the specific time when Jiang Xinyan and the others defeated the boss on the 29th level. He felt like an important piece of information flashed through his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. Think harder, there must be something I missed. Various scenes from his past life flashed through his mind like a carousel. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck Bayu's mind, and he became excited. He remembered. On the day of the school assessment in his past life, Jiang Xinyan didn't come to see him, she only sent him a message. At that time, Bayu didn't pay much attention to it, but now he realized something was off. What was the exact content of that message? It seemed like she had something important to deal with and couldn't make it. That's right, everything matched up. The day of Bayu's assessment should have been the time when Jiang Xinyan and the others defeated the boss. Which means, there's still about 3 weeks until my sister and the others take action. With a specific time frame in mind, Bayu became more confident. However, the next moment, he frowned. That's not right. In his past life, he received the news of Jiang Xinyan's death at a different time. Of course, it could be related to Jiang Xinyan's identity and the special nature of her organization, and her death might have been deliberately suppressed by certain people. But one thing was certain, Jiang Xinyan wouldn't be in danger for at least the next 3 weeks. As long as Bayu seized the time and reached the 29th level within this deadline, everything would be fine. With this in mind, Bayu was filled with determination. What else was there to say? Just charge ahead. The reason why the 10th level was a turning point for the first 10 levels was not only because the monsters' levels increased and the danger escalated from the 11th level onwards, but also because there was a significant difference in the presence of the human empire and the indigenous population compared to the previous levels, where there were hardly any indigenous humans. The existence of the human empire meant that the players had a safe zone. Moreover, they could interact with numerous NPCs within the empire, receive various quests, learn higher-level skills of different professions, or engage in other scientific and cultural experiences. Of course, none of this mattered to Bayu. The reasons for that need not be explained. It could be said that before Bayu gained the ability to transform, he shouldn't even think about contacting the human empire unless he wanted to experience the treatment of a monster boss. Keeping away from the area where the human empire was located, Bayu headed towards the entrance of the tower on this level based on his memories from his past life. Although he couldn't enjoy the conveniences and benefits of this level, let's not forget that Bayu also enjoyed the advantages brought by his current body. It was even more unique. Furthermore, Bayu didn't have time to linger on this level for long. Seize the time to rush the tower, that is his first goal. Time flies by quickly. When Bayu came out of the inner world, it was already afternoon. Very good, now I've reached the 12th floor, only 17 more to go. Thinking about how he had just rushed through 2 floors of the tower in succession, Bayu nodded secretly. According to his current speed of rushing 2 floors a day, he would definitely make it in time. At the same time, his level has also increased to level 30. All his attributes and skills have been upgraded again. Returning to the classroom, Bayu first went to the cafeteria to have a meal. After satisfying his hunger, he thought about the dinner in the evening and didn't go home directly as usual. Instead, he wandered around the campus. He picked up his phone and sent a message to his older sister, but she didn't reply, which didn't surprise Bayu. He figured that Jiang Xinyan was either preparing for the assault or training at the moment. After carefully strolling around the campus, memories from his previous life emerged in his mind. Finally, Bayu sat down on a bench by the lake, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the rare comfort under the sunlight. A gentle breeze blew, causing ripples on the lake and lifting the black hair on the young man's forehead. Many passing students cast their gazes towards the handsome young man who was resting with closed eyes by the lake. The girls whispered to each other, but they didn't disturb him. When the sun was about to set, Bayu returned to the classroom. I heard that Lin Xia and Yun Fan have already killed the first floor tower boss and smoothly entered the second floor? They're really amazing. Didn't they team up with other teachers? It's not just the 2 of them. That's not right. Who doesn't team up to fight bosses? It's not strange to form a group. Yeah, is it so hard to admit that others are geniuses? Ah, they were already ahead of us by a lot, and now it's even more exaggerated. I wonder how much their ratings will improve by the time of the assessment. Will they become A rank? As soon as the last sentence was spoken, the surroundings noticeably quieted down, followed by a collective gasp. A rank. That was a rank that only existed in everyone's imagination. To put it this way, anyone rated as A rank was definitely a genius among geniuses. They would be the focus of national attention. 2 B rank students in the class were already stimulating enough for them, so they didn't need any promotions to A rank. As soon as Bayu entered the classroom, he heard the discussions of the others. It seemed that the two little geniuses in the class had successfully cleared the first floor, which was good. Sitting down at his seat, Bayu picked up his phone and searched for something, no longer paying attention to the voices around him. Schwa schwa. Not long after, there were a few faint sounds in the classroom. People were gradually exiting the alternate dimension space. When they saw Lin Xia and Yun Fan's figures, the class erupted in excitement. They're out, they're out. Everyone immediately crowded around, chattering and excitedly asking questions. In the end, it was the teacher who came forward to resolve the situation for Lin Xia and Yun Fan. These two were his precious treasures now, and he cherished them. All right, if you have any questions, ask them later. Lin Xia and Yun Fan just finished the boss battle, they need to rest. Everyone, please understand. After saying that, the teacher left the classroom with the two of them, apparently planning to give them some special instructions. The rest of the students in the classroom continued to discuss. Bayu put away his phone and looked at Tang Hao, who was looking at him with envy almost dripping from his face. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, aren't we having a dinner gathering?" Then he greeted Chu Mo with a nod, and the three of them left the classroom together. Night fell. A roadside barbecue stall. Bayu and the other two entered the shop and found a place to sit. The owner brought the menu, wiped the table and poured water enthusiastically, and greeted them. Xiao Mo brought your friends here. Order whatever you want, and I'll also give you some drinks. Shu Mo's face rarely showed a smile when he heard the words, looking quite shy. Tang Hao stared wide-eyed, and even Bayu couldn't help but take a glance. Is this still the Chu Mo they knew, with a poker face and few words? Bayu and Tang Hao exchanged a knowing look, seeing a hint of clues in each other's eyes. After the boss lady finished taking their order and left, Tang Hao immediately started interrogating, deliberately lowering his voice with a hint of excitement. Quick, tell us what's going on. Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and face strict consequences. The three musketeers gathered tonight mainly to celebrate Chu Mo's birthday. They didn't expect to discover such an explosive and thrilling situation before dinner. Older and younger, the boss lady and a high school student, TSK, just thinking about it gets the blood boiling. They had to get to the bottom of this, right? Tang Hao did just that. However, Chu Mo resumed his poker face and remained motionless, despite Tang Hao's skillful questioning. He didn't utter a word. Tang Hao finally gave up, shaking his head in disappointment. Bayu's eyes also showed a hint of disappointment, followed by a moment of confusion. What was he expecting just now? Why did he feel disappointed? It seemed that spending too much time with Tang Hao had made his thoughts and ideas become more erratic. He wasn't like this before. Oh well, forget about it. Soon, the skewers were served. Tang Hao found the drinks unsatisfying and ordered a whole bottle of beer, sharing it with Bayu. Then they happily started eating the skewers. Cheers! Happy birthday, Chu Mo! The three of them raised their glasses and drank. As the absolute protagonist of the day, Chu Mo naturally received special attention. However, what surprised Bayu was that Tang Hao even turned the gun on him, pulling him along to drink continuously. He occasionally asked him various questions. Bayu, what's your rating? Show me. After 3 rounds of drinks, Tang Hao, with a flushed face, clung to Bayu's arm and acted spoiled. Many people around them looked over. Bayu. He understood why Tang Hao was pouring him drinks. He probably wanted to get him drunk and make him spill the truth. However, this guy got drunk first. Thinking about how curious Tang Hao was about his rating, to the point of wanting to get him drunk, Bayu couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. But the problem was, he really couldn't reveal his rating, at least not yet. After all, an SS rating, which was shocking and extraordinary, would cause a sensation if exposed. The resulting impact would be no less than dropping an atomic bomb into the deep sea. Bayu definitely didn't want to get involved in wave after wave of turmoil. As for telling Tang Hao privately, that was clearly not possible either. It wasn't that Bayu didn't trust Tang Hao, but secrets, once known by a second person, would quickly cease to be secrets. the risk of leakage would greatly increase, regardless of the reason. Just like now, with Tang Hao being drunk like this, who knows what he might blurt out next. Helplessly, Baiyu glanced at Tang Hao and gently pushed his hand away, placing it on the table to let him calm down. Then he continued eating skewers with Chu Mo. After Tang Hao's antics, even Chu Mo seemed slightly curious about Baiyu's rating, but he didn't ask. Everyone has their own privacy and secrets. In the middle of the meal, Chu Mo received a phone call and left for a few minutes. When he came back, he seemed somewhat distracted. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Baiyu asked. "Nothing." Chu Mo shook his head, but as soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Baiyu followed his gaze and noticed a figure wearing a black hoodie walking towards them, finally sitting down next to them. The person wore a hood that completely covered their face, making it impossible to see what they looked like. However, since he appeared, Chu Mo has been acting strange. Let's end it here today. Baiyu, please take Tang Hao home. I have something to do. A few minutes later, Chu Mo hastily finished the gathering, stood up to settle the bill, but was stopped by Baiyu. He didn't insist and just smiled apologetically, indicating that he had something to attend to and couldn't accompany Tang Hao home. He quickly left, leaving Baiyu's gaze flickering. The corner of his eye caught a glimpse of the black figure, who also stood up and went outside at that moment. In the moment they brushed past each other, Baiyu caught a glimpse of the face hidden under the hood and the smirk on his lips. Soon, the figure of the man in black disappeared into the night. In the dim alley, it was quiet and deserted. Faintly, the sound of dripping sewage could be heard. The man in black walked into the alley with his hands in his pockets, kicking a soda can on the ground, startling a stray cat in the darkness. At the end of the alley, the man in black saw a figure ahead and a smile appeared on his lips. Before he could speak, the other person spoke first. "Please don't bother me anymore." If Baiyu and Tang Hao were here, they would definitely recognize that the person speaking was Chu Mo. Upon hearing this, the man in black's smile grew wider, like a wicked wolf searching for prey. He looked at Chu Mo with a mocking tone. "Being a hero comes at a price, kid." "Bothering? You need to understand one thing. If it weren't for my mercy, your friends, and that landlady would have been lying in the hospital by now." After listening, Chu Mo clenched his fist and looked angrily at the man in black. But in the next instant, a gust of wind came from in front of him. The man in black instantly appeared behind Chu Mo, grabbing his neck and forcefully pressing him against the wall. Bang! In the dull collision, Chu Mo's head made intimate contact with the wall, instantly feeling a sharp pain and dizziness in his brain. The voice of the man in black sounded faintly. "It's your honor that I take an interest in you. You don't have the right to refuse. If you hesitate again, I'll knock you out and take you away. But you should be very clear about the consequences, he. With that, the man in black let go, turned around, and disappeared into the alley. Chu Mo reached out to hold his head and shook it forcefully, breathing heavily. He looked at the disappearing figure of the man in black, clenched his fist tightly, and a strong sense of resentment and powerlessness appeared on his face. At the entrance of the alley, the man in black suddenly stopped, his gaze somewhat astonished as he looked at the young man who appeared at the entrance, then sneered. "Are you the friend of that little brat from earlier? TSK, your friendship runs deep. Didn't your teacher teach you not to come to secluded and deserted alleys at night? You'll encounter danger, you know." Baiyu looked calmly at the man in black and asked, "Are you bothering Chu Mo?" Without waiting for the other person to answer, he continued, "It's better not to, otherwise he will be very troubled." The man in black raised an eyebrow, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes, and laughed. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black turned into a black shadow and rushed out, his fist the size of a sandbag roaring towards Baiyu's face without mercy. However, bang! Baiyu raised his right hand, gripping the man in black's fist, and a wave of energy surged around him. The man in black's pupils contracted as he looked in astonishment at Baiyu, who had blocked his fist. Then, the surprised expression on his face turned into excitement. "Ha, not bad, kid." The fist struck with force, and the man in black tried to break free from Bayu's control, only to find that the latter's strength was even greater than he had imagined, and he couldn't break free. What is this? This is outrageous. This brat. The man in black felt a sense of unease, but his gaze froze when he met Bayu's eerie gray-white eyes. A void space. Chaos and darkness surrounded him. The man in black looked around in shock, then quickly realized that he must have fallen into the little brat's mental illusion. Just then, a large number of snakes emerged from the void, making a creepy sound, and crazily attacked the man in black, eventually swallowing him completely. Ah! Outside, the man in black let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground, motionless. Bayu stood there in astonishment. Is it over? Is it really over? You fell before I even exerted my full strength. JPG. Bayu looked at his palm, then at the unconscious man in black on the ground, his eyes flickering with a faint light. To be honest, this was his first time fighting in the real world. Although the process lasted only a short 10 seconds, it felt pretty good. This feeling was completely different from battling as a giant python in the inner world. Bayu? A voice suddenly came from the alley. Bayu looked up and saw Chu Mo walking out from inside. Seeing the man in black lying at his feet, Chu Mo was first stunned, then widened his eyes, unable to hide his shocked expression. I felt something was off in the store earlier, so I followed you to take a look. Bayu shrugged casually. As for Chumo's reaction, well, it was expected. Chumo heard this and looked at the man in black on the ground, then at Bayu, then back at the man in black, and finally looked at Bayu again. After repeating this several times, he had to accept the fact and looked at Bayu with an expression of disbelief. His best friend had been hiding so deeply. He usually kept a low profile, but who would have thought he was this strong? Chumo knew better than anyone how dangerous the man in black was. However, the person he considered extremely dangerous was now lying at Bayu's feet like a dead pig. This. Let's go. Tang Hao is still lying in the barbecue restaurant. Let's take him back and talk again? Seeing Chumo still in a daze, Bayu couldn't help but smile and reminded him. Bayu didn't mind if Chumo discovered everything, nor did he intend to hide it. Since he appeared here, he wasn't worried about being discovered. As long as his situation in the inner world wasn't exposed, it wouldn't have any impact. Chumo slowly came back to his senses, looking at Bayu with a hesitant expression, and finally nodded. By the way, what should we do with this guy? Before leaving, Bayu kicked the man in black on the ground and casually asked. Let's just leave him here. All right. The two of them chatted as they walked out of the alley. After returning to the barbecue restaurant, they carried the unconscious Tang Hao and left together. After safely sending Tang Hao home, Bayu and Chumo moved on to their next destination. Hunjiang Bridge. Bayu and Chumo leaned on the railing, each holding a can of cold cola, watching the surging river below, with vehicles passing by behind them. Chumo calmly recounted the events between him and the man in black. Bayu listened quietly and, after Chumo finished speaking, had a general understanding in his heart. The situation wasn't complicated. It all started when Chumo helped the boss's wife at the barbecue restaurant drive away a group of troublemakers. As a result, the next day, the man in black came looking for trouble. When the black-clad man was helping those hooligans, he unexpectedly noticed Chumo's talent and wanted to take him away and join an organization. Chumo naturally did not agree, and the result was obvious. Faced with the black-clad man who was much stronger than him, Chumo had almost no room to resist. Just as the final day of the decision was approaching, the black-clad man came to his door again, and then, things evolved into what they are now. Bayu suddenly appeared, and the black-clad man was directly defeated, leaving Chumo shocked and confused. Clank. The two lightly clinked their glasses and took a sip. So, after that guy wakes up, he should still come after you? With a cold drink in his throat, Bayu lightly shook the can of cola in his hand and spoke. Chumo remained silent for a few seconds and nodded. Then he couldn't help but glance at Bayu, his expression somewhat strange, and said, Actually, I think there's a greater chance he'll come after you. Why did the black-clad man want to forcibly take Chumo away? Wasn't it because he saw his abilities and was pleased? Now Bayu's displayed strength is undoubtedly even stronger and more attractive. Anyone would know how to choose their target. Me? Bayu thought carefully and seemed to realize that there was indeed a possibility. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said, I don't mind, or rather, I welcome it any time. After the battle just now, Bayu suddenly realized that he had very little experience in fighting in the real world. Just relying on adapting to changes in his body and daily life always felt like something was missing. Now he finally found the reason, which was a lack of real combat with real knives and guns. Now he can take the opportunity to have more real battles. If that black-clad man really comes to his door, it would also be a good practice target. And the organization behind the black-clad man, who knows what kind of talents are in there? Sorry, I've caused trouble for you. Although Bayu's tone sounded relaxed, Chu Mo still felt a wave of self-blame in his heart, thinking that he had involved Bayu in danger. Don't say that. Bayu waved his hand indifferently and said, maybe I should thank you instead. Chu Mo? Thank you for finding me such a suitable sparring partner. Chu Mo. Alright, don't just talk about me, be careful yourself too. Maybe that guy has set his sights on you, that would be troublesome. And that boss lady, TSK, I didn't expect it, you actually played the hero to save the beauty. Hey, what were you thinking? I think that boss lady was still with a little girl. Bayu's tone was teasing, and the more he spoke, the more outrageous it became. If it weren't for being unable to beat him, Chu Mo would have wanted to smash the can of ice-cold cola in his face. With an expressionless face, Chu Mo turned his head and looked at the river while drinking the cold cola, pretending to be calm. However, his tightly stretched face couldn't help but blush. Fortunately, it wasn't so noticeable in the dark. After finishing the cola, they continued to enjoy the cold wind and returned home separately. Until lying in bed, Bayu couldn't help but recall the battle that happened in the alley at night, savoring the feelings involved. But because the time was too short, there wasn't much to reminisce about. I hope next time it can last longer. Bayu murmured, feeling a hint of anticipation in his heart. Then he took out his phone and opened the forum as usual. As soon as he saw it, Bayu suddenly became spirited and sat up from the bed. Because someone had replied to his bounty answer. Heart of the Storm? I think I heard about it from an NPC on the 20th floor. It's said to be a strong enemy who came out of the storm. It should be a hidden mission boss. The Heart of the Storm that the OP is looking for should be produced there, but I don't know how high the drop rate is. Is my answer helpful? Can I claim the bounty now? Smirking.jpg. The 20th floor? Bayu was taken aback. He didn't expect the material he was looking for to be on the 20th floor. He is currently on the 12th floor of the Tower of God, 8 floors away from where the Stormheart might be. For others, this might be a big problem. But for Bayu, it's not a problem at all, and it's even exactly what he wants. What is his goal? Isn't it to rush up the tower at full speed? 8 floors, 2 floors a day, that's only 4 days. Just rush it. He continued to ask on the forum about the specific content and location of the hidden mission. There's no other way. After all, Bayu is not a human in the inner world, so he has no way of contacting NPCs. He can only seek help offline. After getting the answer, Bayu logged out of the forum and continued to search online for the latest information about the 29th floor. As for the 100 yuan reward for the QA, of course, Bayu would settle the bill only after confirming it? What if it goes to waste? Don't treat 100 yuan as nothing. The next day, dawn broke through the darkness, and the first ray of light appeared on the horizon. The room's bathroom was filled with steam. Bayu closed his eyes and lay in the bathtub filled with potion. As the soaking time increased, the potion became increasingly diluted, a sign that the effects were being fully absorbed. After soaking for about half an hour, Bayu stood up from the bathtub. His fair skin was smooth and delicate like that of a newborn baby. His muscles were well proportioned, with flowing lines. Coupled with his slightly messy black hair, handsome and charming facial features, and deep eyes, he looked like a handsome guy in a post-bath picture. It seems like the effects of the potion are getting weaker. Standing under the showerhead, Baiyu muttered to himself. He felt that the absorption ability of his body was becoming stronger. The dosage of the potion that was originally prepared for a month was now gradually losing its effectiveness and couldn't keep up with the pace of his body's improvement. Looks like I have to make another trip. After rinsing off the potion, Baiyu wrapped himself in a bathrobe and went to the bedroom. After changing clothes, he tidied up and left. He casually had a few bamboo shoot meat buns and a cup of unlimited refills of soy milk for breakfast by the roadside. When it was time to pay, Baiyu ignored the surprised gazes of the people around him and leisurely headed to school. When he arrived in the classroom, most of the students were already there. Baiyu went straight to the back row and sat down, closing his eyes to rest. After about 10 minutes, everyone had arrived, and the teacher led them to log into the alternate dimension space together. Another day of training in the inner world began. In a secluded and deserted alley, a man in black lay on the ground. After a while, the man's fingers moved slightly, and he slowly woke up. Hiss. As soon as his consciousness cleared, the man in black felt a sharp pain in his brain, much worse than a hangover, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. That damn brat. Recalling the battle last night, a fierce cold light flashed in the man in black's eyes. He couldn't believe that he had capsized in a ditch and fell into the hands of a high school student. Fortunately, he wasn't seen by those guys, otherwise. Thinking of the ridicule and mockery from those despicable guys in the organization, the man in black couldn't help but shudder. He wanted to immediately regain his reputation and beat up that brat from last night. Enduring the waves of mental pain in his mind, the man in black stood up from the ground, dusted himself off, but suddenly froze. Swish! The man in black suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. When he saw the figure that appeared on the wall, his eyes narrowed dangerously. How many times have I told you, don't appear behind me casually, otherwise, if you get hurt, don't blame me. Hee hee. The response to the man in black was a playful laugh. I saw a girl with twin ponytails and a little red hat squatting on the wall, with a lollipop in her mouth, curiously examining the man in black with her big eyes. The man in black's face immediately showed a touch of displeasure, but he suppressed his anger and did not explode. It's really miserable, I really want to see whose masterpiece it is. The girl blinked her eyes innocently, her tone naive but with a hint of mockery. No need to be curious, I will soon catch that little devil. The man in black said calmly. Is that so? Then I'll wait and see. The girl with twin ponytails stood up, her bright eyes looking down at the man in black, and her petite body suddenly emitted a dangerous aura that was completely opposite to before, saying lightly, remember our mission this time. I hope next time we meet, I won't see you in such a miserable state again. Otherwise, as a fellow member, I would feel very embarrassed. After speaking, the girl made a sound of hee-hee, lightly jumped off the wall, and disappeared. Leaving the man in black standing in place, clenching his fists, his face changing from blue to purple, constantly changing. Damn, that little brat. He was actually taught a lesson by a little girl? After being overshadowed by a little devil. Without even thinking, he knew that after he went back this time, those guys in the organization would mock him to no end. Thinking of this, the man in black's hatred for Baiyu deepened. Inside world, Tower of God, 12th floor. Baiyu rushed straight to the tower's boss on this floor. After leaving the 10th floor, Baiyu entered the experience floor of this stage again. No need to worry about encountering indigenous humans or invaders, as long as it's not a floor with a human empire like the 1st and 10th floors, Baiyu can freely level up by killing monsters. Of course, if he encounters a large number of invading teams, Baiyu will still intentionally avoid them to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, there have been some rumors about him online, attracting the attention of many invaders. For now, it's better to keep a low profile. When Baiyu approached the tower gate, he could already see a scene of battle happening ahead. A team of about 20 invaders was group fighting the tower's boss. Baiyu wasn't in a hurry and quietly hid in the back. He had experienced this situation countless times, and basically rarely had the chance to clear the stage for free. However, this time, the strength and coordination displayed by those invaders made Baiyu's eyes light up. He could clearly feel that their strength and quality were not comparable to the low-level invaders on the first 10 floors. After about half an hour, amidst the boss's wailing, the team of invaders achieved victory. Baiyu also smiled. So this is what it feels like to clear a stage for free? Just as those invaders were organizing the battle situation and preparing to enter the next floor, a woman wearing a purple mage robe, while bending down to pick up materials from the ground, inadvertently glanced back and froze in place, maintaining a graceful curve while bending down. However, at this moment, that graceful curve was trembling uncontrollably. Breathing stopped for a moment, and the heart beat violently. The woman in the purple robe looked pale as she stared at the pair of chilling eyes in the jungle behind her, and her body began to tremble violently. A strong sense of danger instantly spread throughout her body. "Everyone, run!" The woman in the purple robe shouted, her voice immediately alarming her surrounding teammates, who all looked towards her. But I saw the woman holding a staff, stumbling towards the entrance of the tower, with an anxious expression, urging, "Hurry, or it will be too late." Everyone immediately reacted, exchanged glances, and rushed towards the tower gate, disappearing one by one in this layer. Soon, there was no sign of any more arrivals near the tower gate. In the forest behind, Baiyu coiled on the ground, his snake-like eyes silently watching this scene, thinking to himself, "They've been discovered, huh?" Quite perceptive. Suddenly, he thought, should he wait a while before teleporting? Otherwise, would it be awkward if they met on the next level? Tower of the Gods, 13th floor. As streaks of light passed by, the group of arrivals were teleported here. After confirming their safety, the woman in purple robes finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest where waves surged. What happened? What exactly happened just now? At this moment, the other teammates couldn't help but ask. The woman in purple robes took a breath and told everyone about what she had witnessed. When everyone heard that there was a monster lurking in the forest behind them, even more dangerous than the Tower Guardian boss, everyone's hair stood on end, shivering in fear. Thinking back to the woman in purple robe's reaction just now, it was not hard to imagine that the hidden monster was definitely a heavyweight. Moreover, they had just experienced a boss battle, so the consequences would be unimaginable if they were suddenly ambushed. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel fortunate to have escaped a disaster. Their understanding of the danger of the inner world and the cunningness of the monsters had once again increased by a level. It was just unknown what kind of expression these arrivals would have and what kind of interesting scene it would be if Baiyu suddenly teleported in at this moment. Of course, that scene couldn't be seen for now. When Baiyu paused for a moment and teleported in, all the arrivals had already left. Baiyu didn't waste any time and continued on his monster grinding journey. The level of the monsters on this floor had once again increased, and Baiyu was able to gain a lot of experience, killing his way through. Listening to the constant sound of gaining experience in his mind, Baiyu became even more decisive, showing no mercy. He had become an emotionless experience reaper. As time passed, when Baiyu arrived at the entrance of the 13th floor, his level had increased by 2 consecutive levels, reaching level 32. The Tower Guardian boss was a dragon lizard, level 40. The boss's movements were very agile, and it had an extremely flexible and thick tongue, which made it quite troublesome. Its level was 8 levels higher than Baiyu's. Fortunately, Baiyu's 4-dimensional attributes were abnormal, completely ignoring the level difference. Although the dragon lizard was difficult to attack due to its agility, its defense skill, Infinite Barrier, was extremely effective. Relying on its powerful defense, Baiyu repeatedly blocked the dragon lizard's attacks and charges, and finally, seizing the opportunity, he used the illusory snake pupil to take it down in one wave. Experience plus 112,253, energy plus 18,320, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Baiyu was delighted to see that this boss actually gave over 100,000 experience points and nearly 20,000 energy points. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Baiyu leveled up again. There's still some time left before the time limit for the inner world, let's continue. Baiyu seized the time, rushing into the next floor, continuing to harvest experience. Dimensional space. When Baiyu exited the inner world, his level had already increased to level 33. 2 floors of the tower in one day, plus a 3-level increase. This speed was undeniably abnormal and would definitely cause a sensation if it were to be known. Baiyu also knows this and keeps it a secret. He didn't even tell his two dead friends. Back in the classroom, it was still early, and most people were still in the inner world or the school training room. Bai went to the cafeteria first to have a meal, then left the school and went to an old Chinese medicine shop. He was ready to upgrade the prescription for his medicinal bath. In the shop, there was an old doctor with white hair and advanced age. When Bai arrived, there were not many people. "You're here." The old Chinese doctor clearly remembered Bai, or rather, he had some impression of some of the patients in the shop. "You're here, please trouble the old gentleman to prepare some medicine for me again." After sitting down, Bai extended his right hand for the doctor to take his pulse, and then extended his other hand as instructed by the old man. While taking his pulse, the old Chinese doctor made a sound of surprise. After carefully examining Bai's physical condition, the eyes behind the old reading glasses showed a look of astonishment, looking at Bai with surprise. It seemed that he didn't understand how his body could have undergone such a drastic change in just over a week. It should be noted that Bai's previous physical condition was quite bad. Although there had been some changes, it would take a long time and the use of medicinal baths to gradually improve. However, the current situation completely exceeded the old man's expectations. It could be said that in decades of practicing medicine, he had never encountered such a situation. But relying on years of experience, the old Chinese doctor quickly calmed down. Although he was still amazed, this situation was ultimately a good phenomenon, at least for now. After a moment of contemplation, the old man slowly spoke, "Your current physical condition has already recovered very well, and your physical fitness is even better than that of most adults. But I found that your body seems to still be in a stage of continuing to absorb nutrients. I suppose you came to me this time because you felt that the previous medicine was no longer enough." Seeing Bai nod, the old man continued, "I will prepare some stronger medicine for you according to your condition. This prescription will last for a week. If you feel any discomfort during the process, you can come to the shop to find me." The old Chinese doctor wrote the prescription with great skill and handed it to the nurse who had just entered. After the medicinal ingredients were picked and packaged, Bai paid the bill and left the pharmacy. When he returned home, the first thing Bai did was to soak in the medicinal bath. He knew his own physical condition best, and before, he would only soak every other day. Now, the absorption of his body exceeded his imagination, and the medicine was not enough. So he decided to soak every day, or even twice a day, as long as his body could handle it. After all, he didn't lack that bit of money. The medicinal water quickly boiled and was poured into the bathtub. When the temperature was appropriate, Bai quickly took off his clothes and lay naked in the tub, his whole body enveloped tightly by the turbid medicinal water. A slightly stimulating smell filled the air, and soon, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Every inch of his skin, every cell in his body seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing the medicinal effects in the water. After about 10 minutes, Bai's face was already covered in sweat, drenched in sweat, and his skin was rosy. His whole body absorbed the medicinal effects in the water like a sponge. It was hot and swollen. After another 10 minutes or so, the temperature of the water gradually decreased. Bai slowly opened his closed eyes, feeling as if he had just experienced a vigorous battle, and his whole body felt unusually clear and comfortable. "Whew." He took a long breath, got up from the bathtub, rinsed off the medicinal water from his body, and felt a sense of relief throughout his body. He was very satisfied with the effect of this medicinal bath. Wearing a black zip-up jacket and a mask, Bai glanced at the time. It was not yet 7 o'clock in the evening, still early. He opened the door and went outside to start his night run. On the streets, the street lights were just turning on, and pedestrians were bustling about. Bai chose a relatively secluded route. As the sky grew darker, there were fewer and fewer people around. Towards the end, there were almost no people in sight. While running, Bai carefully felt the changes in his body. First of all, his mental state had improved. Although the natural suppression from the dimensional barrier prevented him from sensing the life reactions of other beings like in the inner world, he could still keenly observe every movement around him. His visual acuity had become sharper, and his range of vision had greatly increased. Secondly, his speed and strength. As Bai ran, he threw punches ahead of him, and the speed of his punches was quite fast. If he threw punches at his current fastest speed, he could do about 12 punches in a second. Moreover, each punch had explosive power, and under the impact of his fist, faint ripples formed in the air and spread outwards. These were the changes that occurred in Bayu's body after his bloodline mutated. Of course, there was also the rapid improvement of the four-dimensional attributes in the inner world. The combination of these two factors had an extraordinary effect. It must be noted that, except for Bayu, it was almost impossible to find another person who had undergone such significant changes in such a short period of time in the real world. The reason was simple. Firstly, the bloodline mutation almost excluded everyone else. Secondly, there was Bayu's abnormal speed of four-dimensional attribute improvement in the inner world. Normally, when a player leveled up, they could only gain 5 attribute points, while Bayu gained 50 points. A difference of 10 times. Even without considering the bloodline mutation, Bayu's speed of four-dimensional attribute improvement was 10 times that of other players. This was why Bayu was in such a unique and special situation. Those who entered the inner world at the same time as him, or even earlier, were still striving to break through 100 in their four-dimensional attributes, while Bayu was already able to experience the great benefits brought by these attributes in the real world. Oh, and there was also the most important point, stamina. From Bayu's night run, it could be seen that he had been running for over an hour, yet his breathing was still even, his heartbeat steady, and his face not flushed nor panting. He even felt like he could run for a few more hours. This performance could be considered as having good stamina. He ran a full lap around the mountain road, and it was around 9 o'clock at night when Bayu returned home. Indeed, practice brings true knowledge. This practical training method allowed him to better feel and adapt to the changes in his body. In the past, apart from training in the inner world, Bayu rarely engaged in related training in the real world. However, after the previous battle, Bayu realized that he was not very clear about his own strength. That's why tonight's scene happened, to experience and grasp the changes in his body through exercise. Moreover, Bayu planned to maintain this habit. However, why did he feel a bit disappointed? Thinking of that man in black, Bayu couldn't help but sigh. The other party didn't come looking for him, and the opportunity for a real fight slipped away just like that. The next 2 days, Bayu reported to school during the day and transformed into a black-scaled python to climb the tower in the inner world. At night, he went for a run alone, constantly familiarizing himself with every change in his body, and specifically choosing secluded and deserted routes. At the same time, Bayu also followed the latest updates on the 29th floor of the Tower of the Gods online. Like this, the time came to the afternoon of the 3rd day. Bayu finished his tower climbing task for the day and returned to the classroom from the inner world, a hint of joy evident on his face. Through 3 days of effort, he had achieved his small goal of climbing the tower and successfully reached the 20th floor. Although the difficulty of rushing the tower has clearly increased, Bayu still crushes the tower bosses with his strong strength and abnormal physique. Tomorrow will be the day to test the results. The results seem to indicate the existence of the bloodline upgrade material Stormheart on this level. At the same time, Bayu is happy because he is now only 9 floors away from his goal, the 29th floor. There's still enough time at the current speed. As long as his memory doesn't deviate and the situation doesn't change, he might even be able to reach the 29th floor before Jiang Xinyan defeats the boss and advance ahead of her. Leaving the classroom and just arriving outside the corridor, Bayu bumped into the teacher who was about to enter the classroom. Bayu? Are you planning to go back again? The teacher asked Bayu. Bayu nodded in response. Seeing this, the teacher sighed, the smile on their face fading away, looking at Bayu with a puzzled expression. The assessment is only half a month away. Although training in the inner world is tough, you can't neglect the training in the real world either. The teacher naturally remembered this student who had never undergone any training at school. It could even be said that they were quite memorable, second only to the 2 genius students in the class. How could people not notice someone with such a conspicuous face who often skipped training? Patting Bayu's shoulder, the teacher said with a serious tone, "Remember, you have a sister at home, right? This assessment is important for both of you, and I believe you understand how crucial it is." It can be said to be a turning point that will change your lives. Even if not for yourself, for your sister, so that she doesn't have to work so hard in the future, you should work hard and strive for good results in the assessment, right? That way, your sister will definitely be happy and proud of you. Everyone is working hard for the upcoming assessment. After coming out of the inner world every day, they have to train at school for several hours. You shouldn't slack off, you know? Bayu listened quietly, a hint of contemplation appearing on his face. Seeing this expression, the teacher thought he had taken it to heart and felt relieved. They patted his shoulder again and said, "That's all the teacher has to say. Don't blame the teacher for being nosy. Well, you should know what to do next, right?" Smiling as they watched Bayu leave, the teacher nodded gently, feeling pleased that they had managed to persuade a lost sheep and praised him for being a well-behaved child. However, an hour later, the teacher decided to take back the words they had in mind earlier. Bayu still hadn't come for training. The conversation has two sides. After leaving the cafeteria, Bayu left the school. He was aware of the teacher's concern, but his situation was unique after all. He couldn't train in the training room like everyone else, practicing the skills he learned in the inner world over and over again. Because he didn't need to. Bayu had a training method that was more suitable for him. So, he could only apologize to the teacher in his heart and hope that they wouldn't mind too much. Of course, after the matter weighing on his mind is resolved, Bayu can consider spending some time at school. After returning home, Bayu took a comfortable medicinal bath and then went for his usual night run. After 3 days, he had gradually become accustomed to this exercise method. And through exercise, he could carefully feel the changes happening in his body every day. It was close to 8 o'clock in the evening. After 3 hours, Bayu didn't have a drop of sweat on his forehead, just a slight warmth in his body. "Look, that person next to us is so handsome. Long legs, good temperament, so cool and even better looking than those online celebrities." When I arrived at the roadside and waited for the red light, Bayu heard whispers from a few girls next to him, as well as frequent glances. Bayu remained calm and seemed to have not heard anything. He had experienced this kind of situation many times before. It had become a routine for him. Was it his fault for being handsome? As the countdown for the red light ended, Bayu quickly crossed the road. At that moment, a loud noise of tires screeching against the ground and the screams of pedestrians came from behind. Bayu turned around and saw a car out of control heading towards the sidewalk. In front of the car was a mother and child who were already terrified and couldn't escape in time. Just when everyone closed their eyes, thinking that a tragedy was about to happen, bang! A heavy collision sound rang out. Bayu appeared in front of the mother and child at the critical moment. He raised his right hand, and between his palm and the car, an invisible transparent shield formed, blocking the out-of-control car. Despite the intense impact, the front of the car was severely dented, but the transparent shield remained unaffected. 1 second, 2 seconds, everyone around slowly opened their eyes, and then they were shocked and dumbfounded by the scene before them. In the next moment, the whole street erupted. The mother, trembling, opened her eyes and was stunned when she saw the figure standing in front of her. It wasn't until Bayu turned around and looked at her that she snapped out of her daze and continuously bowed to Bayu, tears streaming down her excited eyes. "Quickly take your child away. Although you're not injured, you must have been scared," Bayu said softly, then looked at the driver's seat of the car to make sure the driver was only temporarily frightened and had no injuries before hastily leaving. There was no choice. If he didn't leave now, he probably wouldn't be able to leave at all. Looking at the excited crowd around him, it seemed like they were ready to surround him. "Wow, did you see that? That person is really handsome, so brave and amazing. He looks about the same age as us, but he can stop a car with just one hand. Isn't that too exaggerated? This shows that he must be very strong in the inner world. That's why he's so powerful in the real world. Yes, he's definitely a genius." The faces of those girls turned red as they passionately discussed. Looking at Bayu's figure, their enthusiastic gazes revealed a hint of regret. Why didn't they have the courage to approach him and ask for his contact information just now? On the other side, after Bayu left, he couldn't help but look at his own palm and recall the scene just now in his mind. It had to be said that the inner world had truly brought about earth-shattering changes to the human world, giving everyone the opportunity to become extraordinary. What made Baiyu even more delighted was that he could quickly manifest the influence of the inner world. You see, even in his previous life, when he reached the 39th level, he couldn't guarantee that he could achieve what he had done now. But now, he could easily do it without any effort. The corners of his mouth slightly curved upwards, and Baiyu felt that his mood at this moment was quite good. When he returned home in a good mood, Baiyu did a few more sets of exercises, took a shower, and then collapsed onto the bed, turned off the lights, and fell asleep. The night quickly passed. It was already the second weekend since Baiyu was reborn. There was still about half a month left until their assessment day. It was also the time for Jiang Xinyan to conquer the boss. Wait for me, sis. In the 20th floor of the Tower of the Gods, Baiyu looked up at the distant dark sky, his eyes filled with determination. After a moment, Baiyu withdrew his gaze, and his massive body covered in black scales gradually began to move, dragging its long tail, quickly moving towards the distant mountains. That's the location of his target for this trip. According to the online reward answer, the place where the heart of the storm is produced is a very rare mission instance. Only at specific times can one encounter the legendary strongman who emerged from the storm. Baiyu has already heard the general content of the mission, which is essentially a cliché story of an NPC's unrequited love for a human hero, who went mad from training and was ultimately abandoned by his human companions. Only that NPC still yearns for the return of that human hero, hoping that he can come back safely. And so, this mission came about. Unfortunately, Baiyu couldn't accept it. But what does it matter? It doesn't hinder Baiyu's actions at all. After all, the Heart of the Storm is not an exclusive mission reward, but a special material produced by that so-called human hero. So, whether he accepts the mission or not, he can just charge straight into the location of the mission instance. Of course, because of this, the chances of obtaining the Heart of the Storm can be said to be quite low. Hidden mission instances require specific timing to enter. Combined with the extremely low drop rate, the difficulty of both, just thinking about it makes one feel frustrated. About an hour later, Baiyu arrived at a place called the Lost Mountains. He looked around with his serpent-like eyes, and all he saw were endless peaks, stacked one after another, until the end of his line of sight. Without much thought, Baiyu plunged directly into the Lost Mountains, using his powerful mental sense to pay attention to everything around him. However, no matter how far Baiyu walked, all he saw were boundless mountains, as if he had entered an ocean formed by the mountains, and the whole world was reduced to just this range of mountains. Quiet. Lonely. It felt as if the whole world had abandoned him, leaving only himself. If someone's heart was slightly weaker, they would probably show signs of collapse. In this vast mountainous ocean, no matter which direction he moved in, he couldn't see an end, just a repetitive scene that seemed to be stuck in one place. Until finally losing his way, completely lost in the mountains. As time passed bit by bit, Baiyu frowned slightly and realized that this place was indeed not simple. Originally, Baiyu planned to go straight to the mission instance, but now it seemed that things were far from as simple as he had imagined. If he continued like this, he would definitely waste more time. So, Baiyu decided to change his mindset a little. Instead of heading straight for the target, he would now kill monsters while searching. The former meant selectively ignoring the monsters around him, while the latter allowed him to kill monsters and search at the same time. One word: perfect. As a result, in the originally quiet mountains, a great commotion soon erupted. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions spread, and the whole ground trembled. Birds flew in panic amidst the swirling dust. In the forest, Baiyu swung his tail like a giant snake, sweeping away dozens of giant goblins around him. Bang! Bang! Just then, two fireballs struck, hitting Baiyu's black scales and creating sparks. It didn't hurt or itch. Baiyu turned his head and stared at the flame goblin holding a staff, then suddenly opened his blood-filled mouth and lunged forward. Splat! Flesh and blood splattered. The flame goblin died instantly. Baiyu shook his head and spat out the corpse, then looked at the fleeing minotaur in the distance. Opening his mouth, a red energy immediately emitted a dazzling light in his mouth, exuding a terrifying aura. Finally, it condensed and compressed to the limit, turning into a surging energy beam that shot out. Boom! The mountains crumbled and the earth shook. Wherever the energy beam passed, everything was engulfed and turned into powder. The minotaurs that were enveloped didn't even have time to scream before they were annihilated and disappeared. Roar! Bayu looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, the sound echoing throughout the entire mountain range. Like the king of this mountain range, it intimidated all the surrounding monsters. Some of the other monsters in the mountains crawled on the ground, trembling. Some growled softly, ready to move. Some looked fearful and ran away in the distance. Bayu sensed the life reactions around him and, after a moment, selected the place where the most monsters were gathered and quickly moved there. And so, time quickly passed in battle. Bayu spent most of his day here. Although he didn't find the target of the mission, he harvested a large wave of experience and leveled up, reaching level 34. Host, Bayu, level, LV34, attributes, strength 690, speed 690, stamina 690, spirit 830, skills, illusory snake pupil LV9, steel bones LV10, passive, energy breath LV6, infinite barrier LV5, current bloodline level, second level bloodline, world serpent, bloodline upgrade conditions, level LV34/LV20, cure along vein 1/1, Stormheart 0-1. After looking at his current attribute panel, Bayu exited the virtual world, turning into a streak of light and disappearing, then reappearing inside the interdimensional space teleportation array. In the hall, Bayu ran into a familiar face. Hell Knight. The one who had bought all the equipment he dropped and spent $1 million to buy the forest dragon god armor. Thanks to this wealthy person, Bayu had achieved financial freedom, at least for now. Bai Xiao, you're here too, come on, let's go together. Ouyang Jie clearly noticed Bayu, with his familiar airplane hairstyle, smiling and waving at him. After their previous meeting, the two had exchanged contact information and had privately communicated a few times, getting to know each other to some extent. Bayu walked over, and Ouyang Jie cleared his throat, slightly exaggeratedly introducing his teammates. Ahem, let me introduce everyone, this is my new friend, the first to kill the forest dragon, the one who caused a heated discussion online a few days ago, Bai Xiao, it's him. Bayu's expression became slightly awkward after listening. Fortunately, there weren't many people around, so it didn't attract attention. However, the three people next to Ouyang Jie couldn't help but size up Bayu, their eyes filled with curiosity. Especially the two beautiful girls, when they saw Bayu's handsome face and well-proportioned figure, their eyes visibly brightened, unable to help but take a few more glances. After chatting with Ouyang Jie for a while, Bayu exited the interdimensional space and returned to the real world. Ouyang, your new friend seems like a lone wolf. After Bayu left, the young man with wine-red curly hair joked. Thinking about the scene where Bayu politely declined Ouyang Jie's invitation to team up, the curly-haired young man found it quite amusing. As far as he knew, many people were eager to join them but didn't have the chance, let alone become friends and deepen their relationship. But that boy named Bai Xiao seemed completely indifferent. Quite interesting. The other two girls showed a hint of regret on their faces. They were already quite curious about Bayu, and after seeing him in person just now, their curiosity grew even stronger. They wanted to see the true charm of this handsome guy with both looks and temperament. Unfortunately, they couldn't fulfill their wish. You don't understand. Everything has a gradual process. Moreover, other people are capable of being the first to kill the forest dragon, and they definitely have their own pride. Of course, they won't easily team up with others, especially someone like you whose strength is not impressive. What if you become a burden? Ouyang Jie sarcastically remarked. The curly-haired youth immediately became angry, and the two of them continued to bicker as they walked towards the teleportation array. The two girls next to them exchanged glances and stifled their laughter. The next day, Bayu landed in the inner world and once again fought in the Lost Mountains. The result was the same, as he did not find the target person, let alone the Stormheart item. However, Bayu did find a special canyon in the mountains. The number of monsters around the canyon was pitifully small, as if they were all afraid of something and dared not approach. This obviously problematic location naturally caught Baiyu's attention. Therefore, Baiyu spent almost the entire day wandering near the canyon, hunting monsters while paying attention to the situation inside the canyon. Unfortunately, nothing happened in the end. He could only return disappointed. Fortunately, there was still some gain, as his level increased by 2. The weekend passed in the blink of an eye. On the third day, Monday, Baiyu arrived at school. After entering the inner world together with everyone in the class, he once again transformed into a giant python hundreds of meters long and appeared in the Lost Mountains. After 2 days of mischief by Baiyu, the terrain of the mountains had undergone some changes. Looking from above, one could clearly see the areas that had been flattened. There were also numerous small and large pits and depressions. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the terrain here would be completely changed by Baiyu's antics. Coiled on top of the canyon, Baiyu's snake-like eyes stared unblinkingly below as he sensed everything around him with his spiritual power. After a moment, Baiyu slowly stretched his body, and his dark scales shimmered with a cold luster in the sunlight. He turned and moved towards the outside of the canyon, ready to continue grinding monsters. However, not long after, Baiyu sensed the presence of 2 or 3 life forms with even stronger reactions around him, gradually approaching him. Biting down on the monster in his mouth, Baiyu stopped in place, surrounded by the gradually decaying corpses of monsters. His snake-like eyes gleamed with a cold light as he stared ahead. Faintly, he could hear the low growls of the monsters. In Baiyu's perception, those 3 powerful life forms were getting closer and closer, and soon appeared in his line of sight. A black bear about 10 meters tall appeared in front of him, wearing heavy armor and sharp claws that flickered with a chilling light. In the other 2 directions, there was a red-skinned, 20 to 30 meter tall minotaur wielding a battle axe, as well as a winged flame orc. Dark Tyrant Bear, level, LV 45. Minotaur Warrior, level, LV 43. Flame Orc King, level, LV 45. 3 boss-level monsters gathered together, exuding a strong fighting intent, and appeared in front of Baiyu on their own initiative. Seeing this scene, Baiyu smiled. Although it wasn't the first time that monsters had actively sought him out, it was the first time he encountered a situation where multiple bosses teamed up to fight him. It was obvious that Baiyu's actions over the past few days had angered the monsters that ruled the Lost Mountains and occupied the territory. It could even be said that he posed a threat to them. Their simultaneous appearance clearly indicated that they wanted to join forces to eliminate Baiyu and prevent any future trouble. Therefore, it can be said that boss-level monsters still possess a certain level of intelligence. They know that fighting alone may not be enough to defeat Baiyu, so they team up with allies. Roar! The leading Dark Tyrant Bear roared loudly, its massive feet stomping on the ground, each step producing a thunderous sound. It charged towards Baiyu, sparks flying and lightning crackling along its path. The sharp claws shredded all the trees along the way, making a tearing sound in the air, and swung fiercely. Dark Evil King's Claw. The dark blades swung by the claws intertwined, and the space seemed to have cracks, slashing towards Baiyu. Infinite Barrier. Baiyu stood still, and an instant transparent barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the dark blades and creating ripples like water waves. Boom! 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 At the same time, fiery fireballs appeared in the sky, like meteors, crashing towards Baiyu's location, colliding with the barrier one after another. With continuous strong attacks, the ripples produced by the transparent barrier became larger and larger, and it seemed that it could reach its limit and shatter at any moment. Just then, the bull-headed giant warrior rushed to Baiyu's side with a fierce momentum, holding a battle axe high in his hands, the axe blade continuously gathering energy, and finally struck heavily from above. Bang! The transparent barrier instantly shattered. However, bang! Another collision sound rang out. That axe, containing endless sharpness, after shattering the first barrier, was blocked by the second barrier before it could reach Baiyu, unable to advance any further. In the bull-headed giant warrior's large copper bell-like eyes, a hint of human-like astonishment appeared. Baiyu looked calmly at all of this. This is the true strength of the infinite barrier. Not only is its defense strong, but after being shattered, it can instantly condense a second, third, fourth, and even more defense barriers. This is the true origin of the name Infinite Barrier. Unless it is an attack powerful enough to instantly shatter all the barriers, it is difficult to completely break through the defense and harm Baiyu. Buzz. While the bull-headed giant warrior was stunned, Baiyu opened his blood-filled mouth, and the dazzling red energy quickly condensed, turning into a beam of light and shooting out. Boom! The bull-headed giant warrior agilely dodged this almost point-blank output, but the flesh on his shoulder was instantly turned into blue smoke and dissipated, and he immediately let out a painful cry. The dark tyrant bear behind also jumped away alertly, and a nearly 10-meter deep trench appeared in the position where it was originally, with no end in sight. In the first round of battle, the three monster bosses were injured. This situation was obviously something they hadn't expected, so they immediately put away their contempt and fully focused on the battle. Especially the injured bull-headed giant warrior, not only did its combat power not weaken, but it became even more fierce and violent. Its eyes turned blood red, and the battle axe swung fiercely, as if it could take down a player with one blow, like a raging bull warrior. Facing three level 40+ monster bosses, two of which were already level 45, Baiyu still felt a little pressure. The three bosses did not fight individually, but had a certain level of cooperation. The bull-headed giant warrior and the dark tyrant bear were like warriors attracting hatred, and they also had clear division of labor. The former was responsible for slashing and resisting Baiyu, while the latter constantly searched for better opportunities while outputting damage. As for the Flame War King flying in the sky, it was responsible for full force output as a mage. They treated Baiyu as the boss to be defeated. Unfortunately, Baiyu was not a monster with low intelligence, and his strength was stronger. Although he had no advantage in terms of level, Baiyu had always relied on his own powerful strength and relentless efforts to fight higher level battles. How many bosses that fell in front of him had a lower level than him? So, even if these three bosses teamed up, as long as Baiyu focused on one and fought it to the death, then defeated them one by one. In this way, it seemed no different from previous boss battles. Bang! 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 The infinite barrier withstands the powerful attacks of the Minotaur giant, causing ripples. Baiyu fights and retreats, finally seizing the opportunity when the Minotaur giant's strength weakens, swiftly rushing out and entangling the massive body of the Minotaur giant. The Minotaur giant struggles fiercely, raising its battle axe, ready to strike Baiyu's black scales, but it is once again entangled and unable to swing its arm. Roar! As Baiyu exerts all his strength, the entanglement becomes tighter and tighter, and the Minotaur giant's struggles become smaller and smaller, almost completely submerged under Baiyu's body. The other two bosses are shocked and try to use their ultimate moves, but they are all blocked by the infinite barrier. Baiyu ignores the terrified expressions of the two bosses and slowly retreats while dragging the Minotaur giant. Just as he reaches the edge of the valley behind him, suddenly, a wave of air vibrations comes from within the valley. The two bosses who were chasing after him immediately stop in their tracks and look towards the valley with fearful expressions. Gradually, the trembling of the air becomes more intense, the sky darkens, and dark clouds gather. Could it be? Baiyu suddenly thinks of something, ignoring the terrified expressions of the two bosses, and looks at the bottom of the valley with joy on his face. There, a pitch-black figure appears, seemingly casually hanging its head, sitting on a rock, but emitting a powerful and terrifying aura. The figure slowly lifts its head, causing a violent gust of wind to swirl around it. Its eyes, shining with golden light, look towards Baiyu's direction through the raging wind. Immediately, the two monster bosses shudder uncontrollably, their bodies trembling, and they turn and flee as if their lives depend on it. Even the Minotaur giant, who was locked in place by Baiyu, lets out a roar like a dying bull, struggling frantically as if driven by instinct to escape this place. Crack! 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 There's no way Baiyu would let the Minotaur giant escape. He erupts with all his strength, locking the Minotaur giant in place, muscles all over his body breaking inch by inch, until finally, it becomes completely still, lifeless. Experience plus 198,220, energy plus 35,120, the sound of the system's prompt rings in his mind, but Baiyu pays no attention, his snake-like eyes fixedly staring at the eyes shining with golden light in the midst of the storm. Their gazes meet, and Baiyu feels the speed of his blood flow gradually increasing, his whole body trembling with excitement. That guy is very strong. Baiyu has a premonition that the figure in the storm is definitely the strongest among all the monsters he has encountered. Hero Storm Grands, level, LV59. When he sees the level above the opponent's head, Baiyu's snake-like eyes narrow, and his vertical pupils slightly contract. Although he can ignore a certain level difference, this level difference is too big, isn't it? LV59. He is only LV34 now. A difference of 25 levels. And it's such a big level difference compared to this kind of boss-level monster. The difference here is definitely more exaggerated than ordinary monsters. However, since he has come here and finally encountered this hidden boss, how could Baiyu give up? Moreover, the boiling blood in his body seems to be craving for this thrilling battle. So why wait? Let's fight. At the moment Baiyu bursts with fighting spirit, Storm Grands also moves. Its eerie and pitch-black body, vaguely revealing the outline of armor, rotates with a strong tornado, and as Grands rises and takes a step, the hurricane begins to move. Crack! Grands took off the war hammer on his back, and his sprinting speed became faster and faster. The swirling wind swept everything in its path. Breath of energy. Baiyu opened his mouth and condensed red energy that spewed out, leaving a deep trench in the valley. Grands flickered a few times and rushed towards the top of the valley. The war hammer in his hand emitted a massive black energy aura as he swung it down heavily. Boom! A violent sound echoed, and the mountaintop instantly crumbled. Baiyu swiftly moved towards the back while swinging his tail, sweeping towards the figure in the air above. Bang! The moment the tail touched the raging wind, Baiyu felt a strong resistance. After a brief pause, he broke through the wind's defense. However, Grands had already taken advantage of that short gap to avoid the attack. In the following battle, Baiyu confirmed his speculation that ordinary attacks had no effect on the Storm Grands. The swirling wind around him not only had strong defensive power but also had astonishing destructive power. If Baiyu's physical body was not at the same abnormal level and approached without permission, he would definitely be torn to pieces by the chilling aura contained in the raging wind. The previously invincible physical strength was ineffective, so Baiyu had to change his fighting style and engage in a real tough battle with the opponent. Boom! 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 The valley trembled continuously during their battle, emitting painful sounds. From a distance, one could see a strong black tornado and a hundreds of meters long black-scaled python constantly fighting. In the storm, a powerful figure with a completely black body and indistinguishable appearance held a warhammer, repeatedly attacking the defense barrier of the black-scaled python. Intense explosions echoed one after another, reverberating between the mountains. Almost every impact would shatter Baiyu's barrier. Fortunately, he could instantly condense another barrier to weaken the impact of the warhammer. Baiyu could also take advantage of the situation to counterattack. Ha! The battle had been deadlocked for over half an hour. Grands, with his eyes shimmering with golden light, narrowed them slightly and gradually sensed the difference in Baiyu. It seemed that this black-scaled python was different from all the other monsters he had killed before, apart from its powerful physical body and instinctive killing. Those monsters had almost no redeeming qualities. However, the performance of this black-scaled python in front of him greatly exceeded Grand's expectations. It seemed to have abundant combat experience, or more accurately, extremely high intelligence. It wouldn't be easily provoked like other monsters. Its every move and strategy in battle were filled with thoughts, just like a human. This discovery surprised Grands and strengthened his belief in killing it here. Even though he had lost control of the energy within him and committed irredeemable sins, causing him to be abandoned by humans, as a former hero, his instinct still drove him to hunt monsters and make sure that all the monsters threatening human existence died under his warhammer. With golden light shining in his eyes, Grands shouted loudly. Amidst his sprint, he rolled to avoid Baiyu's attacks, turning into a black shadow shockwave and rushing towards Baiyu. Boom 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 boom. The ground along the way continuously shattered like tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. Inside the intense tornado, sharper edges emerged, emitting a chilling light and a menacing aura. Baiyu immediately became alert, feeling the cutting intent coming from the black scales. His face became more serious. Infinite barrier. A series of defense barriers continuously overlapped in front of him. Under Gran's impact, they shattered one after another while constantly regenerating. Thunder God of War's hammer. Granz let out a low roar from his throat, and a dark shockwave formed around him, revealing flashes of black lightning and the faint silhouette of a huge warhammer. In the next instant, his speed suddenly increased, as if he disappeared from his original position and appeared directly in front of Baiyu. Boom! Under the impact of the Thunder Warhammer, dozens of the infinite barriers in front of Baiyu were shattered at once. Before the defense barrier could gather again, it crashed down on Baiyu. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and Baiyu's huge body flew backwards, leaving a trail of destruction as trees and rocks were shattered in his wake. Who? Gran slightly bowed, breathing heavily, looking at the flying black-scaled python. He took a deep breath, seized the opportunity, and once again turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Whoosh! Granz appeared above Baiyu, the silhouette of the Thunder Warhammer around him blending with the dark tornado, emitting a suffocating aura of power. In the next moment, with the force of an avalanche, Gran swung the Warhammer down. Enduring the pain in his body, Baiyu looked at the figure in the sky. His snake-like eyes instantly turned a strange gray-white color, and at the same time, he opened his blood-soaked mouth, rapidly gathering energy within his body. Energy breath, maximum charge. Boom! The red energy beam collided heavily with the silhouette of the Thunder Warhammer. In an instant, the world changed color. The violent storm and thunder generated by the energy raged between heaven and earth. Boom! Thunder and storm clashed, the powerful energy collided and compressed, finally erupting into a brilliant light that consumed everything around it. The shockwave formed by the energy spread in all directions, pulverizing the earth, mountains, and even the clouds in the sky, leaving destruction in its wake. The monsters that had fled far away from the beginning of the battle now turned back to look at the terrifying scene on the battlefield, trembling all over, fear evident in their eyes. After about 10 seconds, the dazzling white light gradually disappeared, revealing a battlefield in ruins. The mountains and valleys within a radius of thousands of kilometers had been leveled. Who? Baiyu exhaled a hot breath and looked solemnly at the figure in midair. This target, as he had expected, was quite formidable. Up until now, Baiyu had not found the key to victory. Whether in defense or attack, Granz, the Storm of Fury, was no less powerful than him, and even seemed to have the upper hand. If attacks as powerful as the one just now were to come a few more times, Baiyu might not be able to handle it. Ha! Just as Baiyu was feeling helpless, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately focused his attention and carefully observed. Although Gran's life force was still strong, it seemed to have weakened slightly compared to the beginning. This change was subtle, but it did exist. If Baiyu didn't have a strong mental perception, it would have been difficult to notice. Discovering this change, Baiyu's heart suddenly stirred, his snake-like eyes becoming brighter, as if he had found the winning point of this battle. That is the dragging tactic. Yes, Baiyu planned to drag his opponent to death. Although Gran's physical strength was equally abnormal, Baiyu had more confidence in his own body. Direct confrontation might not yield good results, but in terms of endurance, Baiyu was more than capable. With his decision made, Baiyu faced Gran's attack once again, gradually shifting from direct confrontation to evasive maneuvers, while constantly monitoring his opponent's life force. However, the results were not very good. After about 10 minutes, Baiyu changed his battle strategy once again, becoming more aggressive and strengthening the head-on collisions with Granz. The results prove that indeed, this intense method can more quickly deplete the opponent's vitality. Seeing the hope of victory, Baiyu was full of enthusiasm, facing Gran's fierce attacks again and again. Despite his strong physique, he gradually felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, Gran's depletion was more apparent. The huge shadow of the Thunder Warhammer condensed on his body had gradually weakened. In this way, the battle between the two sides reached a stalemate. Time kept passing, 1 hour, 2 hours. After intense confrontation, Baiyu would take a moment to recover his strength, while Granz was completely in a state of intense depletion. The gap between the two became more and more apparent. Very good. Baiyu's mood was slightly stirred. In his perception, Gran's life response was getting weaker and weaker. If this continued, the battle would probably end in less than half an hour. However, not knowing if he sensed that his state was nearing its end, Gran suddenly burst out with a powerful momentum. The weakened storm instantly surged and rushed towards the sky. Roar! Grans roared, and the oppressive force formed by the energy rapidly spread in all directions. Visible black patterns appeared in the air, constantly trembling and compressing, with flashes of black lightning arcs. This guy? Baiyu was surprised to see this, feeling the violent aura filling the air, his eyes constantly changing. Then he clenched his teeth, and a fierce look appeared in his serpent-like eyes. Baiyu had already guessed what the opponent intended to do. Burn all of his remaining life at once, erupt in the strongest state, and kill Baiyu. Since that's the case, bring it on. The blood in his body flowed wildly, and Baiyu felt his beast blood boiling, hot and scorching. Faced with the continuous and powerful oppression, Baiyu didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, but rather felt extremely excited and trembling. Battle! Battle! In the midst of the intense storm of the cold blade, Gran suddenly lowered his head. His pitch-black body emitted a terrifying aura, resembling an ancient fierce beast, with dazzling golden eyes staring straight at Baiyu. He raised his palm, and the surging black energy instantly condensed into a warhammer, with storms and thunder entwined around it. The thunderstorms between heaven and earth seemed to be led by that warhammer, continuously gathering energy. Although it appeared to be a warhammer that was not even as tall as a person, the energy it contained made people feel intense unease and trepidation. You! Grans reached out and grabbed the warhammer, suddenly uttering a word. This was the first time he had spoken since the beginning of the battle. Too dangerous. That's why you must die. As his words fell, Grans tightly swung the warhammer, and the whirlwind around him instantly shattered, continuously merging into the warhammer. In the next instant, Gran's figure trembled and disappeared. Baiyu's serpent-like eyes suddenly contracted, as he failed to capture Gran's moving figure. However, his instincts as a second-level bloodline beast instantly made him sense a strong danger. Without hesitation, a defensive barrier immediately formed in front of him. Infinite barrier. As soon as the barrier appeared, it was shattered by a violent black energy. The second and third defensive barriers were also broken before they could fully form. Boom! The black warhammer, containing thunder and storms, heavily struck Baiyu's body. His sturdy and massive black scales instantly caved in, and blood surged. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood, but Baiyu endured the pain and gathered energy in his breath, directly spraying it towards Grans at close range. Grans had no intention of dodging. The black energy enveloping his body resisted the red energy breath. He clenched his teeth, enduring the limits of his physical body, gripping his warhammer tightly, gathering all the energy in his body, and unleashing it in this final strike. Die! Boom! Baiyu's massive body, hundreds of meters tall, suffered a powerful and intense impact, tumbling and flying like a kite with a broken string. A large amount of blood splattered in the air, turning into droplets of blood that fell, filling the air with a faint mist of blood. After flying hundreds or even thousands of kilometers, he finally fell to the ground with a boom, barely alive. The gray-white snake pupils emitting a strange aura slowly returned to normal, lying motionless on the ground. On the other side, Grans, who had unleashed the final blow, remained in the position of swinging his hammer, standing still. The tornadoes around him had completely dissipated, his black body reached the point of collapse, gradually disappearing into strands of black mist. He silently watched the direction in which Baiyu fell, the golden light in his eyes dimming until, in the end, it completely faded. His consciousness gradually blurred. Baiyu felt like he was about to die. Although he had used the illusory snake pupil to interfere at the critical moment of Grant's final attack, he still couldn't completely interrupt the opponent's move. After that, Baiyu felt his whole body about to break apart, intense pain engulfing his entire body, weakening him to the extreme. With half-closed snake pupils, Baiyu struggled to open his eyes. Before his consciousness completely faded, he forced himself to look at Grans in the distance. When he noticed that the red dot symbolizing life, which had been shrinking, had become a tiny dot that could be ignored, Baiyu could no longer continue to support himself and fell into complete unconsciousness. Experience plus 582,456, energy plus 112,000, level up, LV 35, attribute points gained, 50, level up, LV 36, attribute points gained, 50. Obtained material. Stormheart, bloodline upgrade condition met. Do you want to upgrade? Bloodline upgrade requires consuming 100,000 energy points. Do you want to upgrade? In his mind, the sound of system prompts rang out, but at this moment, Bayu could no longer hear them. Surrounding him was endless darkness. Bayu lay on the cold ground, slowly opening his eyes, weakly staring at the darkness around him. He didn't know how much time had passed, nor did he know where he was at the moment. He wanted to move his body, but felt as if something was pressing down on him, incredibly heavy and difficult to move. The burning sensation coming from within his body made Bayu extremely uncomfortable, as if he were being roasted on a furnace, with the moisture and blood in his body evaporating continuously. After a while, that burning sensation turned into a tearing sensation, as if thousands of snakes were constantly biting and devouring his flesh. Under the torment of these two types of pain, Bayu's consciousness gradually became heavy. He struggled to stay awake, but found it exceptionally difficult, only able to grit his teeth and persevere. He knew that he absolutely couldn't lose consciousness, otherwise, he might not be able to wake up again. In the midst of this torment, time passed bit by bit. It could have been a few hours, a few days, or even a few minutes. After each time Bayu was on the verge of losing consciousness, but managed to grit his teeth and endure, finally, he felt the pain in his body slowly fading away, replaced by a tingling sensation. Then, Bayu felt as if he were flying, although he couldn't see anything in the darkness. That strange feeling of being free from gravity made him feel exceptionally real. The outside world. When Bayu opened his eyes and saw the surrounding environment clearly, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized everything before was just a dream. That kind of real yet unreal dark space, the intense pain that tortured him to the point of wanting to die, and that strange feeling of flying at the end? So, it turns out that all of this was just a dream? That's right, the heart of the storm. Bayu suddenly remembered something and immediately looked forward. Then, in his snake-like eyes, a hint of confusion and astonishment appeared. Because Bayu discovered that as he looked forward, his body was getting taller and taller, surpassing the height he was familiar with before. His field of vision became wider and he kept ascending. What is this? Bayu looked back in confusion, and when he did, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His mouth opened, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. In his field of vision, he saw an enormous body coiled on the mountains, winding endlessly. Looking from above, it resembled a black river spanning the mountains. Bayu looked at this scene in shock, feeling a bit absent-minded. It was huge. It was really too big. It was long. It was really too long. The body that was originally 400 to 500 meters long now looked terrifying. And now, Bayu's body had become even bigger and longer, estimated to be around 4,000 to 5,000 meters. Could it be? Bayu, who had regained his senses, immediately opened the system panel. When he saw his current attributes, he was instantly shocked. Host, Bayu, level, LV36, attributes, strength 1090, speed 1090, stamina 1090, spirit 1230, skills, illusory snake pupil LV8, steel bones LV10, passive, energy breath LV6, infinite barrier LV5, flesh regeneration LV1, azure dragon's descent LV1, current bloodline level, 3rd level bloodline, world serpent, bloodline upgrade conditions, level LV36/LV50, 10,000 year essence 0/1, blood of Kroya 0/1, void darkness 0/1, 3rd level bloodline? Sure enough, while I was unconscious, the bloodline automatically completed its upgrade. Bayu muttered to himself, carefully examining his current attributes, his eyes filled with hidden shock and joy. He had chosen to ignore the 2-level increase in level. Bayu's first concern was the 4-dimensional attributes. If he remembered correctly, before the bloodline upgrade, his 4-dimensional attributes were strength 690, speed 690, stamina 690, spirit 830. In other words, this bloodline upgrade had increased all his attributes by 400 points. His snake-like eyes couldn't help but widen. 400 points. That was 400 points of attribute value, all increased at once. If converted, how many levels would he have to increase to achieve this? And if applied to other players? He didn't dare to think about it. If those players found out, they would be insanely jealous. No wonder Baiyu felt a sense of rebirth throughout his body. It seemed that breaking through the 1000-point mark in all 4 attributes caused this transformation. Besides the 4-dimensional attributes, Baiyu looked at the talent skills column. The 2 newly unlocked skills at the end caught his attention. Flesh Regeneration LV1, Azure Dragon's Descent LV1. The former, as the name suggests, was a powerful recovery skill that automatically healed injuries. The latter was a powerful attack skill, condensing the power of endless storms and thunder into an azure dragon that descended from the sky. Baiyu felt a bit itchy to try out the power of this skill on the spot. However, he quickly dismissed the idea when he felt the exhaustion coming from his spirit. This could be a warning signal from his body. After all, not knowing how long he had been unconscious, Baiyu was ready to slowly exit the inner world. However, before that, Baiyu had something else he wanted to try. After a moment, when the enormous body that covered the sky slowly rose into the air, Baiyu could no longer hide his excitement in his eyes. With his snake-like eyes, he looked down on everything below, feeling a sense of insignificance in the face of all living beings. Below the Lost Mountain range, countless monsters looked up at the sky, trembling in fear at the enormous figure, a tremor spreading throughout their bodies from the depths of their souls. 1, 2, 10, 100, more and more monsters, like a black tide, trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing in submission. Hungry. Very hungry. Extremely hungry. This was the only feeling Baiyu had after coming out of the inner world. He felt like he could devour an entire cow right now. This intense hunger, without a doubt, was a side effect of his bloodline upgrade. Arriving at the lobby of the alternate dimension space, Baiyu was about to return to the real world to find a place to have a hearty meal, but his gaze suddenly stopped when he scanned the nearby training hall. After a few seconds, Baiyu temporarily suppressed his hunger and walked towards the training hall. Arriving at the entrance of the training hall, he could faintly hear the voices inside. He spent 100 soft sister coins to open the door and entered the training hall. The hall was very large, about the size of 100 football fields. Various advanced training equipment were placed inside, and there were participants training in front of almost every device. Around the walls of the room, there were rest areas where participants gathered in groups of 2 or 3 to communicate. Baiyu went straight to the strength testing machine in the corner, where only a few teenagers were competing with the machine, roughly the same age as Baiyu. Ah, why is it only 472 units of strength? You haven't even broken 500. Damn it, please stop your Versailles behavior. Your score is already the best among us. Noticing Baiyu's arrival, the voices of the teenagers suddenly lowered, and their eyes showed a hint of curiosity as they secretly observed him. Obviously, they were interested in what kind of strength score this teenager, who looked almost the same age as them, could achieve. Especially the Versailles teenager, although he expressed dissatisfaction with his performance, he was actually quite proud of being able to achieve this level. Ignoring the onlookers, Baiyu withdrew his gaze and went to the strength testing machine in the corner. On the top of the display screen, the top 3 holders of the test records were shown. Among them, the first place had a test result that reached an astonishing 2,950 units of strength. It was just short of breaking 3,000. It was said that this person was a famous boxer before entering the inner world and had always focused on strength. Among all the participants, he was considered the strongest in terms of strength. Baiyu took his gaze back from the display screen and looked at the machine in front of him. He took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and then threw a punch with force. Boom! The machine immediately erupted with a loud noise, echoing throughout the entire training hall. Visible white waves of air spread in all directions, and the electronic numbers on the screen rapidly climbed. Many people around were startled by the commotion and turned their heads to look. Baiyu maintained his punching posture, his gaze fixed on the constantly changing numbers on the screen, finally stopping at an extremely exaggerated number. Strength, 9,527. Over 9,000 units of strength. Seeing this result, Baiyu was a little surprised in his heart, but his face remained calm and unchanged. However, the few teenagers next to him were completely stunned. Their eyes were fixed on the number on the screen, almost popping out of their sockets. 9,527 units of strength? What kind of joke is this? Is the tester malfunctioning? You know, the strongest Dao power holder is only a little over 2,900 Dao power, not even 3,000. But now it's nearly 4 times that? What is this concept? Several people looked at Baiyu with eyes full of shock and doubt. Although they were amazed and skeptical, when Baiyu finished testing and walked towards them, they instinctively took a step back, holding their breath and making way for him. It wasn't until Baiyu's figure walked out of the training hall that they suddenly came back to their senses. They immediately ran to the tester and repeatedly checked the test results. By this time, the ranking of the strength test had already changed. The previous first place had been pushed down, and a completely despairing record appeared at the top, along with a new name in front of that record. Bai Xiao, 9527 Dao power, Bai Xiao? Bai Xiao. Several youths looked at this name, first stunned, then their faces changed one after another. Bai Xiao. The person who killed the forest dragon and caused quite a stir on the internet recently? It turned out to be a teenager who looks about the same age as them. How is this possible? The situation on the tester quickly attracted the attention of many people, especially after the terrifying noise just now. When they came over out of curiosity to check, their reactions were the same as those of the few youths. Their eyes widened like copper bells, rubbing their eyes hard, thinking they were seeing things. After confirming repeatedly, everyone fell silent, their eyes filled not only with shock but also with a look of admiration. They stared at that terrifying number for a long time without saying a word. It is not surprising that this new strength test record will soon spread throughout the entire training hall and even among the group of visitors. However, Baiyu, who had left here early, obviously no longer cared about these things. At this time, he had already left the interdimensional space and was outside looking for a place to eat. Finally, he found a newly opened buffet restaurant and walked in under the warm welcome of the owner. Night fell. Tang Hao, Chu Mo, and others who had finished training walked out of the school gate, accompanied by many other classmates. Among them, the most eye-catching was one of the geniuses in their class, Yun Fan. Almost everyone surrounded Yun Fan, discussing the unexpected situation that happened during training just now. However, many people also frequently shifted their gaze to the quiet and reserved Chu Mo. It was because Chu Mo's performance in the training room just now had truly shocked everyone in the class. They never expected that this seemingly silent guy would become so powerful without making a sound. If it weren't for Chu Mo standing up in time to help with the challenge from the students from other classes just now, their class would have lost face. Thanks for what happened just now. Let's team up if we have a chance in the future. When the group dispersed, the talented young man Yun Fan came to Chu Mo and said. Obviously, Chu Mo's performance had also left a deep impression on him. After saying that, he left behind a graceful figure, turned around, and walked towards the car parked on the side of the street. Then he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone watched the car disappear on the street, their eyes filled with envy. They sighed in their hearts at the same time. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but his family background was also beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. This is what they call the protagonist's fate. Love it, love it. Unfortunately, they couldn't envy it. As the central figure left, the others naturally went their separate ways. Tang Hao followed Chu Mo, constantly nagging in his ear along the way, saying things like not being loyal enough, hiding so deeply, and how much he suffered from keeping secrets. Chu Mo automatically entered a mode of blocking out, completely indifferent to Tang Hao's constant chatter. But suddenly, I thought, if Tang Hao knew the truth about Baiyu, would he be deeply affected and never recover? Forget it, let's not hurt him. Thoughts about Baiyu flashed through my mind. Suddenly, Chu Mo stopped in his tracks, his sleepy fish-like eyes suddenly focused, staring intently at the figure that appeared on the street, his expression extremely serious. Why aren't we leaving? Tang Hao looked at Chu Mo in confusion, following his gaze and seeing a man in black standing quietly in front of the street with his hands in his pockets. It seemed eerie on this empty street. Hurry, let's go. Chu Mo whispered. What? Tang Hao didn't hear clearly. Hurry, go. Shu Mo pushed Tang Hao aside and stepped forward, blocking him, and shouted, "No time to explain, quickly leave this place." Tang Hao stumbled but regained his balance, looking at Shu Mo, whose behavior had suddenly become strange, and he had a vague idea of what was happening. He looked at the man in black in front of them, who had already started walking towards them. Although the man wore a hood and his face couldn't be seen clearly, Tang Hao seemed to faintly see that the man seemed to be smirking. "Want to leave? Did you get my permission?" A sneer came from under the hood. The man in black clapped his hands together, making a crisp sound, then suddenly dashed forward, turning into a black shadow as he passed by Chu Mo and arrived in front of Tang Hao. Before Tang Hao could react, the man's knee struck hard against his abdomen. Poochie! Tang Hao's body arched like a shrimp, the intense pain in his abdomen causing him to immediately spit out blood, and his consciousness became hazy. Tang Hao! Chu Mo finally reacted, swiped his right hand, and a bow and arrow hidden in his sleeve flew out, cutting through the air and shooting towards the man in black. The man in black lightly twisted his neck, easily avoiding the arrow, and at the same time, he raised his hand to block Chu Mo's attack, turning defense into offense. He grabbed Chu Mo by the neck, looking at him with a mocking gaze. "Little brat!" Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Mo suddenly raised his other hand, and the arrow from his sleeve shot out again. With such a close-range attack, and the suddenness of it, even the man in black was somewhat surprised, but in the end, the arrow flew past his cheek, narrowly avoiding him. Chu Mo also broke free from his control at the same time, retreating somewhat clumsily. "You've improved quite a bit." The man in black stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his eyes full of ferocity as he carefully observed Chu Mo, as if a wild beast was admiring its prey, taunting. "But, your friend is in my hands. What are you going to do? Run away?" Saying that, the man in black picked up the unconscious Tang Hao and threw him on the ground as if he were throwing away trash, as if to say, "If you want to save your friend, come obediently." Chu Mo, of course, wouldn't leave Tang Hao behind and run away alone. But as one person, he was clearly no match for the man in black. At this moment, only one figure remained in his mind. Bai Yu. When he broke free from the man's control earlier, Chu Mo had already taken out his phone and quickly sent a message about the situation and location. Noticing Chu Mo reaching behind him, the man in black's mocking expression grew stronger. "Preparing to call for reinforcements? Let me guess, is it that little brat with the cold, indifferent face from last time?" Chu Mo remained silent. The man in black snorted coldly, "No time to waste with you guys anymore. Ah, these little brats nowadays, they just don't listen." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black rushed forward with lightning speed, catching Chu Mo completely off guard. When the man in black attacked, Chu Mo barely reacted, raising his arm. Before the arrow in his sleeve could be released, the man in black grabbed it with force, causing Chu Mo's face to contort in pain. "You're still early." The man in black sneered, his other hand clenched into a fist, striking Chu Mo's face like lightning, causing blood to splatter. The man in black showed no intention of stopping, continuously throwing punch after punch. Chu Mo, trapped by the man's grip, became a living target, unable to break free. Iron fists struck him one after another, quickly leaving him bruised and battered, blood flying. When the man in black finally stopped, Chu Mo was completely unrecognizable, barely clinging to life as he knelt on the ground, enduring the pain with strong willpower, refusing to faint. Impressive willpower. The man in black praised, as he prepared to finish with a spinning kick. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind. The man in black paused his movements, a hint of madness appearing on his face. But when he saw who it was, his expression turned disinterested. A young man wearing a deep red coat stood there, none other than Yun Fan, who had just left in a car. "I had a feeling something was off earlier, it seems my intuition was correct." After assessing the situation, Tang Hao lay unconscious on the ground, while Chu Mo was severely injured. Yun Fan's face filled with determination. "Heh, who's this little brat? Why aren't kids nowadays afraid of death?" The man in black's face darkened, his tone revealing impatience. "Get lost, I don't have time to play with you. You hurt my classmate, I can't pretend I didn't see that." The man in black narrowed his eyes at the words, then chuckled as if he had heard a funny joke. He covered his face with his hand, his laughter growing louder, his shoulders shaking. Finally, he stared at Yunfan with indifference. Very well, since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. Sensing danger, Chu Mo shouted in pain, run. This guy is dangerous. But the man in black kicked him into the wall, causing him to crash to the ground. Yunfan tightened his fist, but he didn't run away. He looked at the man in black with a serious expression. He had also noticed the danger the man posed, but if he turned and fled in this situation, he wouldn't be himself anymore. Uncle Zhong. Yunfan called without turning his head. From the black car behind him, an old man in a well-fitted suit with white hair and beard got out. He took the initiative to speak, "Young master, the people have been notified and will arrive soon." As he spoke, the butler-like old man had already come to Yunfan's side. "This person is dangerous, young master, please step back. Leave the rest to me." Although Yunfan felt somewhat unwilling, since his butler mentioned that the man in black was dangerous, it meant that he couldn't handle him in his current state. He could only take a few steps back and say, "Uncle Zhong, those two over there are my classmates, find a way to save them." "No problem, young master." The old butler bowed slightly, displaying perfect etiquette. The man in black coldly watched this scene, his eyes filled with a chilling light. A little brat and an old man. He completely ignored their talk of saving people, they simply don't know their place. As he spoke, the man in black suddenly rushed forward, a red light emanating from his body, his aura skyrocketing. The old butler narrowed his eyes, swiping his right hand, and a blue light blade instantly formed, meeting the man in black's charge, colliding head-on. However, with just one exchange, the old butler felt the man in black's immense strength. Boom! A fierce force came, and the butler took several steps back, his arms numb and his heart filled with astonishment. He looked ahead and saw the dark figure attacking again. The speed became faster, the strength became stronger. Bang 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 bang. The storm-like attack of the man in black completely enveloped the old man, whose face became serious as he tried his best to resist but couldn't find an opportunity to fight back. Yunfan behind him looked on in disbelief. The situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Uncle Zhong was completely suppressed by the opponent? And it seemed that he couldn't hold on for much longer. That guy. Feeling. The dangerous aura emanating from the man in black, Yunfan's face changed and he finally understood Chu Mo's suggestion to escape. The danger posed by the man in black far exceeded his imagination. However, now he couldn't just leave as he pleased. Watching the old man being heavily suppressed and finally punched hard against the wall, creating a deep dent, Yunfan's heart tightened. "Old man, why are you still pretending to be a hero at your age?" The man in black sneered disdainfully, and with a red glow, his iron fist struck heavily, deforming the old man's hand that was trying to block the attack, causing a crisp sound of bones breaking. Ugh! The old man's face immediately changed, cold sweat appearing on his forehead, his once elegant demeanor completely gone. The man in black grabbed the old man's face and slammed him against the wall, embedding him deeply into the dent, completely motionless, before finally stopping. Licking his cracked lips, the man in black, with a beast-like gaze, looked towards Yunfan not far away. The latter instinctively took a step back, but then abruptly stopped, a look of shame appearing on his face. He had actually been scared enough to retreat? "Young master, run away quickly." The weak voice of the old man sounded. They had underestimated the strength of the man in black, which led to the dangerous situation they were in now. Yunfan tensed up, and upon hearing these words, his heart sank again. He stared fixedly at the man in black, constantly reminding himself to stay calm and just observe the man's actions. Whoosh! A dark figure attacked from the front, and Yunfan's vision blurred. The man in black had already appeared in front of him, and his fist, the size of a sandbag, rapidly enlarged in his pupils. It was too late. Yunfan was shocked, wanting to react, but his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts, and he was finally punched hard and sent flying. Amidst the splattering of blood, he flew more than 10 meters like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily to the ground, leaving behind a long trail. It wasn't until he was blocked by a figure behind him that he finally came to a stop. Am I still too late? A somewhat familiar voice came from behind. Yunfan looked up, blood flowing down his cheek, and vaguely saw a familiar face. Bai Yu. Yunfan didn't understand how Bai Yu ended up here. Right now, he only felt his consciousness weighing heavily, and he could faint at any moment. It's me. Bai Yu answered softly, quickly scanning the situation here, and finally fixing his gaze on the man in black, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He had rushed over as soon as he received Shumo's message. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. On the other side, when the man in black saw Bai Yu appear, a crazed expression appeared on his face under the shadow of his hood, and a red glow surged from his body, his violent aura rising higher and higher. Ha ha ha, little brat, you finally showed up. It's time to settle the score between us. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud bang under the feet of the man in black, and he suddenly rushed out like a cannonball. The ground beneath him instantly shattered, spreading spiderweb like cracks. After the previous battle, the man in black knew very well that Bai Yu and the others were different and he had to give it his all. Shadow Wave Fist. In the midst of the sprint, the muscles in the man in black's right arm swelled, and red light wrapped around it, continuously gathering energy on his arm. The final punch was thrown. Bang! The intense sound echoed throughout the street, and a strong gust of wind accompanied by a white wave spread in all directions, shattering the surrounding ground and walls. Bai Yu! Chu Mo shouted in worry. However, the next second, when he saw the situation in front of him clearly, his expression froze, his eyes flickering with an incredibly incredulous look. The man in black's crazy smile on his face also became somewhat stiff at that moment. Only Bai Yu stood calmly in place, without any movement, but the transparent barrier in front of him completely blocked the man in black's powerful attack. The violent force impact caused slight ripples on the barrier, but it couldn't break through the defense, let alone harm him in the slightest. The man in black's eyes revealed a touch of fierceness, and his right fist, which had been thrown out, suddenly retracted, bursting out with even greater power. Bang! The invisible barrier remained motionless, blocking in front of Bai Yu, unmoving. The man in black became even more frantic, his figure as fast as the wind, constantly flickering, throwing punches from different angles, each punch almost bursting with all his strength, but the result was only causing larger ripples on the barrier, unable to break through the defense. Boom! 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 The sounds echoed through the street. Chu Mo was dumbfounded. Yunfan was dumbfounded. Even the old butler was stunned. Only the man in black was about to go crazy. Bai Yu was clearly right in front of him, but it felt like an insurmountable distance separated them. Even if he exerted all his strength, he couldn't reach him. SSS. The man in black gritted his teeth fiercely, feeling both shocked and furious. In his eyes, Bai Yu's calm gaze seemed to contain extreme mockery, silently watching his performance as a jumping clown. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! The man in black shouted angrily, and his movements suddenly stopped, freezing like petrification, his gaze blankly staring at Bai Yu's gray-white vertical pupil snake eyes. Then he clutched his head and let out a scream, falling straight back and losing consciousness. However, even in a coma, the man in black's face still bore an expression of endless pain, his body trembling as if suffering from some kind of inhuman mental torment. The battle came to a sudden stop. Bai Yu's gray-white snake eyes returned to normal, and the invisible barrier in front of him disappeared. Looking at the man in black struggling in pain on the ground, there was no trace of pity in Bai Yu's eyes, only a hint of indifference in his calmness. This time, he didn't suppress the power of the illusory snake eyes, completely devastating the man in black's mental consciousness and trapping him in an illusory illusion. Even after losing consciousness, he would continue to suffer torment. Can you get up? Bai Yu asked, looking at Yunfan lying on the ground with a shocked expression. Yunfan suddenly came to his senses and nodded. Bai Yu then walked towards Chu Mo. Chu Mo was helped up by Bai Yu and still couldn't believe everything that had just happened. Although he already knew that Bai Yu's strength should surpass that of the man in black, after witnessing the man in black's powerful strength in the battle just now, Chu Mo couldn't help but waver in his heart. However, reality seemed to have given him a hard slap. It was better to worry about himself than to worry about Bai Yu. The scene of the battle just now, the madness of the man in black, and Bayu's overwhelming performance, are still vivid in his mind. That incredible defense barrier. It turns out, Bayu has become so powerful. The skills from the inner world can now be used in reality, and their power is astonishing. Thinking of this, Chuemo smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is the difference, but he is also very grateful. If Bayu hadn't arrived in time today, none of them would have had a good outcome. I can still walk. Let's go see Tang Hao. He's also injured. Chuemo grinned weakly. Bayu nodded and went to check on Tang Hao. After finding that he was only unconscious and not seriously injured, he felt relieved. He lifted Tang Hao effortlessly, as if he was lifting a weightless chick. But Chuemo was already used to it. Let's go. I'll take you to the nearby hospital first. As for that guy, even though he can't wake up for now, it's better to leave him to the police. Chuemo nodded and followed Bayu with heavy steps. When they passed by Yun Fan, he suddenly spoke up. Seeing Bayu and the others looking at him, Yun Fan unconsciously swallowed his saliva, then quickly regained his composure and said to Bayu, "If you don't mind, you can ride in my car. It'll be faster to go to the hospital that way. We're going there too." Everyone present, except Bayu, was basically injured. Thanks. Bayu didn't refuse after listening. After helping Tang Hao into the car and everyone else got in, Bayu looked at Yun Fan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, and asked, "Are you sure you can come?" "Don't worry, my injuries are nothing compared to theirs." "Aren't you coming up?" "I won't. That guy over there still needs to be dealt with." Bayu glanced at the man in black, and Yun Fan immediately understood. After witnessing Bayu's strength, this genius had already put away his arrogance and even became somewhat respectful. Bayu didn't say much about it. "Then we'll go. I'll leave the rest to you." The car started and quickly disappeared at the end of the street. Bayu withdrew his gaze and went to the man in black, lifting him up and using his phone to search for the nearest police station, following the route indicated on the map. On the way to the hospital, the atmosphere in the car was somewhat quiet. Tang Hao was still unconscious, and the butler was also seriously injured, struggling to stay conscious and having difficulty speaking. Although Chuemo was still conscious, his injuries looked severe. In comparison, Yun Fan was indeed the least injured. Looking at the rearview mirror, Yun Fan pursed his lips and wanted to ask about Bayu's situation, but he didn't know how to start. It can be said that until now, this genius youth in the eyes of everyone was still deeply shocked and unable to calm down. There was no way, the situation just now was too exaggerated. Too explosive. Can you imagine how it felt to be caught in the intense battle between the man in black and Bayu? The intense shock of facing the impact, the feeling of being kicked in the face, even now, made one's hair stand on end. Shiver. Almost every punch the man in black threw at the barrier made Yun Fan's heart skip a beat. It was in that intense situation that Bayu's performance deeply impacted Yun Fan's heart. He couldn't imagine how that seemingly ordinary guy could be so unbelievably powerful. He even wanted to ask Bayu, who is the genius, him or Bayu? Of course, this was just a self-deprecating thought that flashed through Yun Fan's mind. After witnessing Bayu's strength, if he still had the audacity to consider himself a genius, then he would be a complete fool. Speaking of which, Chuemo was the same. His performance in the training room also caught his attention. Did these people all like to play the game of hiding their true abilities? Thinking of this, Yun Fan couldn't help but glance at Tang Hao, who was unconscious in the back seat. He felt relieved that this guy didn't seem like one of them. Although he had many questions in his mind, Yun Fan ultimately didn't ask them. It wasn't until the car arrived at the entrance of a nearby hospital that Yun Fan suppressed his surging emotions. The group of people got off the car and walked inside with support. "You mean, this person is dangerous and attacked your classmates and friends?" The police station. A young officer in uniform sat in front of Bayu, looking at the black-clothed man lying on the ground, groaning in pain, and asked. Bayu nodded. Although he didn't hold back this time, the black-clothed man was still a dangerous factor, and there might be an organization behind him. If left unchecked, Who knows what serious consequences it could lead to next time? So handing him over to the police station was a good method. Of course, the premise was that personnel from those special departments would be responsible for supervision. Stop, stop, stop. Upon hearing Bayou's series of requests, the young police officer immediately raised his hand to stop him. Let's not talk about whether the black-clothed man was as terrifying as Bayou said. In the current situation, it seemed that the black-clothed man was in a more serious condition, while the young boy who came to report the case, Bayou, seemed fine. How could this be convincing? However, at this moment, another police officer came over and whispered something in the young police officer's ear. The latter's face immediately changed, and he glanced deeply at Bayou, allowing him to leave after a simple statement. The young police officer followed him to the monitoring area, and when he saw the retrieved surveillance footage, he was instantly stunned, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Although the surveillance footage was affected and not clear, it was obvious to see the two sides fighting in the footage and feel the intensity of the battle. That boy. The young police officer muttered in shock, he was too fierce, and he was just a high school student? As for the black-clothed man lying on the ground, it seemed that professional personnel were needed to supervise him. Outside the police station, Bayou saw a black car parked on the side of the road, and a well-dressed man standing there. When he saw Bayou coming out, the man in the suit immediately walked briskly towards him. "Young Master Bayou, my master would like to invite you." The man in the suit respectfully spoke. Bayou immediately understood the situation when he saw this. The reaction of the young police officer in the police station just now seemed to be related to this man in front of him. "However, do we know each other?" Bayou asked in confusion. "We didn't know each other before, but young Master Yin Fan is your classmate. My master already knows about what happened just now and wants to personally meet you to express his gratitude." Bayou nodded after listening, but waved his hand, saying, "There's no need for gratitude, I just did what I could." After speaking, without waiting for the man in the suit to say anything else, Bayou left directly and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Nighttime, a secret base. Inside the training room, intense training was taking place. Suddenly, there was a beep sound at the entrance, and then the mechanical door opened to both sides. Everyone stopped their training and turned to look, only to see a young woman wearing a deep blue suit skirt and black stockings walking in gracefully. "Stop the training now." 10 minutes later, everyone gather in room 2. The gaze swept across everyone present, and the young woman spoke softly before leaving without much hesitation, turning around in her high heels. "Gathering in room 2? Is today the day of the test? It's been since the last test, right? Get lost. Does anyone know what's going on in room 2 now? It's useless to think about it now, let's just go and find out." After the woman in the suit skirt left, the people in the training room started discussing. Jiang Xinyan, wearing a training suit and covered in sweat, walked out of the training room with long legs, followed closely by a cute little tail. "Xinyan, wait for me." Seeing this, others also walked outside one after another. 10 minutes later, room 2. When everyone gathered here and saw the important figure, they immediately understood that today's matter might not be simple. "We'll talk about the specifics later, let's start the test first. Xinyan, you go first." Long Shanha, the head of the base and also the leader of this boss assault team, a middle-aged man, spoke in a low voice. Jiang Xinyan nodded gently and, under the gaze of everyone, walked to the high-tech circular device in the room and stepped inside. Beep. The testing device slowly closed. Through the large display in front, one could see Jiang Xinyan preparing inside. The person wearing a uniform and medals, with hands behind their back, looked at Jiang Xinyan and smiled. "This is the famous queen, right? Or the Thorn Queen? I heard that she has achieved a lot in the inner world, making even the top foreign landers jealous. Even us old folks have heard of her, not bad, not bad." Long Shanha immediately whispered, "You're giving her too much credit, but Xinyan is indeed very hardworking and talented." The important figure nodded and said, "I'm looking forward to her performance this time." In the midst of their conversation, Jiang Xinyan was already prepared inside the testing device. After nodding, the staff in front of the control panel activated the device. Ding 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 ding. Lights suddenly lit up inside the testing device, and the sound of mechanical charging filled the entire room. Jiang Xinyan took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and her beautiful eyes focused. The moment the device started, she immediately moved. Bang 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 bang. Continuous collisions sounded, and Jiang Xinyan's movements were as fast as lightning, fierce and dazzling, making people's heads spin and their scalps tingle. Even if they stared with wide eyes, they couldn't see the speed at which she attacked. They could only see the testing device being continuously and accurately struck, and the numbers on the screen constantly changing. Everyone outside couldn't help but hold their breath, their eyes fixed on Jiang Xinyan during the test. Even her teammates couldn't hide their astonishment. Bang! When the final loud noise sounded, everyone snapped out of their daze. Test completed, time 15.43 seconds, strength 93%, speed 97%, evasion 100%, mistakes none, test result excellent. A mechanical voice echoed in the room, and upon hearing Jiang Xinyan's test results, everyone remained silent for a long time. Strength and speed have improved again? No mistakes? Ha, she truly deserves to be the number one member of our assault team. Her talent is too exaggerated, isn't it? The other training members were secretly amazed, recalling the results of the previous test, their eyes filled with shock. It had only been a short time, and she had improved once again. Is there no room for others to breathe? Even Long Shanha and the important figure nodded in approval. Yay, Xinyan, you're amazing! A lively voice rang out from the crowd. When the testing equipment was turned on, the girl-like woman immediately ran over, bouncing and jumping. Jiang Xinyan heard the results of her test and a faint smile appeared on her fair and beautiful face. She then retreated to the back of the line with the chattering girl next to her. Next, Cheng Nan. As Longshan River's voice fell, a handsome young man with a bitter smile walked out, the same man who had previously invited Jiang Xinyan for a walk and was rejected. Boss, being assigned to the second test is really stressful. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. After about 10 minutes, everyone finished testing. Longshan River and the important person exchanged a few words in a low voice, then gave some instructions to the crowd, and the two of them left the second room together. It's over, it's over. The test results this time are so bad, it will definitely leave a bad impression on that important person. Will they kick me out of the assault team? And then be replaced by those reserve juniors? How is that possible? It's just one test, it's normal to make mistakes. We are currently in a critical moment of conquering the boss, how could they change personnel temporarily? But speaking of which, the tower boss on the 29th floor is really tricky. I heard that the landing team in Nanyang almost got wiped out this time. But thanks to them, we learned some key information. All the members were discussing, while Jiang Xinyan sat alone in the resting room, looking at the messages on her phone. A gentle smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. The person sending the message was naturally Bai Yu. Jiang Xinyan vaguely felt that after leaving home this time, Bai Yu seemed to be more attached to her. He would send messages asking and caring almost every day. It used to be her, as the older sister, who was more proactive, and then she would watch her cute little brother retreat in embarrassment, finding it interesting. But now, this feeling seems nice too. Xin, what are you looking at? You're smiling so happily. Suyin sat down next to her and naturally took Jiang Xinyan's arm, curiously looking at her phone screen. As the teammate who had the best relationship with Jiang Xinyan in the assault team, Suyin naturally understood Jiang Xinyan's situation better than anyone else. For example, she knew that Jiang Xinyan had a younger brother named Bai Yu. Hey, Xin, let's discuss something. After this mission is over, can I go back with you and meet your little brother? Suyin gently shook Jiang Xinyan's arm. Jiang Xinyan looked at her with amusement. What do you want to do? I'm just curious. As your best friend, I naturally want to know more about the little brother you've always been concerned about. Suyin smiled with narrowed eyes. With her cute girl-like appearance, even though she was actually at the age of a mature woman, Suyin laughed and shook her head. Bai Yu? Oh, Suyin quickly glanced at the phone. Although she didn't see the content of the message, she saw a key name and immediately understood, squinting her eyes with a smile. You're chatting with your cute little brother again, Yusis Khan. As a member of the assault team, Suin had the best relationship with Jiang Xinyan, so she naturally knew more about Jiang Xinyan's situation than anyone else. For example, she knew that Jiang Xinyan had a younger brother named Baiyu. Hey, Xianyan, let's discuss something. After this mission is over, can I go back with you and meet your little brother? Suin gently shook Jiang Xinyan's arm. Jiang Xinyan looked at her with amusement. What do you want to do? I'm just curious. As your best friend, I naturally want to know more about the little brother you've always been concerned about, Suin smiled with narrowed eyes. With her cute girl-like appearance, even though she was actually at the age of a mature woman, Suin laughed and shook her head. Baiyu? Oh, Suin quickly glanced at the phone. Although she didn't see the content of the message, she saw a key name and immediately understood, squinting her eyes with a smile. You're chatting with your cute little brother again, Ceaseless Khan. As a member of the assault team, Suin had the best relationship with Jiang Xinyan, so she naturally knew more about Jiang Xinyan's situation than anyone else. For example, she knew that Jiang Xinyan had a younger brother named Baiyu. Hey, Xianyan, let's discuss something. After this mission is over, can I go back with you and meet your little brother? Suin gently shook Jiang Xinyan's arm. Jiang Xinyan looked at her with amusement. What do you want to do? I'm just curious. As your best friend, I naturally want to know more about the little brother you've always been concerned about, Suin smiled with narrowed eyes. With her cute girl-like appearance, even though she was actually at the age of a mature woman, Suin laughed and shook her head. Baiyu? Oh, Suin quickly glanced at the phone. Although she didn't see the content of the message, she saw a key name and immediately understood, squinting her eyes with a smile. You're chatting with your cute little brother again, Ceaseless Khan. As a member of the assault team, Suin had the best relationship with Jiang Xinyan, so she naturally knew more about Jiang Xinyan's situation than anyone else. For example, she knew that Jiang Xinyan had a younger brother named Baiyu. Hey, Xianyan, let's discuss something. After this mission is over, can I go back with you and meet your little brother? Suin gently shook Jiang Xinyan's arm. Jiang Xinyan looked at her with amusement. What do you want to do? I'm just curious. As your best friend, I naturally want to know more about the little brother you've always been concerned about, Suin smiled with narrowed eyes. With her cute girl-like appearance, even though she was actually at the age of a mature woman, Suin laughed and shook her head. Baiyu? Oh, Suin quickly glanced at the phone. Although she didn't see the content of the message, she saw a key name and immediately understood, squinting her eyes with a smile. You're chatting with your cute little brother again, Ceaseless Khan. As a member of the assault team, Suin had the best relationship with Jiang Xinyan, so she naturally knew more about Jiang Xinyan's situation than anyone else. For example, she knew that Jiang Xinyan had a younger brother named Baiyu. Hey, Xianyan, let's discuss something. After this mission is over, can I go back with you and meet your little brother? Suin gently shook Jiang Xinyan's arm. Jiang Xinyan looked at her with amusement. What do you want to do? I'm just curious. As your best friend, I naturally want to know more about the little brother you've always been concerned about, Suin smiled with narrowed eyes. With her cute girl-like appearance, even though she was actually at the age of a mature woman, Suin laughed and shook her head. Baiyu? Oh, Suin quickly glanced at the phone. Although she didn't see the content of the message, she saw a key name and immediately understood, squinting her eyes with a smile. You're chatting with your cute little brother again, Ceaseless Khan. As a member of the assault team, Suin had the best relationship with Jiang Xinyan, so she naturally knew more about Jiang Xinyan's situation than anyone else. For example, she knew that Jiang Xinyan had a younger brother named Baiyu. Hey, Xianyan, let's discuss something. After this mission is over, can I go back with you and meet your little brother? Suin gently shook Jiang Xinyan's arm. Jiang Xinyan looked at her with amusement. What do you want to do? I'm just curious. As your best friend, I naturally want to know more about the little brother you've always been concerned about, Suin smiled with narrowed eyes. With her cute girl-like appearance, even though she was actually at the age of a mature woman, Suin laughed and shook her head. Baiyu? Oh, Suin quickly glanced at the phone. Although she didn't see the content of the message, she saw a key name and immediately understood, squinting her eyes with a smile. You're chatting with your cute little brother again, Ceaseless Khan. As a member of the assault team, Suin had the best relationship with Jiang Xinyan, so she naturally knew more about Jiang Xinyan's situation than anyone else. For example, she knew that Jiang Xinyan had a younger brother named Bai Yu. Hey, Xian, let's discuss something. After this mission is over, can I go back with you and meet your little brother? Suing gently shook Jiang Xinyan's arm. Jiang Xinyan looked at her with amusement. What do you want to do? I'm just curious. As your best friend, I naturally want to know more about the little brother you've always been concerned about. Suing smiled with narrowed eyes. With her cute girl-like appearance, even though she was actually at the age of a mature woman, Suing laughed and shook her head. Bai Yu? Oh, Suing quickly glanced at the phone. Although she didn't see the content of the message, she saw a key name and immediately understood, squinting her eyes with a smile. You're chatting with your cute little brother again, Ceaseless Khan. As a member of the assault team, Suing had the best relationship with Jiang Xinyan, so she naturally knew more about Jiang Xinyan's situation than anyone else. For example, she knew that Jiang Xinyan had a younger brother named Bai Yu. Hey, Xian, let's discuss something. After this mission is over, can I go back with you and meet your little brother? Suing gently shook Jiang Xinyan's arm. Jiang Xinyan looked at her with amusement. What do you want to do? I'm just curious. As your best friend, I naturally want to know more about the little brother you've always been concerned about. Suing smiled with narrowed eyes. With her cute girl-like appearance, even though she was actually at the age of a mature woman, Suing laughed and shook her head. Bai Yu? Oh, Suing quickly glanced at the phone. Although she didn't see the content of the message, she saw a key name and immediately understood, squinting her eyes with a smile. You're chatting with your cute little brother again, Ceaseless Khan. As a member of the assault team, Suing had the best relationship with Jiang Xinyan, so she naturally knew more about Jiang Xinyan's situation than anyone else. For example, she knew that Jiang Xinyan had a younger brother named Bai Yu. Hey, Xian, let's discuss something. After this mission is over, can I go back with you and meet your little brother? Suing gently shook Jiang Xinyan's arm. Jiang Xinyan looked at her with amusement. What do you want to do? I'm just curious. As your best friend, I naturally want to know more about the little brother you've always been concerned about. Suing smiled with narrowed eyes. With her cute girl-like appearance, even though she was actually at the age of a mature woman, Suing laughed and shook her head. Bai Yu? Oh, Suing quickly glanced at the phone, although. On the other side, Longshan River and the other person who left room 2 have now arrived in a conference room. The two of them are discussing something with serious expressions, and fragments of words about the assault team and the test results can be vaguely heard. Longshan River's breath stagnated when he heard the phrase world props, and then he listened carefully to the instructions of the important person next to him, finally nodding solemnly. After the important person was personally sent away, Longshan River finally breathed a sigh of relief, easing the excitement in his heart, and recalling the content of the discussion just now, he immediately turned and walked into the base with long strides. Notify all members of the assault team to gather in the conference room immediately. Have you heard? The assault team from Nanyang almost defeated the 29th floor boss, but unfortunately, they were completely wiped out in the end. What? Does that mean everyone in the assault team died? How is that possible? The rumors on the internet are too exaggerated. After all, they are the top landers from the Peacock country. It's impossible for all of them to be killed, but there must have been casualties. Is the 29th floor already this terrifying? How difficult will the remaining 70 floors be? Who knows, they say the unknown is the most terrifying. As long as one country completes the first kill, other countries will definitely follow suit. After leaving the police station, Bai Yu went to the hospital again and has now returned home, lying on the bed, holding his phone and browsing the latest news about the 29th floor of the Tower of God. The news was unexpectedly informative. Just this morning, the Peacock country's landing team launched another assault on the boss of the tower. They were on the verge of victory, but the tower boss suddenly mutated, almost wiping out the entire assault team. Almost all the landers in the world are now paying attention to this matter. So far, no country has successfully defeated the boss of the 29th floor and entered the next level. Bai Yu's gaze flickered slightly as he browsed the information, and his thoughts raced. The difficulty of defeating the boss on the 29th floor has both advantages and disadvantages in his eyes. The advantage is that the experience of the Peacock country this time will definitely leave a deep impression on all countries, including the Dragon country. They will not easily take action without sufficient preparation. This is equivalent to buying you more time to climb the tower. But the disadvantage also exists because defeating this boss is something that every country must go through, and they won't give up just because the boss is difficult. Therefore, Jiang Xinyan will also face a dangerous situation. Baiyu continued to search for detailed information about the 29th floor boss, but apart from some useless introductions, he couldn't find any important information about the boss's core. It makes sense, as every country wants to be the first to defeat the boss and be the first to taste the crab. How could they expose such important information? And so far, those who have encountered the boss on the 29th floor are mostly the top landers directly affiliated with each country. Except for a few attempts by some civilian lander forces, other landers are basically in a state of watching and not daring to provoke the boss easily. After all, life is precious. It's better to leave important tasks like defeating the boss to the national team. After a moment, Baiyu put down his phone, looked at the ceiling, and fell into a trance for a long time. He is currently on the 20th floor of the Tower of God. He is 9 floors away from Jiang Xinyan's location. Just 9 more floors. Baiyu muttered softly, opening the system panel and looking at his current attributes. His level has already reached level 36. The mutated World Serpent bloodline has also reached the 3rd level. All 4-dimensional attributes have exceeded 1,000. Not to mention the powerful talent skills. I need to become stronger, Baiyu thought to himself. Not only does he need to reach the 29th floor before that tragedy occurs, but he also needs to face the Tower Guardian boss on the 29th floor. Only by killing the boss can he ensure Jiang Xinyan's safety. The rumors about the boss are becoming more and more legendary, and in his past life as a small human mage, Baiyu followed the majority into the next level without much knowledge about the boss on this floor. Therefore, for safety reasons, Baiyu decided to improve his level and strength as much as possible to prepare for the inevitable battle. Gurgle suddenly, his stomach growled. Baiyu's face fell, and he touched his stomach, sighing, "I'm sorry." It's not Baiyu's fault. He had just come out of the inner world in the evening and was enjoying a meal at the buffet when he received a message from Chu Mo. He rushed to save someone without finishing his meal. It's normal to be hungry now. However, Baiyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After the upgrade of his bloodline, his appetite and digestion have clearly increased. He then picked up his phone, ordered takeout, and prepared for a big meal. The next morning, Baiyu arrived at school on time and immediately noticed that Chu Mo and the others were also there. At the same time, Baiyu noticed a change in Yun Fan's gaze towards him compared to before. But Baiyu didn't pay much attention to it and went to Chu Mo's side and asked, "Why don't you take a rest?" Chu Mo shook his head, "They are just minor external injuries, it's not a big deal." Seeing this, Baiyu patted his shoulder and returned to his seat. As he passed Tang Hao, he completely ignored Tang Hao's babbling. Tang Hao was still asking about last night's situation while Baiyu sat down. Since Tang Hao was unconscious throughout the night, he had no idea about Baiyu's appearance, his role in saving them, or even his involvement. So, Baiyu was relatively undisturbed now. Chu Mo, on the other hand, was in a tragic situation. Even pretending to sleep wasn't working against Tang Hao's nagging voice. But there was no way. Chu Mo couldn't explain everything that happened last night to Tang Hao. It involved the mysterious man in black and the dangerous organization he might be connected to. Chu Mo couldn't involve Tang Hao in it anymore. As for the other party involved, Baiyu. After knowing that Baiyu intentionally hid his true strength, Chu Mo tacitly kept it a secret, not revealing it to anyone, including Tang Hao. Unless Baiyu tells him himself, Chu Mo won't spill the beans. Moreover, Chu Mo's attitude clearly influenced Yun Fan. After witnessing Baiyu's powerful strength and combining it with his usual behavior, Yun Fan came to a conclusion. This is an absolute low-key genius. Since Baiyu chose to be low-key, Yun Fan naturally wouldn't try to expose him. At the same time, a strange emotion arose in the heart of this talented young man. That feeling of excitement that he knew something others didn't. Just imagine, when Bayu's true strength is revealed one day, and everyone is in deep shock and awe, he would remain calm and shake his head, sighing at a group of inexperienced fools. That scene, TSK TSK. However, thinking about how Bayu rejected his father's invitation last night, Yunfan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It was such a good opportunity to make friends. It seems like he'll have to wait for the next time. After taking a deep look at Bayu in the back row of the classroom, Yunfan's impression of Bayu has completely changed, and their future interactions will definitely change as well. What are you looking at? Just as he withdrew his gaze, Yunfan met a pair of curious eyes next to him. It was Lin Xia, another genius girl who was on par with him in the class. Nothing, Yunfan casually replied. The injury on your face. I fell accidentally. And what about Chu Mo? Probably the same. In front of Bayu, Yunfan might appear slightly inferior, but when facing others, even someone as talented as Lin Xia, Yunfan could handle it with ease. Of course, he wouldn't mention being beaten up by a man in black last night. Chu Mo probably wouldn't either. This way, there would be no other witnesses. Perfect. In fact, many people noticed the bruises on their faces when Yunfan and Chu Mo arrived in the classroom in the morning. After all, the two of them had performed exceptionally well in the training room yesterday, fighting for their class, so how could it not attract attention when such a situation occurred the next day? However, no one could get any specific information from them. When the teacher arrived, the situation was the same. He asked about their condition with concern, and the answers he received were that they fell accidentally. The teacher sighed inwardly, feeling speechless, and didn't ask further. He just kept an eye on them and led everyone to log into the dimensional space. Dimensional space. As everyone's vision blurred and cleared again, the surrounding environment instantly transformed into a space hall filled with a cold and technological atmosphere. It had been 2 weeks since they obtained the qualification to enter. By now, except for a few people still in the beginner village, most of them had arrived in Wind City. They had formed fixed training teams to assist each other in leveling up. Among the people who hadn't reached Wind City yet was Bayu. At this moment, the teacher called them together and expressed his concern. Chu Mo and Yunfan silently watched this scene, feeling a strong sense of familiarity. It was like a big shot mixing among newcomers, which was quite out of place. Only the two of them knew about this sense of incongruity. They exchanged a silent glance, confirming their understanding. Only that foil-haired youth couldn't help but sneer when he saw Bayu receiving special attention, showing his disdain. When everyone arrived at the teleportation array to the inner world, Yunfan deliberately slowed down and looked at Bayu, wanting to say something but hesitating. He wanted to team up with Bayu. However, seeing that Chu Mo, who was closer to Bayu and also knew the situation, didn't do the same, he had to suppress his thoughts. Whoosh! As a white light flashed by, Bayu disappeared into the teleportation array and appeared on the 20th floor of the Tower of the Gods. He had spent quite some time searching for the heart of the storm, so now he had to speed up his progress in climbing the tower. Although in his plan, the remaining time was more than enough to climb the tower, what if something unexpected happened? Therefore, it wouldn't be wrong to reach the 29th floor as soon as possible. With his decision made, Bayu headed straight for the tower's guardian boss on this floor after entering the Tower of the Gods. His body, several kilometers long, soared through the sky, and wherever he passed, the sky seemed to darken, and all the monsters below looked up, trembling in fear. The airborne monsters seemed to disappear at this moment as if they didn't exist at all. Truly, it was as if all the birds had vanished from the mountains, and all the paths had disappeared. There were hardly any living creatures within a range of several kilometers in the sky. After his bloodline reached the 3rd level, Bayu's body grew about 10 times larger than before, and the dark scales revealed traces of ancient times. He also gained the ability to fly. At this moment, Bayu was fully enjoying the feeling of soaring through the air, finding this method of travel much faster. It took Bayu about 30 minutes to arrive at the location of the Tower Guardian boss, towering in the sky, overlooking the boss from above with serpent-like eyes. Flame Silverwing Griffin, level, LV50. Bayu's current level is LV36. Although there is a 14-level difference between the two, Bayu remains calm. Even the previously level 59 Stormgrand, who was at a higher level, was defeated by him. What is a mere level 50 boss? Moreover, now Bayu's bloodline has reached level 3, and his strength has once again improved in all aspects. Not to mention a small level 50 boss, Bayu is confident in defeating Stormgrand. He will never again end up in a situation where he fights until the end and falls into a state of severe injury and unconsciousness. This is the huge difference in his strength before and after his bloodline upgrade. Roar! Faced with Bayu's gaze, the flame Silverwing Griffin trembled all over, feeling a suppression from the depths of its bloodline, instinctively sensing danger and couldn't help but let out a low roar. Its sturdy limbs bent down, sharp silver claws deeply embedded in the ground, and its muscles tightened as it entered a highly vigilant state. However, in Bayu's eyes, that robust flame Silverwing Griffin was like a little kitten. Its every move was exposed to Bayu's gaze. Clearly, it was terrified, but it appeared fierce. Cute. Let me give you a good fight. Bayu didn't have any strange fetish for torturing weak monsters. It just so happened that he wanted to try out his newly unlocked talent skill. Now is a good time to practice on the boss below. As Bayu's gaze condensed, a powerful energy field suddenly emanated from his body, spreading out in all directions. Suddenly, a strong wind surged, dark clouds gathered, and the entire sky darkened. Faint lightning flickered and spread within the clouds, eventually turning into countless small thunderbolts that spread towards the horizon. Boom! 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 The sound of thunder grew louder and louder. The fierce wind howled, swirling the dark clouds, forming a huge vortex in the sky. Bayu stood in the center of the vortex, and the flashing lightning faintly reflected its massive body on the clouds, pouring down an endless pressure-like substance. The whole world seemed to freeze. Finally, the fierce wind and lightning merged together, and the violet energy continuously collided and condensed, forming a ferocious dragon head shimmering with lightning. Azure Dragon's Descent. With a thought from Bayu, that ferocious dragon head immediately opened its blood-filled mouth, emitting a dragon roar that resounded through the sky, and fiercely plummeted towards the location of the flame Silverwing Griffin below. At the moment when the sky and earth changed color, the flame Silverwing Griffin felt an extremely dangerous and icy sensation rushing to its head. It quickly dodged to the side, but boom! Amidst the intense explosion, the sky and earth lost their color, and the field of vision was instantly enveloped in a strong light, becoming completely blank. After about 10 seconds, the light gradually dissipated, and what came into view was a huge crater, deep and bottomless, as if an entire piece of ground had disappeared into thin air. The flame Silverwing Griffin, on the other hand, didn't even have time to dodge and turned into powder under Bayu's attack. Experience plus 384,587, energy plus 32,018, level up, LV 37, attribute gain, 50 points, the voice of the system upgrading sounded in Bayu's mind. The power is not bad. Bayu looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. Then he added the attribute points obtained from the upgrade to the four-dimensional attributes, and his whole body turned into a beam of light, disappearing at the entrance of the Tower of God on this level. In the next instant, Bayu's figure appeared on the 21st floor. This is a solitary island surrounded by boundless sea. Bayu's body occupies almost half of the island's area. He raised his head and observed the surrounding environment, using his spiritual perception to scan for signs of life. After breaking through the four-dimensional attribute of 1000, Bayu's body underwent a qualitative leap in all aspects, with the most significant improvement in his spiritual abilities. From initially perceiving a range of about 1 kilometer, he can now sense up to nearly 10,000 meters. Moreover, in Bayu's current perception, he can distinguish between the true forms of those lives, whether they are monsters or invaders. It has become more concrete. These are all changes brought about by the accumulation and transformation of attributes. Under Bayu's perception, all life reactions on the island are almost impossible to hide. He doesn't even bother to waste time clearing away the monsters that hide out of fear. Instead, he directs his gaze towards the distant sea. The monsters in the deep sea are his preferred targets for leveling up. The massive body that resides on the island slowly moves, causing the entire island to tremble continuously. Bayu rises into the air, and the entire snake hovers above, resembling a swimming dragon. His snake eyes calmly gaze at the depths of the sea, while his spiritual perception spreads out, capturing the specific locations of those monsters in the deep sea. Found them. When he captures a location where a large number of monsters gather, Baiyu opens his mouth, and red energy instantly condenses, forming a powerful beam of light that shoots out. Boom! The energy beam pierces through the sea surface, causing huge waves to surge. Before long, a large amount of blood and the corpses of monsters float to the surface. Experience points plus 3,585, experience points plus 3,358, experience points plus 3,358. A series of system sounds resound in his mind, and Baiyu begins the next round of hunting. While killing monsters, he flies towards the entrance of this level's tower. As he progresses, Baiyu is no longer satisfied with wasting time searching in the air. He directly dives into the deep sea, causing chaos throughout the entire ocean. In the process, he even attracts the siege of several deep-sea overlords, but they naturally end up seeking their own deaths. Those boss-level monsters may be extremely dangerous for ordinary monsters and invaders, but in Baiyu's eyes, they are just abundant nutrients for leveling up. The more they come, the more he kills. After about 2 hours, when Baiyu arrives near the entrance of this level's tower, his level has already increased to LV39. It can be imagined how much damage he caused in the sea just now. It can be said that almost all the monsters in the surrounding sea area have been killed by him. The entrance to this level's tower is on a skeleton island. The tower guardian boss is a giant red crab. Before Baiyu arrived here, the underlings of the tower guardian boss had already sent the message in advance. Therefore, the entire island's shore is crowded with various seafood monsters, exuding a powerful aura. But in Baiyu's eyes, it's like a seafood feast. The giant crab in the center, surrounded by monsters, is the ruler of this island and the tower guardian boss of this level. Its body is red, shimmering with a metallic luster, and its pincers are of different sizes, with sharp teeth. Steel Demon Giant Crab, level, LV52. As the massive black shadow in the deep sea gradually approaches, all the monsters on the shore hold their breath, feeling like they are facing a formidable enemy. Some monsters with weak mental endurance are already trembling uncontrollably. Ripples appear on the sea surface, and waves surge along with them. In the next moment, a giant head emitting a terrifying aura slowly emerges from the sea, and those deep, profound snake eyes calmly observe everything on the shore. With just one glance, all the monsters were petrified in place, as if they were being stared at by the legendary Medusa. Their breath seemed to stop at that moment, and they all stared in silence at the terrifying creature on the sea surface, as if it came from ancient times. Even the tower guardian boss in the rear widened its eyes, feeling its pincers becoming incredibly stiff. Illusory snake pupil. Baiyu focused his gaze, and his immense spiritual power instantly swept through the entire area, imprisoning all the monsters in place as if with substantial mental pressure. Then, one by one, they fell down screaming, almost in the blink of an eye, leaving only the tower guardian boss struggling to hold on. However, the situation of this boss was now extremely dangerous. In the illusory space, the steel-clad demon giant crab continuously swung its pincers, blocking the endless swarm of snakes around it. It endured the constant demonic whispers in its ears, striving to maintain mental clarity, occasionally spitting out bubbles to bind the snakes. Obviously, the mental power of this tower guardian boss was not weak. But it was only to a certain extent. Perhaps compared to other bosses, the steel-clad demon giant crab's mental power could already be considered strong, but in front of Baiyu, it was clearly outmatched. Soon, the steel-clad demon giant crab realized that the number of snakes swarming towards it was increasing. No matter how it resisted, it was futile. In the blink of an eye, the snakes completely engulfed it, and its mental consciousness gradually became chaotic and heavy under the influence of the demonic whispers echoing in its ears. Fear from the depths of its soul consumed its entire body, and countless horrifying images flashed in its mind. Finally, those flashing images exceeded the mental load of the steel-clad demon giant crab. With a bang, they shattered like a mirror, and then a gaping mouth suddenly attacked, swallowing it whole. Its consciousness completely faded to black. Outside, the steel-clad demon giant crab collapsed with a loud crash. The voice of the system prompt did not sound in its mind. Obviously, one move of illusory snake pupil was not enough to completely kill the Tower Guardian boss. Baiyu once again spewed out a red energy breath, and after destroying the Tower Guardian boss and half of the island, the familiar sound of the prompt finally rang in his mind. Experience plus 391,580, energy plus 33,251. After killing the boss, Baiyu was once again teleported to the next level. Taking advantage of the remaining time, he hurriedly rushed towards the tower. Along the way, he encountered no resistance, and no monster could stop Baiyu's footsteps. It had to be said that since Baiyu's bloodline had been upgraded to level 3, his overall strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Not only did his strength increase significantly, but even in terms of bloodline, he had a clear suppression effect on other monsters. Weakness before the battle. This was almost the situation. Even the Tower Guardian bosses couldn't ignore the influence of this bloodline, let alone the ordinary monsters, whose suppression was even more evident. This was an advantage that Baiyu did not possess when he had a level 2 bloodline. In this situation of pushing forward all the way, when Baiyu was about to log out of the inner world, he had already reached the 23rd level. His level had also increased to level 41. Let's stop here for today. After fighting for about 6 hours, Baiyu also felt a bit tired. He casually found a mountain range to rest and turned into a white light to exit. Classroom of Class 1 to 14. Baiyu returned here, casually scanning the classroom, but did not find the figures of his two best friends. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a group of people arguing in front of the classroom. With Baiyu's current physical condition, even without deliberately listening, he could roughly hear what those people were arguing about. Roughly speaking, last night during training, the genius from another class came to challenge but was humiliated. Now he has come again, wanting to have another match and regain his reputation. Baiyu secretly shook his head, not interested in the competitive nature of these young people, feeling that it was too childish. He got up and walked towards the back door, planning to go to the cafeteria to solve his hunger problem. Just as he reached the door, a clearly unfamiliar face of a student from another class reached out and blocked his way, smiling and saying, "Classmate, this path is blocked." As he spoke, he gestured ahead and said with a smile, "Until this matter is resolved, no one here is allowed to." Before he could finish his sentence, the student from another class felt like he had been hit by a truck, stumbling and falling onto the corridor railing. He screamed in pain, clutching his shoulder as if it were broken, his eyes fixed on Baiyu's departing figure, his face constantly changing. He wanted to grit his teeth and catch up to stop him, but when he recalled the scene just now, a sense of fear rose in his heart, making it difficult for him to take a step forward. Even after Baiyu's figure disappeared at the corridor staircase, the person still lay on the ground in a daze. Only when he noticed that others around were looking at him did he pretend to be fine and stood up. As for what happened just now with Baiyu, not a word was mentioned, as if it had never happened. However, in his heart, he firmly remembered Baiyu and wondered when Class 14 had such a character. He didn't notice it during last night's training. On the other side, Baiyu left the school and went home after having a satisfying meal at the cafeteria. After a comfortable medicinal bath, he felt all the fatigue in his body disappear. The efficacy of the medicine has weakened again. It had been almost a week since the last prescription was given, so it was time to visit that traditional Chinese medicine clinic again. Without hesitation, Baiyu changed into suitable clothes and took advantage of the night to take care of the new prescription. The location was the familiar Chinese medicine shop. When Baiyu entered, there were still many people in the shop, so he quietly sat down and waited. Only after everyone had finished looking did Baiyu approach. "It's about time you came." The old Chinese doctor had already seen Baiyu, and when he saw Baiyu sit down, he smiled and reached out to feel his pulse. After a moment, the old Chinese doctor furrowed his brow slightly, indicating for Baiyu to switch hands and continue the pulse examination. After a while, the old Chinese doctor released his withered hand and looked at Baiyu with surprise and confusion in his eyes. To be honest, he had never heard or seen of someone with a rare physical condition like Baiyu's. Originally, Baiyu's physical condition was already unusual, but in such a short time, the situation had become even more severe. His body was like a bottomless pit, constantly consuming and absorbing, requiring a large amount of nutrients to fill it. However, filling a bottomless pit was not an easy task. While the old Chinese doctor was pondering, the shop door suddenly opened, and a young beautiful woman in a beige dress walked in, holding a little girl and looking slightly anxious. They seemed to be a mother and daughter, and judging from their attire, their status and background were not ordinary. However, the little girl's face was very pale, indicating her weakness. "Doctor." The young woman's face showed a hint of anxiety, but when she saw Baiyu sitting there, she held back her words. The old Chinese doctor seemed to know this mother and daughter, nodded at the young woman, indicating for her to relax, and continued to contemplate the issue of Baiyu's prescription. After a while, he sighed and shook his head, preparing the prescription. Finally, he said to Baiyu, "Your current physical condition is very special. Although this prescription will have a slightly stronger effect, I'm not sure if it will completely satisfy your absorption. I'm still missing a crucial medicinal herb here, otherwise it would be more helpful for your condition." Baiyu asked after listening, "I wonder what herb it is. Can the old doctor tell me?" The old Chinese doctor sighed and said, "It's no harm to say it. It's the purple dragon king leaf, a very precious medicinal herb that is not easy to find. And it's also extremely expensive. If you have this herb, combined with the prescription I gave you, the efficacy of the medicine can at least be tripled or quadrupled." Baiyu nodded thoughtfully, wrote down the name of the herb, paid the bill, took the prepared herbs, and left the pharmacy. In the instant the glass door closed, a faint urgent voice of a young beautiful woman could be heard from inside. However, Baiyu had already walked away with the herbs. On the way back, Baiyu took out his phone and searched for the herb purple dragon king leaf. He was shocked when he saw it. Goodness! This is not a medicinal herb, it's clearly gold. No, it's even more valuable than gold. What's more, this thing is priceless and is basically hard to find on the market. It mostly circulates among the wealthy and noble families. Ordinary people may have never even heard of it. If it weren't for Baiyu's special situation, he would also not have known about this precious herb mentioned by the old Chinese doctor. He laughed and shook his head, no longer considering the matter of the purple dragon king leaf. After jogging back home, he tried a few sets of exercises in the living room, familiarizing himself with the changes in his body. This training took more than 3 hours. When he came back to his senses, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. This stamina, this endurance, was amazing. After taking a quick shower, Baiyu lay on the bed and casually scrolled through his phone. He searched for the materials needed for bloodline upgrade and the situation on the 29th floor. This time, the reward for his question on the QA platform was quickly answered. Croa's blood? I remember there is a red dragon named Croa on the 20th floor. Is Croa's blood referring to its blood? This answer immediately caught Baiyu's attention. And it seemed very reasonable. He immediately asked for detailed information about that red dragon. The other person told him everything they knew. After reading it, Baiyu fell into contemplation. Should he find Croa's blood first or rush to the tower? According to the person's answer, the Croa red dragon is located in the Starfire volcano on the 20th floor, and that red dragon seems to have a special relationship with the Imperial General of the Human Empire. In other words, if Baiyu goes to find that red dragon, he is very likely to encounter the Imperial General and start a war with the Human Empire. In that case, it would probably waste a lot of time, right? Baiyu's first consideration was the issue of time, not the war with the Empire. After thinking for a moment, Baiyu made a decision to first reach the 29th floor. He is currently on the 23rd floor of the Tower of the Gods. With his current speed, as long as he rushes to the tower at full speed, it will take at most 2 or 3 days to reach the 29th floor. By then, he can carve a unique mark to teleport at any time, and it won't be too late to return to the 20th floor to deal with the materials. With a plan in mind, Baiyu no longer hesitated and continued to surf the internet. Time slowly passed into the late night. Dragon Kingdom, a certain important department. In the conference room, the atmosphere was serious. In the dim light, you could vaguely see several figures sitting in the conference room. In front of them were files, but their gaze was fixed on the information projected on the screen. As the projections turned page by page, until the projection ended and the lights in the conference room turned back on, the people slowly withdrew their gazes. I still think it's a risky move to entrust such precious world props to the members of the assault team. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man with white hair and eagle eyes spoke, and his first sentence made the atmosphere in the conference room even more serious. But, up until now, can we find anyone more suitable than the members of the assault team? Another old woman with short gray hair said lightly. No matter how precious the world props are, if we only know how to preserve them and not how to use them, they are just lifeless objects. I believe everyone here is aware of the current situation in various countries around the world. If we go against the trend, our entire country will suffer. The others pondered for a moment and then nodded one after another. The man with white hair and eagle eyes glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, I don't oppose the use of world props, but I believe the method of use and the selection of users must be carefully considered. We shouldn't hastily decide just because they are members of the assault team or based on a few pieces of information. So, it's appropriate to let the person you entrusted use them? A calm voice came from the opposite side. The person speaking was none other than the important figure who appeared at the assault team training base before Lu Xinghua. The man with white hair and eagle eyes did not refute, and calmly said, if that's the case, then it's fine. At least the people under my command can guarantee absolute loyalty. The members of the assault team should focus on their mission to conquer the inner world, and it may not be a good thing to hastily give them the world props. I disagree. As soon as the man with eagle eyes finished speaking, another voice of opposition sounded. Despite feeling dissatisfied, the man with eagle eyes understood why the others were against it. They simply didn't want to see his subordinates, the Zero, monopolize everything. The people in the meeting room held different opinions and argued incessantly. Enough, useless arguments won't solve the problem. The old man with white beard sitting at the head suddenly spoke up, and the surrounding noise immediately ceased. The old man then made a decisive decision, let's give the 3 broken boundary stone fragments to the assault team this time. Considering the current situation, they indeed need it. As for any different opinions from the Zero side, we'll snatch the world props from the hands of other countries in the next secret realm competition. The man with eagle eyes snorted heavily after hearing this, although he was still somewhat unwilling, he no longer argued. However, he still reminded, for now, since the decision has been made, it is absolutely necessary for me to thoroughly investigate the family backgrounds of the assault team members. If necessary, their families. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Xinghua interrupted, you don't need to worry about that. We will handle it ourselves. If the people under the man with eagle eyes were allowed to intervene, it would probably not have any effect and might even backfire. After deciding on the users of the world props, the meeting was almost over. After leaving the meeting room, Lu Xinghua immediately arrived at the training base and personally handed the black box in his hand to Long Shanha, the person in charge of the base. Long Shanha, who knew what was inside the box, suppressed his excitement and nodded solemnly after listening to Lu Xinghua's instructions. He then got into the car and didn't return until the vehicle disappeared from sight. Looking at the black box in his hand, Long Shanha felt excited and emotional. With the contents of the box, their assault team would truly have the power to make a difference in the real world. The broken boundary stone fragments. As the name suggests, they are crystal fragments that can break through boundaries. Their only function is to reduce the suppression effect of the dimensional barrier and maximize the power of the inner world. Although they are only fragments and not complete boundary stones, they can still unleash the power of approximately 7 layers of the inner world in the real world. The effect is terrifying. Just think about the performance of the players in the inner world, where they can fly and do anything, and then think about their suppressed struggles in the real world. It is not difficult to see from this that the role of the broken boundary stone fragments is significant. It can weaken the suppression effect of the dimensional barrier and directly unleash about 70% of the power of the inner world. It is such a crazy thing. 043 is getting exciting. Fourth update, Wuhan, late at night, at the training base. Jiang Xinyan, who finished training, returned to her room. It was a single-person restroom. At this moment, there was a sparse sound of water in the bathroom. Through the frosted glass on the door, one could vaguely see a graceful figure amidst the mist. After a moment, the sound of water stopped. Jiang Xinyan, wrapped in a bathrobe, walked out of the bathroom, barefoot on the carpet, holding a white towel in her hand, wiping her damp golden hair. When her hair was somewhat dry, she sat down on the edge of the bed wearing cotton slippers. Moonlight shone through the window, like a layer of hazy gauze, gently enveloping the beautiful woman by the bed, giving her a softer and more dreamlike appearance. She reached out and picked up the small crystal on the table, holding it in her palm, quietly contemplating. Just now, Long Shanhe, the leader of the assault team, suddenly called all of them together. In front of everyone, he handed over this important item called the broken boundary stone fragment to her and two others. Until now, Jiang Xinyan still had the envy of others flashing through her mind. Broken boundary stone fragment. After possessing it, it can weaken the suppression effect of the dimensional barrier and unleash about 70% of the power of the inner world in the present world. As a formal member of the assault team, Jiang Xinyan naturally knew about this kind of thing. They had even participated in a competition for world props before, fighting against top adventurers from various countries in the secret realm. However, she never expected that such a precious item would be entrusted to them. Instead of envy like others, Jiang Xinyan had more thoughts in her mind. What does it mean to hand over the broken boundary stone fragment to them? What happened behind the scenes? If possible, Jiang Xinyan actually didn't want this thing because it might mean the beginning of other unknown changes. Compared to that, Jiang Xinyan actually wanted to stay at home and live a peaceful life with her younger brother Bai Yuping. It's been half a month since I last went home. Looking at the bright moon in the sky outside the window, the image of Bai Yuping appeared in her mind. At this moment, a hint of longing arose in Jiang Xinyan's heart. After this mission is over, she will go home. The next day, early morning. Bai Yuping arrived at school on time and entered the alternate dimension space with all the students in his class. He entered the teleportation array alone. The teacher behind him reached out his hand, but before he could call out, Bai Yuping turned into a beam of light and disappeared, causing the teacher to sigh helplessly. He could only continue to cheer on the other students who were left behind. Inner World, Tower of the Gods, 23rd floor. After entering, Bai Yuping headed straight for the entrance of this floor. He needed to hurry up and climb the tower, and then return to the 20th floor to find the blood of Kroya. If there was enough time, he could also try to gather the materials to upgrade the remaining two bloodlines. The boss on this floor was a 50-meter-tall red-haired gorilla with lush fur, emitting an ominous aura, and its level was LV-57. Although its level was only 2 levels higher than the Tower Guardian boss on the previous floor, its attributes were much stronger. At least Bai Yuping couldn't defeat it with just one move like before. Its physical strength was almost comparable to Bai Yuping's second-level bloodline. After spending several minutes, Bai Yuping finally dealt with this tough and agile red-haired gorilla. The Wrath of the Vajra Ring made Bai Yu happy because after defeating this boss, a piece of equipment dropped. And it was even a divine artifact. Although this ring may not be as good as the equipment dropped by the forest dragon, it is still worth a lot of money. Bai Yu put the equipment into the inventory and teleported to the next level to continue climbing the tower. 24th floor. 25th floor. As the tower levels got higher, Bai Yu could clearly feel the significant increase in the strength of the Tower Guardian bosses. The difference may not be felt in terms of level, but in actual combat, the various attributes were clearly increasing. The most obvious experience was that Bai Yu could no longer one-shot them. Starting from the Red Vajra on the 23rd floor, it took several minutes to defeat them. It took Bai Yu more than 10 minutes to defeat the lava giant on the 24th floor. And on the 25th floor, the 1,000-year Spider King not only took Bai Yu more than 20 minutes to defeat, but also caused him a little trouble with its special venomous attacks. If it weren't for Bai Yu's talent skill of blood regeneration, which surpassed the damage of the poison gas, it might have been a bit tricky. Not being able to one-shot the Tower Guardian bosses naturally made Bai Yu a little unhappy, but he quickly changed his mindset. Thinking about the struggles of other players in front of the Tower Guardian bosses, he suddenly felt enlightened and realized that his current state of climbing the tower was actually quite good. 26th floor. Between the rugged and majestic mountains, peaks stood like sharp swords, pointing straight to the sky. Baiyu perched on the peak of a sword, his vertical snake-like pupils reflecting the falling snowflakes in the air, shimmering slightly. Only 3 more floors to go. He was only 3 floors away from his final goal. At Baiyu's current speed, he could possibly reach the 29th floor tomorrow, or a little slower, the day after tomorrow. And there was still over a week, close to 2 weeks, until the school-wide assessment. In other words, the assault team where Jiang Xinyan was located might not have started attacking the boss yet, and Baiyu would be able to reach the 29th floor ahead of them. Thinking of this, Baiyu couldn't help but clench his fist tightly, feeling a hint of excitement in his heart. Great! As long as he reached the 29th floor ahead of time, all he needed to do was intervene and change the course of that battle at the critical moment. Then, the tragic tragedy of his previous life could be completely rewritten. With this excited mood, Baiyu became even more motivated, and when he fought against the Tower Guardian boss on this floor, he felt like his whole person was ignited. He forcefully shattered the turtle shell-like Tower Guardian boss through the entire high-intensity suppression. Experience plus 672,535, energy plus 150,127, level up, LV 45, attribute gain, 50 points. The voice of the system prompt sounded in his mind after the battle ended. Looking at the gradually dissipating boss corpse, Baiyu went to the entrance and his massive body turned into a beam of light, teleporting to the next floor. Interdimensional space, Baiyu, who had finished today's training, exited the inner world. First, he put the divine artifact ring that dropped for sale on the trading channel, with a price of 500,000. Then he noticed a private message from the Hell Knight. "Brother, you're awesome, over 9,000 points of power, breaking the record. If I hadn't been training in the training hall today, I wouldn't have known about this." "How did you train?" "It's too exaggerated." Ha ha ha. Reading the contents of the private message, Baiyu immediately pictured the other person's cheerful smiling face in his mind. He replied briefly, and just as Baiyu was about to close the private message interface, his hand suddenly paused, as if he remembered something. Immediately edit a private message and send it over. "Ouyang, do you know about the medicinal herb Purple Dragon King Leaf?" After all, he was a true tycoon who was willing to spend $1 million to buy equipment. In Baiyu's opinion, the other party might actually know something about the Purple Dragon King Leaf. Anyway, it was just a casual question, so there was no loss. Seeing that there was no reply, it seemed that the other person was not in the dimensional space at the moment, so Baiyu returned to the real world. Shwa! With a flash of white light, Baiyu returned to his original position, feeling unusually relaxed. There was only the last 2 levels left before reaching the 29th floor of the Tower of the Gods, which would take about a day. Baiyu suddenly felt that the huge stone weighing on his heart had been moved away a lot. He was just 1 step away from being completely liberated. Therefore, even the string that had been tightly stretched relaxed slightly, and he felt much lighter. Before logging into the dimensional space this morning, he had asked everyone not to leave temporarily after their training was over, and to notify them if there was anything. In the past, Baiyu might have sneaked away, but now, he didn't mind staying and listening. After about an hour, everyone had gathered. "Baiyu, who are you chatting with? Your smile is so radiant?" Suddenly, a sly voice came from beside him, and Baiyu's expression became speechless at the words. It was Tang Hao, who had just come out of the inner world and headed straight for Baiyu. He stretched his neck to look at Baiyu's phone screen. When he saw that the person he was chatting with was labeled sister, Tang Hao was not surprised at all. He immediately leaned in and said, "Right, I haven't seen Xin Yen's sister yet. Quickly video called her so I can see." Baiyu raised an eyebrow and pushed away the shameless face that was getting closer, and calmly said one word, "Get lost." "What's wrong? Can't I see Xin Yen's sister? Is it not allowed?" Tang Hao immediately raised his voice in protest. "Don't you know that Xin Yen's sister really likes me? She even praised the food I cooked." Baiyu looked at Tang Hao with a look of disdain. "Your cooking is delicious? Don't you have any self-awareness? Do you know how she turned her head and happily put all the food from your plate into hers? You're just jealous of me. You don't want Xin Yen's sister to see me. Sister complex." By you, you're definitely a sister complex. Tang Hao's loud voice attracted the attention of many people, who turned to look in their direction. In their curious eyes, there was a sense of anticipation, as if they had heard some big news. Even Xia Yingying couldn't help but turn her head to look. The genius teenager Yun Fan, who no longer boasted about being a genius, also had a surprised and thoughtful expression as he looked at Chu Mo with questioning eyes. The latter seemed to sense something and glanced back. The two exchanged silent glances. Yun Fan's eyes asked, "Is Baiyu really a sister complex?" Chu Mo's eyes answered, "Who knows, but who can say for sure?" Yun Fan nodded, "That's true, since he rejected her, it seems possible." Chu Mo gave a confirming look and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, silently giving Tang Hao a thumbs up. Chu Mo still remembered that embarrassing moment when Baiyu teased him that night by the Hangzhong Bridge. But now, Tang Hao had avenged him. Noticing the commotion around him, Tang Hao covered his mouth, shrunk his neck, and secretly glanced at the focus of everyone's attention, Baiyu. However, Baiyu acted as if nothing had happened and continued chatting on his phone. Even Tang Hao, who boasted about having a thick skin, couldn't help but admire him in his heart. It wasn't until the strange atmosphere slowly dissipated that the tension eased. Faintly, one could hear many people's regretful voices. Is Baiyu really a sister complex? What, Baiyu has a sister? What is the relationship between Baiyu and his sister? Speak up. Tang Hao, continue speaking. Spill the beans. What's wrong? Feeling that something is off, he asked in confusion, but only saw everyone hesitating and no one giving a reasonable explanation. Shaking his head, he stopped asking further questions, and his expression gradually became serious as he looked at everyone below. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up, "The reason why I gathered everyone here today is because of the incidents that happened in the training room these past 2 days. I believe everyone is aware of it." The atmosphere below suddenly became quiet. "I haven't been watching over you for just 2 days, and something like this happens? I encourage competition, but not the kind where you resort to violence. Beating each other up until there's bloodshed. If someone hadn't intervened, people would have ended up in the hospital." Hearing this, Baiyu already knew what they were talking about, and a look of surprise couldn't help but appear on his face. He thought it was just kids playing house, but he didn't expect it to be this serious. They fought to the point of almost going to the hospital? Unbelievable. Young people should have limits to their competitiveness. I encourage healthy competition, not maliciously showing off your abilities. If something like this happens again, I won't be able to help you. Everyone lowered their heads like trained quails. Seeing this, most of his anger dissipated, but when his gaze swept to the back row and landed on a face that seemed completely detached from the situation, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartache. By the way, there's Baiyu. Although you didn't participate in this incident, it's not worthy of praise. Do you know why? Me? Baiyu pointed at himself in confusion, not understanding why the blame suddenly fell on him. Seeing Baiyu's puzzled expression, he almost burst out laughing. Luckily he didn't have a heart condition, otherwise he would have been seriously affected by all this anger. He sighed helplessly, not bothering to say anything else, just reminding them, "Let's forget about what happened before. From today onwards, train honestly in the training room." Baiyu suddenly understood, so that's what this is about. Training? We'll see. After finishing explaining everything and leaving, the low pressure slowly returned to normal. Tang Hao looked at Baiyu with a gloating expression. "Are you dumbfounded? You can't escape training now, right?" Baiyu chuckled and apologized, he wouldn't dare next time. The three musketeers went to the cafeteria together after finishing their meal. Baiyu left alone and found the newly opened buffet restaurant, where he enjoyed a hearty meal and left leisurely under the smiling face of the owner. On the way, Baiyu received a phone call and immediately changed direction towards the location mentioned in the call. Ora, Xingba. Baiyu stopped in front of this shop. The call he received on the way was from Ouyang Yingjie. He invited him here to meet up and discuss about Purple Dragon King Yi. Baiyu didn't expect that a casual question would lead to the other person actually knowing about it. Since there was nothing else to do tonight besides training, Baiyu decided to come over. Before entering the door, Bayu glanced at a certain direction behind him, then quickly withdrew his gaze and walked in. Outside Qingba, among the pedestrians, a figure wearing a duckbill cap watched Bayu enter Qingba, pursed his lips, deliberately lingered outside for a moment, and then followed into the shop. Melodious and lively music surrounded them. Led by the waiter, Bayu entered private room number 9, knocked on the door, and then pushed it open. Bayu, you finally came. Ouyang Yingjie stood up and warmly welcomed him, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. He held Bayu's hand and said, "This is our first offline meeting, right? Please sit down, we have a lot to talk about." In the private room, besides Ouyang Yingjie, there were 3 other people. The young man with wine-red curly hair, Bayu had a faint impression of him. It seemed that he was one of the people he had met in the different dimension space before. As for the other 2 young and beautiful girls, they were obviously not from the same group as before. Bayu was not surprised by this and did not express any opinions. Faced with the scrutiny of the 3 people, he didn't care. He had only one purpose for coming here, which was to inquire about the news of the Purple Dragon King Yi, and he was not interested in anything else. On the other hand, the 3 people were clearly very interested in Bayu. Especially the 2 young and beautiful girls, they wanted to see what kind of person this young man, who was treated warmly by Ouyang Yingjie, was. From the moment Bayu entered the door, the 2 girls curiously looked him up and down. After seeing Bayu's appearance, a touch of astonishment appeared in their eyes. So handsome! And that pale, almost cold skin, coupled with the unique temperament of a young man, undoubtedly added more points. Even though they considered themselves to have seen countless handsome men and beautiful women, both girls had to admit that Bayu's appearance and temperament were absolutely top-notch. Just in terms of looks, it far exceeded their expectations. Plus, Ouyang Yingjie vaguely mentioned earlier that this young man named Bayu was also a powerful player, the first to kill the forest dragon, and broke the record in the strength test, etc. Handsome plus genius. The combination of these 2 qualities was undeniably powerful. The 2 girls exchanged a knowing glance and saw the strong interest in each other's eyes. "By the way, why did you suddenly ask about the Purple Dragon King Yi? I heard from my old man that it seems to be a very powerful tonic." After chatting with Bayu for a while, Ouyang Yingjie got to the point. In the end, he couldn't help but lower his voice and said with a hint of provocation. Bayu could tell that this guy had misunderstood. Actually, it wasn't a bad idea. His body now was like a bottomless pit, and it really needed a strong tonic to fill the gaps. "So, can you get it?" "My old man has one, but he treasures it so much that he rarely uses it. It's definitely not easy to get." Ouyang Yingjie looked a little embarrassed. "Do you know where else we can buy it?" Bayu continued to ask. "I do know a place that might have it." Just as Ouyang Yingjie was frowning and thinking, the young man with wine-red curly hair on the sofa suddenly spoke up. Seeing the 2 of them looking over, the curly-haired young man shrugged and said a few words, "Jinjiang Auction House." Jinjiang Auction House? Bayu was unfamiliar with this name. But Ouyang Yingjie's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. "Right, they have so many collections there, and this medicinal herb is very precious. It's possible that they have it. I didn't think of it earlier. Leave this to me. I'll ask about it tomorrow and contact you if they have it." Bayu nodded after listening. "Thanks." Then he picked up his glass and clinked it with Ouyang Yingjie's. With the business concluded, Ouyang Yingjie continued to chat with Bayu, unwilling to let him leave easily. As a result, the 2 young and beautiful girls were ignored. "Bayu, what floor are you on in the Tower of God now? Do you have a fixed team? By the way, you're still a student, so you must act together with your classmates, right? By the way, how did you manage to achieve that strength test? Breaking the record is one thing, but surpassing the second place by nearly 3 times in Dao power is too exaggerated, don't you think? You don't know that your legend is spreading in the training hall now." Ouyang Yingjie seemed to have turned into 100,000 wise, talking nonstop and full of enthusiasm. It was clear that he admired Bayu very much. Bayu answered the questions that he could answer, as long as it didn't involve the secret about him. In this harmonious conversation atmosphere, time quickly passed. When the group left the bar, it was already around 9 o'clock in the evening. Ouyang Jie originally wanted to invite Baiyu to the next round, but was politely declined by Baiyu. Is it necessary? Is that young man worth it? After Baiyu left, the voice of the curly-haired youth sounded beside him. In his impression, Ouyang Jie had never been so enthusiastic towards someone his age. No, that young man was a few years younger than them. However, Ouyang treated him as an equal. This made it even more puzzling. You don't understand, Baiyu is definitely a friend worth making. Looking at his skeptical friend, Ouyang Jie didn't care at all. He smiled proudly and said, "My grandfather once said that although I am ordinary, my judgment of people is surprisingly accurate." Ha, I hope so. The curly-haired youth was speechless, clearly not believing it. He didn't want to continue arguing about this issue, so he changed the subject and teased, "Thanks to you, those two girls tonight were wasted. It's a pity, they were quite attractive." Ouyang Jie's smile became even brighter when he heard this. Don't you see? After Baiyu entered the private room, those two girls couldn't take their eyes off him. Do you want that too? Don't you mind being with them while they're thinking about? Get lost. Dogs can't speak the truth. The curly-haired youth couldn't bear it anymore and kicked him, cursing as he chased after Ouyang Jie and beat him up. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Jie laughed and ran for his life. On the other side, after leaving the bar, Baiyu didn't choose to go home directly. He walked and stopped along the way, seemingly casually strolling, but he was secretly observing the situation behind him. He had vaguely sensed someone following him since he entered the bar earlier. Now that feeling had been confirmed. It wasn't an illusion. There really was someone following him from a distance. Ha! With a cold sneer in his heart, Baiyu pondered the identity of the other person while leading that little tail, gradually disappearing into a sparsely populated area. The quiet street had fewer and fewer pedestrians. The cap-wearing youth frowned slightly as he looked at the figure in front of him. Had he been discovered? Just as this doubt arose in his mind, the figure in front suddenly stopped, and the cap-wearing youth quickly hid behind a tree trunk. Looking at Baiyu standing motionless under the streetlight, the cap-wearing youth furrowed his brows tightly. At this moment, he noticed that besides him and Baiyu, there was no one else on this street. So he really was discovered? Was I intentionally led to this place? Thinking of this, the cap-wearing youth wasn't surprised. After all, he was the younger brother of the queen. If he really was useless, it would have surprised him. You're quite vigilant, the cap-wearing youth commented in his mind. Just as his gaze continued to look ahead, he suddenly froze. Disappeared? Where did he go? The cap-wearing youth was shocked. In the moment he was distracted, Baiyu had disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Behind you. Suddenly, a voice sounded faintly behind the cap-wearing youth. He was instantly startled and instinctively counterattacked, but was easily captured by the other person. His entire arm was like being held by a pair of iron tongs, making it difficult to break free. Then a sharp pain came from his knee, and the cap-wearing youth knelt on the ground, a look of humiliation on his face. He tried hard to break free but was horrified to find that the power difference between them was too great. No matter how he struggled, it was in vain. The whole person was pressed firmly to the ground, maintaining a kneeling position, unable to move. Waves of shock surged in his heart. He, unexpectedly being subdued by a high school student. How is this possible? Tell me, who are you? Why are you following me? Baiyu questioned, increasing the strength in his hand. The cap-wearing youth gritted his teeth, refusing to speak. However, in the next second, as he felt Baiyu's strength increasing and the angle of his own bent arm growing larger, he saw his arm about to be broken. The cap-wearing youth couldn't hold on any longer. Scared out of his wits, he shouted, "Stop! I'll talk! I'll talk!" Afraid that he would be a step too slow and have his arm broken here. It's not that he fears death, but he is just an ordinary investigator. It shouldn't have escalated to this point. Seeing that Baiyu showed no intention of letting go, the cap-wearing youth didn't dare to be negligent. He spilled everything he knew like a bamboo tube pouring beans, including his identity, where he came from, and the purpose of tracking Baiyu. It's true. Everything I said is true. Believe me. Seeing Baiyu's skeptical gaze, the cap-wearing youth's desire to survive burst forth. Only then did Baiyu slowly release his grip, and the latter immediately rolled to the side, staring at Baiyu with a terrified look, his whole body on guard. Baiyu? This guy? Investigating him? And it turns out to be from the same place as Jiang Xinyan. Although he is only a reserve member, he seems too weak. It seems like he understood the meaning in Baiyu's eyes. The cap-wearing youth suddenly felt ashamed and pulled his cap lower. Are you saying that you were just assigned to investigate me, and you don't know why? Baiyu pondered for a few seconds and asked. The cap-wearing youth wanted to stubbornly refuse to answer, but his body obediently nodded. Baiyu looked thoughtful. Why would the department where Jiang Xinyan is located investigate him? Could it be that they discovered something? Baiyu recalled everything that happened during this period of time, and he shouldn't have exposed anything. Even if his strength in reality was discovered, it wouldn't be a big deal as long as his bloodline mutation wasn't discovered. If it's not his problem, then... Baiyu's face suddenly became cold, his gaze filled with frost, and his voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze. Don't tell me something happened to my sister. Sensing that the temperature around him seemed to be dropping, the cap-wearing youth raised his head in astonishment, and then, his cold and emotionless eyes met Baiyu's. His heart trembled, and his voice couldn't help but tremble as he immediately shook his head and waved his hands. No. Your sister is fine, nothing happened. Baiyu silently stared at him. Until the cap-wearing youth's scalp went numb. After he voluntarily told Baiyu everything he knew about Jiang Xinyan, the frost in Baiyu's eyes gradually dissipated. I'm just a small reserve member. I only know this much about Senior Jiang Xinyan. I don't usually have the opportunity to come into contact with her personally. Most of what I know is from others. The cap-wearing youth confessed with a dejected look, feeling a sense of desolation rising in his heart. He originally thought it was just a simple investigation task. If it went smoothly, he might leave a good impression on his superiors and graduate from the reserve team early. But what was the result? He didn't find anything in the investigation, but instead, he revealed his own situation clearly, not even leaving his underwear. He can only blame himself for being careless. Who could have expected that a high school student who had just awakened his login qualifications would be so powerful? That's right. This guy is still just a high school student, a rookie loginer. The duckbill cap boy suddenly remembered this point, and then, he became even more depressed. After all, he himself was a reserve member of the Dragon Kingdom's assault team, and it was not an exaggeration to call him a genius. But what about the reality? He, a reserve member, couldn't even beat a high school student. It's not that he was weak, but Baiyu was too strong. He truly lived up to being Jiang Xinyan's younger brother. The duckbill cap boy couldn't help but feel emotional. He could already imagine that with the talent and strength Baiyu had shown, it wouldn't be long before he became one of them, even graduating from the reserve and becoming an official member of the assault team faster than them. He couldn't compare. Baiyu didn't care about what the duckbill cap boy was thinking. His mind was racing, his gaze flickering, and finally, a smile appeared on his lips as he looked at the duckbill cap boy on the ground and asked in a friendly tone, "What's your name?" "Ha?" The duckbill cap boy was stunned, clearly unable to react. But he quickly answered honestly, Su Feng. Baiyu nodded and gently persuaded, "Come on, let's become friends." "Ha?" The duckbill cap boy was once again confused. What was happening? Then, under Baiyu's kind gaze, he understood and obediently took out his phone, opened the interface, and scanned each other's codes with Baiyu, then became friends. "Okay, now we're friends. Remember to tell me if there's any latest news about the assault team in the future," Baiyu said with a smile. The duckbill cap boy was dumbfounded. He felt like what he was holding in his hand was not a phone, but a hot potato. Although Baiyu had a smile on his face, the duckbill cap boy could sense that if he refused, the consequences would be dire. "Well, that's not really appropriate," Su Feng tried to negotiate. Baiyu patted his shoulder and understandingly said, "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to tell me any secrets. I just want to know how my sister is doing at the base. You know, her current mission is very dangerous, and as her younger brother, it's only natural for me to be concerned, right? You just need to tell me the time it takes for the assault team to defeat the boss, or any information you hear about my sister. Baiyu finished. Su Feng nodded in understanding. What Baiyu said was indeed true. But you also know that I'm not an official member of the assault team yet, so it's not convenient for me to know about Jiang Xinyan's news. I'll do my best. In Su Feng's opinion, Baiyu would definitely be recruited soon, and he would become one of them. It wouldn't be considered leaking information to an outsider. Moreover, Baiyu was just concerned about his sister's news. Su Feng thought it was only natural and it wouldn't hurt to be a little accommodating. Baiyu smiled lightly at his words and patted Su Feng's shoulder heavily, saying, "Thanks, friend." Su Feng had a helpless expression. Who told him he couldn't beat him? You have the final say with your fists. But this investigation mission, it seemed like his dream of graduating early was shattered. By the way, if you still want to investigate, go ahead, I'll pretend tonight didn't happen. If you have any questions for me, I can also tell you. Baiyu's words sounded like heavenly music. Really? Su Feng's eyes lit up, his expression excited. We're friends, right? Baiyu raised his phone and smiled. Su Feng looked grateful and nodded heavily, yes. That's right, they were already friends. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like a good thing to become friends with the younger brother of the queen. Moreover, Baiyu's strength was so strong, he would definitely be a reliable ally in the future, which made him even happier. Su Feng suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. Even when he left, he was still thinking about finding out more about Jiang Xinyan's news when he returned. Watching Su Feng hide back into the darkness, Baiyu turned around, and the smile on his face slowly faded. Although he didn't know why the people from his sister's department were investigating him, this incident unexpectedly developed a small source of information, which could be considered a pleasant surprise. Although Su Feng may not provide much useful information, it's better than nothing. For example, he can easily find out information about the location of the training base, which he didn't know before. After resolving the matter, Baiyu went straight home. Su Feng followed behind, trying not to disturb Baiyu, as if he didn't exist. The next morning, Baiyu woke up early, and beneath his calm gaze, there was a hint of excitement. He was already on the 27th floor of the Tower of Gods, and if everything went smoothly, he expected to reach the 29th floor today. When he arrived at school and entered the classroom, Baiyu was met with the deathly gaze of the teacher. Baiyu smiled and casually returned to his seat at the back. Tang Hao watched Baiyu approach, his small eyes seemingly saying awesome. He didn't expect that Baiyu would be so bold as to openly ignore the teacher in order to avoid training. Seeing Baiyu return to his seat, the teacher's face showed a hint of helplessness. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything more, silently shaking his head. In his eyes, Baiyu had already given up on himself, so no matter how much he said, it would be useless. After everyone in the class arrived, the teacher led them into the dimensional space. Baiyu walked at the back of the line, entering the teleportation array alone. As the scene changed before his eyes, he arrived at the 27th floor of the Tower of Gods. His vision also transformed from a human perspective to the special vision of a black-scaled python. Looking around, Baiyu slowly began to move, his massive body moving thousands of meters, causing a commotion. Almost everything along the way was flattened, and some monsters couldn't even escape before being crushed under Baiyu's sturdy body. On this floor, Baiyu didn't recklessly kill monsters like he did on the previous floors. This floor almost gathered the most elite group of players from various countries, and they were currently the most powerful group. Although Baiyu didn't need to worry about any of them with his strength, it would be quite troublesome if he attracted the attention of most countries. In order to not affect his own plans, Baiyu decided to act low-key and avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, if he only encountered a few players, Baiyu wouldn't go easy on them. Even if their strength belonged to the top tier among players, they were still inferior to Baiyu. If they knew what was good for them, they would run away, and Baiyu would pretend not to see them. As for those who didn't know their place and tried to plot against him, Baiyu would teach them a lesson. If he accidentally caused their death due to excessive force, Baiyu would only apologize with a smile. He always followed the principle of not attacking unless provoked. In order to avoid conflict with other players and meaningless killings, Baiyu had actively tried to compromise. However, if those people still didn't know their place and wanted to target him, they should be prepared to be counterattacked. In this way, under Baiyu's deliberate low-key actions, everything progressed smoothly. Except for a few eager players who were defeated by Baiyu, the remaining players had already heard the news and avoided Baiyu like a snake or scorpion. This also consumed more time, and when Baiyu reached the entrance of this floor, nearly 3 hours had passed. The speed is more than twice as slow as before. Hidden in the dense jungle, Baiyu's eyes darkly stared at the intense battle on the grassland ahead. A team of about 20 invaders was engaged in a fierce battle with the Tower Guardian boss, Slime King. The two sides were temporarily deadlocked. No, the Tower Guardian boss had a slight advantage. To be able to gain the upper hand in a battle against 20 invaders who were among the top tier in strength, one can imagine how powerful this Tower Guardian boss on this level is. From this, it is not difficult to see how difficult it will be to conquer each subsequent level's Tower Guardian boss. Baiyu, hidden in the shadows, quietly observed the situation. Regardless of the final outcome, it didn't matter much to him. However, Baiyu, who originally planned to make plans after the battle ended, was discovered prematurely by those invaders, causing them to be shocked and almost scared out of their souls. What's going on? They were still fighting the Tower Guardian boss on their side, and now another monster boss appeared? The situation has changed, everyone retreat immediately. While the team leader was casting spells to block the Tower Guardian boss, he also kept an eye on Baiyu in the distance. As a result, he accidentally got hit by the Tower Guardian boss's area attack and was immediately sent flying. Captain! The other invaders exclaimed in worry. Run! The team leader rolled on the ground in a sorry state, with a head wound and blood flowing, but after stabilizing his figure, he gritted his teeth and shouted at everyone. While that boss hasn't joined the battle yet, escape from another route. Although Baiyu was just lurking in the jungle without making any moves, in the eyes of those invaders, he was clearly preparing to take action. Those captivating snake-like eyes seemed as if they could devour them at any moment. Faced with such a situation where they were caught between a rock and a hard place, the team of invaders had no choice but to escape. After finally getting rid of the Tower Guardian boss, the team of invaders struggled to reach the top of the nearby mountain. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, when they turned to look at the other boss in the distance, their expressions froze and their breath seemed to stop at that moment. They saw the massive black-scaled body coiled and lurking in the jungle, with no end in sight. Now it seems that what they saw just now was only the tip of the iceberg of that black-scaled python boss. Its true body had grown to a size beyond their imagination. From a distance, it looked like an endless black river, spanning across the jungle. If it were to fully coil up, it would probably be higher than the mountain range beneath their feet. Gurgle. In the silent atmosphere, someone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their expression stiff and unbelieving as they said, "Isn't this too long?" Everyone around fell silent, with no one answering. Following that was an overwhelming sense of relief. Fortunately, they managed to escape. If they had continued the battle, it's likely that none of them would have survived. Let's go! The team leader was the first to snap out of it, said to everyone, and turned around to leave. This place was not suitable for staying long. The others immediately followed suit, and the group quickly disappeared into the forest. Baiyu had been keeping an eye on the invaders in the distance until he couldn't sense their presence anymore, then he focused all his attention on the Tower Guardian boss. He didn't want to be taken advantage of by others. Moreover, if a group of invaders were to witness him battling the Tower Guardian boss, it could have a highly unfavorable impact on him. Slime King, level 59. While Baiyu was observing the Tower Guardian boss, the latter was also on guard against him. As an instinct of a monster, it was telling the Tower Guardian boss that Baiyu's presence was quite dangerous. Even just lying there motionless like this, it gives people a creepy feeling. Suddenly, Baiyu moved. His massive body slithered along the ground, slowly revealing his true appearance. The Slime King's face changed drastically, as if facing a formidable enemy. As Bayu's body gradually rose, blocking out the sky, and the red energy rapidly gathering in his mouth. The Slime King tensed up, leaping away from his original position like a spring. Boom! The ground where it was just now was instantly swept by a strong red beam, leaving a nearly kilometer-long mark in billowing black smoke. Multiple meteor bullets. The Slime King didn't sit idly by, bursting with a burst of light, immediately dispersing into dozens of small round projectiles, shooting towards Bayu like bullets from a machine gun. Infinite barrier. Bayu's gaze slightly condensed, and a transparent barrier appeared in front of him, blocking all of the Tower Guardian boss's attacks. Bang bang bang. Continuous collisions sounded, causing ripples like water on the barrier, but they couldn't break through Bayu's defense. Bayu suddenly leaned forward, opening his blood-filled mouth to bite the reassembled Slime King. However, a sudden sensation of hardness came from his mouth. The Tower Guardian boss had completely hardened its body, resisting Bayu's bite. Buzz! At this moment, a violet red light suddenly surged in Bayu's mouth, quickly condensing together. In the Slime King's changing expression, it turned into a surging beam of light and shot out. Boom! The red energy beam instantly engulfed the Tower Guardian boss, piercing through the clouds in the sky, and finally disappearing into the horizon. From a distance, it looked as if the sky had been cut open, with the clouds split in the middle, extending to the end of the line of sight. Crack! Bayu fiercely bit down, and a sound of shattering came from his mouth. Then, smoke-filled green liquid flowed from the corners of his mouth. Finally, it fell to the ground and slowly gathered together under Bayu's astonished gaze, forming a Tower Guardian boss that was a few sizes smaller. Bayu wasn't surprised by this. Although he didn't manage to kill the Slime King in one strike, he had obviously dealt it a great deal of damage. Starting from a few floors ago, each floor's Tower Guardian boss was not an easy opponent. Bayu no longer expected to be able to one-shot the Tower Guardian boss. Faced with the obviously weakened Slime King, Bayu showed no mercy. In order to prevent the opponent from using any other strange skills, Bayu attacked even more ruthlessly. It took about 10 minutes to completely kill it and end the battle. After smoothly entering the next floor, Bayu was one step closer to his goal, only one floor away. Naturally, his emotions were a bit excited. When he arrived at the entrance of this floor after spending a little over 2 hours, it just so happened that a group of players were fighting. Bayu. Are they intentionally preventing him from reaching the 29th floor today? Suppressing the frustration in his heart, Bayu continued to crouch in the bushes. This crouch actually allowed him to discover something. This boss is a bit tricky. After observing for a while longer, seeing that he didn't have much time left today and that the battle ahead wouldn't end anytime soon, Bayu decided to exit the inner world for now and come back later. Silently moving towards the back, Bayu then disappeared in a flash of light from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already inside the teleportation array. Just one more floor. Bayu clenched his fist, to be precise, just one more boss, and he would reach the 29th floor, the floor where Jiang Xinyan was now. Back in the real world, Bayu first went to the cafeteria to satisfy his hunger, then left school and went home. After comfortably soaking in a medicinal bath, he waited until evening before entering the inner world once again. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Bayu's massive python-like body appeared on the vast grassland. In the distance stood the Tower of the Gods that connected heaven and earth, as well as the boss guarding the entrance. The group of adventurers from before were nowhere to be seen. Bayu didn't care whether they had successfully cleared the level or not. The Undead Mage, level 59. Bayu focused his gaze on the boss guarding the tower entrance, and its level information appeared above its head. Although it was called the Undead Mage, the boss clearly followed a muscular route. With a skull head and bare-chested, its body was full of explosive strength, completely unrelated to mages except for its name. Step. 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 The Undead Mage walked unconsciously around the entrance with its arms hanging down, its 2 long demon tentacles dragging on the ground, secreting an unknown corrosive slime. Suddenly, the Undead Mage stopped and its hollow skull eyes looked towards a certain direction in the darkness. Sizzle! The Undead Mage raised its palm, and a group of dark blue fireballs ignited and were thrown into the darkness. Under the dim blue flames, one could vaguely see the outline of a massive figure hiding in the darkness. The undead mage let out a piercing roar, and ghostly flames ignited in its two skull eyes. Its sluggish body seemed to activate in an instant. It muttered unclear incantations, its hands joined together, and a large amount of magic power surged. It instantly condensed into a huge blue fireball, emitting a cold breath, and was thrown towards the massive figure in the darkness. Boom! The fireball collided with a transparent barrier, turning into a dense net that spread along the barrier. The icy chill penetrated through the defense barrier and attacked Baiyu. Baiyu could faintly feel a cold and tingling sensation from the black scales, and slowly, a thin layer of frost began to form on the black scales. Boom! 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 Just then, a series of muffled sounds suddenly came from ahead. The undead mage, after casting its spell, directly charged towards Baiyu, rushing into the sea of blue flames. Its strong arms heavily pounded on the defense barrier, its menacing skull head almost touching the barrier, roaring as it stared at Baiyu behind it. And then, it kept going, kept going, kept going, kept going. The undead mage's arms bulged with muscles, its fists were as fast as lightning, continuously pounding on the barrier like a storm. Boom, 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 boom. Under the intense bombardment, the invisible barrier created ripples, and waves of air spread out, finally shattering with a loud crash. Baiyu calmly watched this scene, his body trembling slightly, shaking off the frost on the black scales. As his blood-filled mouth opened wide, a surge of red energy quickly gathered. Then, he aimed directly at the undead mage in front of the barrier and unleashed a face-to-face attack. Energy breath. Boom! A dazzling beam of energy shot out, instantly engulfing the undead mage, and a gruesome roar immediately came from within. After a moment, the energy beam gradually dissipated. The figure of the undead mage was revealed, covered in black smoke, its explosive muscles severely damaged and in a pitiful state, the flames in its skull eyes almost extinguished. However, in the next second, the undead mage suddenly stiffened and twisted his neck, making a crackling sound from his mouth. The two demonic tentacles behind him forcefully inserted into his body, continuously delivering some unknown liquid, and his muscles instantly recovered at a visible speed. At the same time, as the undead mage intermittently chanted a difficult and awkward spell, the ground suddenly trembled, and one after another undead corpses crawled out, swarming towards Baiyu. Baiyu swung his body and tail, his massive body swept out, knocking all the undead corpses along the way. However, the number of corpses kept increasing, coming from all directions. Baiyu flew into the air, looking down at the roaring undead horde below, and directly used his energy breath to clear the monsters. Experience plus 5,842, experience plus 5,824, experience plus 5,624. The sound of experience gain filled the air, but Baiyu didn't have time to care. He clashed with the undead mage in the air and on the ground. The infinite barrier could block all of the undead mage's attacks, but it couldn't resist the unstoppable chilling sensation. Every few minutes, Baiyu would violently shake his body to shake off the frozen frost, otherwise he might really be frozen. On the other hand, the undead mage kept getting injured and recovering during the battle, repeating this cycle. They stubbornly held their ground against each other. Baiyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this undead mage was really tough. It was a combination of magic and martial arts. And there were countless undead hordes. After Baiyu cleared a batch, another batch was quickly summoned, making it impossible to kill them all. In this way, the two sides remained deadlocked for nearly half an hour. Seeing that time was running out, Baiyu didn't waste any more time. With a thought, a huge energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from his body, and the originally dim sky instantly became pitch black. In an instant, strong winds swept, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flickered. Boom! 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 The sound of muffled thunder exploded in the clouds. The strong wind led the lightning, gradually merging the two, condensing into a terrifying and ferocious dragon head. Below, the undead mage tilted his head and looked at this scene with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Then, he condensed a giant skull fireball in his hands. The previous battle experience told him that this would end it. Roar! The undead mage roared and threw the giant skull fireball in front of him. Above the sky, the ferocious wind and thunder dragon emitted a resounding dragon roar, carrying an unstoppable destructive force, charging towards the ground. The two collided heavily. They only held each other for a few seconds. The skull fireball was shattered like a birdshot hitting a cannon, and then, in the undead mage's stunned expression, the azure dragon fell. Boom! A deafening roar, accompanied by intense white light, instantly enveloped the entire area. All vision and hearing were deprived in that instant, leaving only a blank space and a buzzing sound in the brain. After about 10 seconds, vision gradually returned. Looking around, in the bottomless pit, one could still see the raging winds and thunder. As for the undead mage and all the undead corpses, they had all turned into powder and disappeared. Experience plus 596,869, energy plus 125,420, level up, level 49, attribute gain, 50 points, the system prompt sounded in Bayu's mind. Bayu felt a joy in his heart, finally, it was done. With an uncontrollable excitement, Bayu went to the entrance and teleported to the next level. When his vision cleared again, Bayu had already appeared on the 29th floor of the Tower of the Gods. On the boundless desert of yellow sand, surrounded by distant mountains, a solitary moon hangs in the sky, with countless stars. Under the hazy moonlight, a black-scaled python, several kilometers long, coils in the sky. I have arrived. Snake-like eyes stare at this world, and an indescribable emotion surges in Bayu's heart. Roar! In the night sky, there is a faint sound that echoes through the heavens and earth. The landing team, who is on their way, stops and looks in the direction of the sound. It can be seen that these landing teams, located in different directions, have different skin colors and ethnicities. They are the top landing teams from various countries, even the national elite teams. The roar of a monster only slightly catches their attention, and then they pay no more attention and continue on their way. They have only one purpose for being here: to conquer the tower boss on this level. In the real world, a bedroom. Bayu lies quietly on the bed, his whole body in a stretched-out position. Because he has stayed in the inner world for a little too long, his brain nerves are slightly throbbing at the moment. However, this does not affect his excited emotions at the moment. He has successfully reached the 29th floor of the Tower of the Gods, and all that is left is to quietly guard her. This time, I will never let the god of death take you away again. Absolutely. Ding-ling-ling in the quiet room, the sound of a ringing phone suddenly rings. Bayu picks up the phone and his gaze flickers. He presses the answer button and puts it to his ear. Good news, Bayu. As soon as the call is connected, Ouyang Ingjia's laughter comes from the other end. I found the purple Dragon King's leaf that you wanted. It is indeed kept in the auction house. Bayu's heart is delighted and he says, "Thank you, Ouyang." He also remembers this favor in his heart. To be honest, although Bayu and Ouyang Ingjia have not known each other for a long time, and most of their communication is online, Ouyang Ingjia is indeed a good person as a friend. This can be seen from his attitude towards Bayu's matter. No need to thank me. By the way, I have already bought the item. When will you come to pick it up? Tomorrow afternoon. Bayu thinks for a moment and replies. After agreeing on the time and place to meet, the two chat for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone. Putting down the phone, Bayu looks at the ceiling and can't help but smile, feeling very good. Successfully reaching the 29th floor of the Tower of the Gods and finding the purple Dragon King's leaf. Everything seems to be developing in a good direction. The night wind blows gently. On the rooftop of a building, a girl wearing a red beret sits on the edge, with a lollipop in her mouth, humming a cheerful tune, swinging her fair little legs in the air. Suddenly, there are faint footsteps behind her, and a young man in a suit, wearing black glasses, walks out of the darkness. "You're late, Afei." The girl turns her head upon hearing the voice, frowning slightly, and speaks with a hint of dissatisfaction. "I encountered a little accident on the way, which delayed me a bit." Afei, the young man, pushes his glasses and says calmly. The girl snorts, pouts, and continues to ask, "Why did the organization suddenly send you here? Is there a new mission?" "More or less, there's a landing player named Bai Xiu who suddenly appeared recently. His strength should be good. The leader is planning to recruit him. The young man says indifferently. Bai Xiao? I seem to have heard of him somewhere. He must be impressive if the leader is interested in him, right? Who knows? The young man comes to the edge of the building, looks at the distant night view with dim lights, and says without looking away, and you guys, the progress of the mission needs to be accelerated. The girl raised her delicate eyebrows when she heard this. I knew it, you wouldn't be here for anything good. But don't worry about our situation here, we've already selected our targets. It's the white-haired uncle's side. I haven't seen him for several days now. The white-haired uncle mentioned by the girl was the black-clad man who had set his sights on Chu Mo. Obviously, neither of them knew that their organization member had already been locked up in the police station and was being guarded by someone. The young man remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, I will contact him. Besides recruiting new members, I came here this time to assist you in speeding up the mission progress. The girl shrugged indifferently, sucking on her lollipop as she turned her head to look at the distant night scene, her eyes shimmering with a strange brilliance. Look, this city is so beautiful. It will belong to us in the future, won't it? Silence filled the air, only the sound of the night wind could be heard. After a long while, the voice of the young man rang out, filled with unwavering determination mixed with admiration. As long as we follow the leader's footsteps, one day, the whole world will submit to us. The next day, Baiyu arrived at the school classroom. Feeling quite good, he smiled lightly when he met the gaze of the class flower Xia Yingying, then sat down at his seat. However, when he heard the whispers of Xia Yingying and her best friend, Baiyu couldn't help but have a few black lines on his forehead. Could Baiyu really have a sister complex? His relationship with Tang Hao is so good, it can't be baseless rumors, right? This was the voice of the class flower's best friend. I don't know. Xia Yingying's weak voice sounded. Baiyu. So, having good hearing is not always a good thing. Shaking his head lightly, Baiyu didn't listen to the content of the conversation between the two little girls anymore. He noticed the occasional glances from Tang Hao next to him, as well as his hesitant expression, and couldn't help but say, What's wrong? Speak up or fart quickly. Tang Hao pulled a chair over and sat down, pondering for a few seconds before casually saying, Speaking of which, we've been in the inner world for almost 20 days now, right? Including today, there are exactly 10 days left until the school-wide assessment. Baiyu nodded and asked, and then? Tang Hao carefully examined Baiyu's face with his eyes, trying to see something, but he found that Baiyu's calm expression didn't seem fake at all. Strange, why doesn't this guy seem to be in a hurry? Only 10 days left until the assessment, shouldn't Baiyu be feeling extremely anxious? After all, he didn't do well in the inner world and had to work so hard to hide it. Anyone would feel extremely anxious, right? Originally, Tang Hao was planning to wait for him to level up before teaming up with the Three Musketeers as an excuse. This way, he could take care of his brother's face and help him level up. But then he found out that Chu Mo had quietly become so powerful, why not take advantage of such a resource? Besides, he could also gain some experience from it. Well, Chu Mo and I have agreed to team up and challenge the first floor boss today. Don't you know? Chu Mo is already almost level 15. Tang Hao said with a smile. At the same time, he cleverly pointed out Chu Mo's level, wanting Baiyu to feel a sense of urgency while also seeing the hope of leveling up. Really? Good luck, strive for a good result in the assessment. Baiyu smiled. Tang Hao nodded repeatedly, then suddenly felt something was off. Why wasn't things developing in the direction he had anticipated? Shouldn't Baiyu be the one to suggest teaming up to challenge the boss together? Why does he look so blessed instead? Like he's completely detached from it? I mean, Chu Mo and I are teaming up to challenge the first floor's tower boss. Do you want to join us? Shouldn't the Three Musketeers unite? Me? You don't have to worry about me at all. If I say I'm on the 29th floor right now, would you believe me? Baiyu pointed at himself and said with a smile. Tang Hao squinted his eyes and looked at Baiyu speechlessly. The 29th floor? Do you even believe yourself? Forget it. I don't feel like talking to you. Tang Hao got up from his chair and said sarcastically, "Oh well, after we finish brushing the boss today, some people shouldn't be jealous." Bai smiled and looked at Tang Hao. He already knew what Tang Hao was thinking, but he really was on the 29th floor now. If he were to bring someone, it should be them. However, just wait a little longer. After he stopped that matter and successfully mastered his transformation, he would come back and bring these two comrades along to experience the feeling of flying high in the sky. Tang Hao helplessly returned to his seat, and from his appearance, it was clear that his team plan had failed. Xu Mo saw this scene, but it didn't surprise him at all. After all, he knew Bai Yu's true strength. Being able to crush that man in the real world, Bai Yu's strength in the inner world would only be stronger. Instead of worrying about him, it would be better to think about his own problems. As for why Bai Yu wanted to hide his true situation, Xu Mo was also unclear. He could only assume that his comrade belonged to the type who acted low-key and didn't like to stand out. Or maybe there were other unknown reasons, but this was Bai Yu's own secret, and Xu Mo wouldn't investigate it. Just like his own matter, he also kept it hidden from Bai Yu. In his mind, the smiling face of the boss lady flashed, and Xu Mo couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. That usually serious face unexpectedly showed a hint of a smile, and in his lifeless eyes, a trace of determination appeared. She said she liked maturity. Inner world, Tower of the Gods, 29th floor. Surrounded by mountains, towering ancient trees, lush and verdant. Bai Yu perched on top of a mountain peak, his massive body almost completely covering the peak. The ancient and dark black scales shimmered with a cold luster under the sunlight, exuding a breath as if from ancient times. He opened his snake-like eyes and silently surveyed the surrounding mountains and forests, his broad vision taking in the scenery. In Bai Yu's spiritual perception, within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers, there were many monsters, and if he continued to expand outward, he would be able to see the figures of some landers. Among them were solo players, teams of lander squads, and even foreign assault teams that looked quite professional. If Bai Yu acted on his own, he might attract attention and possibly even provoke a siege. Utilizing his powerful sensing ability, Bai Yu intentionally avoided areas where many landers gathered and slowly moved towards the direction of the tower's boss on this floor. Along the way, the monsters he encountered all became his nourishment. As Bai Yu got closer and closer to the distant Black Tower, the number of landers from various countries noticeably increased in his perception. It seemed that they were all rooted here, and it was impossible to bypass them and continue forward. Bai Yu thought for a moment and decided not to disturb them for now, but a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Would the Dragon Kingdom's assault team also be gathered nearby? With this idea in his mind, Bai Yu couldn't suppress it any longer and immediately used his spiritual senses to carefully search for Jiang Xinyan's figure. After a moment, Bai Yu shook his head in disappointment. He didn't find Jiang Xinyan's figure, and he didn't even find the Dragon Kingdom's assault team. He only detected a few solo players from the Dragon Kingdom. Since the battle hasn't started yet, then. Bai Yu's snake-like eyes flickered slightly. He decided to use these last few days to search for materials to upgrade his bloodline, striving to raise it by 1 level before the boss battle begins. Let's start with the blood of Kroya. With a thought, Bai Yu's massive body immediately emitted a faint light and disappeared from the spot, teleporting to the 20th level. He had previously received an answer online that the blood of Kroya was likely the blood of a red dragon named Kroya on this level. Now that Bai Yu had arrived at the 29th level, he no longer needed to continue climbing the tower. He had complete freedom with the remaining time. Swish! As his vision cleared again, Bai Yu appeared in a forest on the 20th level. The humans and monsters who were previously engaged in battle around him were all stunned. After realizing what was happening, they were scared out of their wits and scattered like animals, disappearing in the blink of an eye. That attire, are they soldiers of the Empire? Sensing the panicked human soldiers fleeing, Bai Yu's eyes showed a pensive look. He straightened his body, gradually rising thousands of meters high, towering over the mountains in the forest. His gaze followed the direction in which the soldiers were escaping, and he could vaguely see a cluster of buildings on the outskirts of the forest, seemingly located on the plains. Bai Yu quickly realized that he had been teleported near the human area of this level. I wonder if that is the Starry Sky Empire. According to the answer he found online, the Kroya Red Dragon was located in a mountain range within the Starry Sky Empire's territory. Moreover, it had a close relationship with the Empire's first female general. Previously, Baiyu didn't want to waste time on this matter because he needed to focus on climbing the tower. Now that his tower climbing mission was complete, even if the relationship between that red dragon and the Empire's female general was good, Baiyu had to go through with it. At most, he would try to avoid triggering a war in the Empire. Of course, if a war did break out and the Empire launched an attack, Baiyu was not afraid in the slightest. He was that bold. Who the wind howled as Baiyu soared into the sky, gliding like a dragon, flying towards the outskirts of the forest. With his arrival, the Empire soldiers stationed outside the forest were already scared out of their wits. They discarded their helmets and armor, scrambling to escape. Even the leader of this stationed army, urged by his subordinate, fled on horseback. In the distance, the flag of the Starry Sky Empire could be seen fluttering among the fleeing soldiers, but it was eventually broken and abandoned on the ground, perhaps due to their hasty retreat. Confirming the information he wanted, Baiyu no longer had a reason to pursue further. He shifted his gaze to the ordinary villagers below who were unable to escape, their faces pale with fear, paralyzed on the ground. Baiyu withdrew his gaze and slowly moved his massive body, flying away. His spiritual power spread out in all directions, searching for the location of the Red Dragon. Starry Sky Empire. Border City. The soldiers patrolling on the city walls suddenly stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with surprise and uncertainty as they looked at the large group of people rushing towards the city gate as if fleeing. It's the 3rd Legion of the Empire. And General Clark. After seeing the approaching crowd, the initially nervous soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a beast attack. However, the next moment, a sense of unease and confusion arose in their hearts. Why would the 3rd Legion of the Empire be in such a panic to retreat? Quick, inform General D. Sale, an unknown-level monster boss has appeared on the defense line. Just as they entered the border city, the middle-aged general in armor, panting heavily, grabbed a nearby soldier and urged him without time to rest. Around the same time, the players inside the border city also quickly heard this news. The players who witnessed the soldiers outside the city gate frantically fleeing like a horde of zombies spread the news widely, vividly describing the situation. Continuing on, clever adventurers rushed to the mission bounty board, where the latest missions were indeed posted, and the rewards were exceptionally rich. Starry Empire, the border city. In a magnificent mansion, a middle-aged man dressed in silver armor sat here, his face anxious, his gaze occasionally looking towards the direction of the door. This person is General Clark, who hurriedly returned from the borderline. Finally, when footsteps sounded outside, Clark's face slightly brightened, immediately standing up from his seat and looking straight at the door. There, a tall figure dressed in black heavy armor walked in. Jet-black long hair gently swayed with the person's steps, fair skin as snow, a delicate face like an elf, and a huge sword emitting a chilling aura on their back. The person is none other than General D. Sale, the first female general guarding the Empire's border. You finally came. Seeing the person, Clark seemed to see hope, the anxious expression on his face unconsciously relaxed, and his tone carried an undisguised respect. This is normal, as this person is the strongest warrior in the history of the Empire. Even the red dragon that once threatened the safety of the Empire was subdued, so who in the Empire could refuse to submit? I heard that you discovered an unknown-level boss monster? D. Sale's tone was calm as she asked concisely. Yes, that boss is a towering python, flying in the sky. The middle-aged general's expression was excited. So, you abandoned the civilians and escaped back? The middle-aged general's face turned embarrassed. Although timely reporting of information is important, in a situation like today, it should not happen again next time. After speaking, without waiting for the middle-aged man to say anything, D. Sale turned and walked outside. Let's go, tell me the specific situation on the way. The middle-aged man immediately followed. At the same time, the adventurers who noticed the newly posted mission spread the news, and soon hundreds of people gathered here. It was because the rewards for this mission were very generous. What's more important is that they would be accompanied by the Empire's first female general, D. Sale. She ranked in the top 3 of the NPC beauty rankings in the virtual network forum, Innerworld. With both strength and beauty, many players didn't have a chance to witness her beauty. Now, this rare opportunity was right in front of them, how could they miss it? Therefore, within a short 10 minutes, hundreds of adventurers crowded at the city gate. "They're here." When they saw a group of soldiers running from the back of the street, all the adventurers became excited, shouting with excitement, their eyes fixed on the figure walking towards them with broad steps in the distance. Jet black heavy armor, contrasting fair skin, a black giant sword, flowing long hair, tall figure, and the invisible powerful aura emanating from her. Especially when everyone saw the exquisite face with a hint of world weariness, they were all ecstatic, their eyes almost glued to General D. Sale. "Look at her ears, they're pointed, she must be an elf, right? I heard she's a dark elf, but why is her skin not dark at all, but rather so pale, but I like it, hee hee. She's truly one of the top 3 beauties, even if there are no rewards for this mission, it's worth it just to catch a glimpse of D. Sale. Ha, those who missed this mission will definitely regret it. Don't forget that D. Sale is the strongest in the Starry Empire, with her escorting us, this mission is completely free rewards." Hundreds of adventurers, along with the Empire's army, moved forward towards the borderline. Under the leadership of middle-aged General Clark, they quickly arrived at the scene. However, to their surprise, there was no scene of brutal devastation by the monsters as they had imagined. The people, apart from being frightened, were not harmed. All the soldiers looked at each other. Clark was also a bit puzzled and turned his gaze to D. Sale. "Even if there were no casualties, we cannot allow such a high-level monster boss to exist on the Empire's border," D. Sale said calmly while riding on his horse. In response to the soldiers' inquiries, they learned that the giant python had flown towards a certain direction in the forest. D. Sale ordered some troops to stay behind while the rest continued marching towards the direction Whitey had left. After about an hour, as the group ventured deeper into the mountains, they could see signs of battle around them, and it was the kind of destructive battle that was far from ordinary monster skirmishes. This suddenly piqued the interest of the adventurers who had been bored from the journey. Another half an hour passed, and at a certain moment, when they heard a dragon's roar from deep within the mountains, D. Sale's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a dangerous light flashed in his gaze. "This sound, it's a red dragon." Suddenly realizing something, D. Sale spurred his horse and raced ahead, leaving everyone behind, and swiftly headed towards the direction where the sound came from. The people left behind were confused for a moment but soon followed suit. Too slow. D. Sale was anxious and dismounted, taking a few quick steps forward, and in a few flashes, he disappeared into the forest. Inside the deep mountains, below the waterfall in the gorge, a great battle between 2 colossal creatures was unfolding. One of them was Whitey, who had found this place through his spiritual sense. The other big guy was naturally the target of Whitey's journey, the Kroya Red Dragon. In terms of size, the Kroya Red Dragon was only a quarter of Whitey's size, but it was still quite impressive, almost a kilometer long. Its skin was reddish, and its wings were full. Perhaps due to its transformation into a giant python, this red dragon gave Whitey a sense of beauty. Faced with Whitey's sudden attack, the red dragon, who was originally cleaning itself under the waterfall, became furious, but when it saw Whitey's full appearance, it was shocked. So big. It was even larger than itself, a dragon. Moreover, the dangerous aura emanating from Whitey, just by being stared at by his snake-like eyes, made the Kroya Red Dragon feel a palpitation. It was a kind of suppression that seemed to come from deep within the bloodline. Kroya Red Dragon, level, LV57. Looking at the level information above the opponent's head, Whitey was slightly surprised, but not unexpected. In this layer, even the LV59 hidden boss, Stormgrans, existed, so it didn't seem strange to have a LV57 Red Dragon. If it were before his bloodline upgrade, Whitey might have had to have a fierce battle with the Kroya Red Dragon. But now, Whitey was able to fully suppress it, with an infinite barrier blocking the flames of the Kroya Red Dragon, and his blood basin mouth opened, gathering surging red energy. Just then, a powerful life force appeared in Whitey's spiritual sense, rapidly approaching this direction. It was a human woman wearing black heavy armor. This life force. It's already on par with Stormgrans, or even a bit stronger. Whitey was slightly surprised, and the red energy breath turned into a red light, suddenly spewing out. Boom! The surging red beam of energy burst out, directly hitting the flames, and the intense collision of energy produced waves of air that spread continuously. The two of them held their ground for less than 10 seconds, and the fiery breath was completely defeated. The crimson dragon's pupils contracted, and its huge wings suddenly trembled, trying to dodge completely, but it was too late. At the critical moment, a tall figure suddenly stood in front of it, tightly gripping the black heavy sword in both hands, instantly condensing a solid ice wall, blocking the energy breath. The energy breath kept colliding with the ice wall, cracks appeared, and the figure kept retreating. However, the person had no intention of retreating at all, and with a shout, a large amount of coldness surged from the heavy sword, continuously reinforcing the ice wall. Ceaseless. Seeing the figure clearly, the crimson dragon's eyes widened, and a human voice came out of its mouth. When the red energy breath dissipated, Ceaseless had already been knocked away, and the crimson dragon immediately flew to catch her. Are you okay? The crimson dragon's words revealed concern. Ceaseless shook her head and looked at Baiyu with a deep seriousness in her eyes. From their brief exchange just now, she had already felt Baiyu's strength. He was definitely not an ordinary monster boss, he was even stronger than the red dragon beside her. While her thoughts were racing, Ceaseless stood up, her delicate face filled with seriousness, her black long hair blowing in the wind, and her pointed elf ears faintly visible. Is this the Imperial female general? Her vitality was comparable to that of the Stormgrand's, or even stronger, and she was able to withstand his previous energy breath, truly deserving of being the Empire's #1. But that was all. Baiyu versus the Crimson Dragon and the Imperial female general. The battle began again. Baiyu was facing two opponents, but he appeared calm. Even though the Crimson Dragon and General Ceaseless were already considered very powerful when they joined forces, their cooperation was exceptionally seamless. However, it was still not enough. What they were facing was no longer a conventional monster. They had to give it their all to make Baiyu take it seriously. Suddenly, a huge shadow loomed over the hearts of the man and the dragon, and it couldn't be dispelled no matter what. Boom! 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 The loud rumbling echoed throughout the canyon, giant ice pillars rose from the ground, and the ground froze, emitting bursts of cold air. Under the pervading cold air, a wave of scorching flames swept through, instantly melting the frozen frost and evaporating a large amount of water vapor. The entire canyon was constantly crumbling in the battle. Baiyu hovered in the sky like a world-destroying demon king, an invisible barrier blocking the alternating bombardment of ice and fire, creating ripples upon collision. Finally, with a bang, the barrier shattered, but instantly formed a second defensive barrier, blocking the dual ice and fire attacks. Ha! In the midst of the battle, Baiyu raised an eyebrow slightly when he sensed a large number of life reactions in the distance. He also noticed that among those life reactions, in addition to the Imperial soldiers, there were also invaders, and their numbers were not small. Baiyu squinted his eyes, filled with question marks. What are those invaders doing here? Are they queuing up to die? If they were a group of top-notch invaders, Baiyu might have been slightly wary. But this is the 20th floor, except for a few high-level invaders, the rest are basically around level 30 or 40. Fortunately, those invaders are not complete idiots. When they saw the huge shadow covering the sky in the distance, everyone involuntarily stopped in their tracks. Is that the boss we're supposed to defeat this time? Heh, are you kidding me? Fighting against that kind of boss, we'll die, right? Am I seeing things? How can such a boss exist? I've never heard of it before. This is too big, could that be the legendary world boss? Everyone stopped thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield, yet they could still clearly feel the destructive power generated by the collision of that immense energy. Everything around was unable to escape the impact of the aftermath. There is no doubt that if they dare to take another step, their fate will be no different from those background boards. They might not even have approached the battlefield yet, but they would be hit by the shockwaves produced by the battle, either dead or injured. Boom! 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 The thunderous sound was like heavy hammers, pounding heavily on everyone's hearts. Almost with each sound, their bodies would tremble uncontrollably, unable to be restrained. I think we shouldn't get involved. After all, our current level seems like it won't be of much help. Faced with the threat of death, many players were already starting to retreat before the battle even began. However, this statement received the agreement of the majority. Only those higher-level players hesitated, feeling that being scared by a boss in front of so many people would be embarrassing. But, should they really go forward? They turned their heads and looked at the unpleasant expressions on the faces of the others around them, and those higher-level players had their answer. Should they wait a little longer? Watch the situation over there before making a decision. If Ceaseless and the Red Dragon can suppress that black-scaled python together, they will charge. Otherwise, they should run. Even the strongest in the Empire, combined with the Red Dragon, is not a match. These people might not even be able to fit between the boss's teeth. In the battlefield, Baiyu glanced at the situation in the distance and withdrew his attention. Those players did not continue to advance, which saved him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he might really have to quit today. Seeing Ceaseless urging the Red Dragon to fly towards the distant sky, Baiyu slightly pondered and understood the other party's intentions. After feeling his immense strength, he didn't want to harm others. Baiyu moved his massive body and followed. In the chase, the sound of battle never ceased, resounding through the sky. Vaguely, one could see the clouds being shattered and the cracks that seemed to tear through the sky under the collision of immense energy. It wasn't until the commotion of the battle became more and more distant that all the players on the outskirts of the battlefield slowly regained their senses. Some players clenched their fists, showing unwillingness. Damn, can we only watch like this with so many people? We were actually scared by a boss? Well, you can't say that. After all, that boss doesn't seem like an ordinary boss. Maybe it really is a world boss. Do you think General Ceaseless will win? The players discussed among themselves, their expressions constantly changing. Damn, none of these people dare to charge, it's embarrassing. A player exclaimed angrily. However, they only received some verbal responses. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to take the lead. The atmosphere in the air became silent, with a hint of awkwardness. If you don't charge, I won't charge, then let's not charge together. None of the players expected that what started as an exciting large-scale group mission would end up with such a result. Sigh, it's not that we didn't try hard, but the boss is just too abnormal. Too terrifying. Boom. 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 Above thousands of meters in the sky, visible shockwaves spread with thunderous sounds. Ceaseless stood on the back of the Red Dragon, with the howling wind blowing through her long hair, revealing her delicate face. In her narrow eyes, there was a hint of determination. Croa, help me hold that guy for now. Ceaseless' voice was solemn. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes, and a seal within her began to loosen. Ceaseless, you. A trace of worry appeared in the giant pupils. Croa, the Red Dragon, held back the words in its mouth and looked angrily at Baiyu, flapping its wings as it flew away. Boom! A red energy shot out from behind. Croa, the Red Dragon, immediately dodged, looking at the deep mark left in the distance, unable to hide a trace of fear in its eyes. In the midst of numerous dangerous evasions, Croa, the Red Dragon, was already covered in wounds, but it gritted its teeth and stubbornly dragged Baiyu, buying time for Ceaseless. Finally, after dodging the last breath of energy, Ceaseless' voice suddenly sounded. She opened her eyes and calmly looked at Baiyu in the distance. Thank you for your hard work. Now, put me down. As she spoke, red patterns spread along her snow-white skin, climbing up her beautiful face, adding a touch of strangeness. Croa, the Red Dragon, immediately lowered itself and charged forward. When it was about to reach the ground, Ceaseless jumped high into the air and landed steadily on the ground, turning around and swinging the heavy sword in her hand. A nearly 100-meter-long frost sword energy flew out. The air along its path froze, rushing towards Baiyu. Infinite barrier. Baiyu's eyes narrowed, and transparent water ripples appeared in front of him. In the next second, boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the huge frost sword energy struck the invisible barrier and shattered it. Bang! 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 The invisible barrier shattered under the attack of the sword energy, but it still managed to block it in the end. However, at this moment, the sword energy suddenly erupted, and a vast cold air swept towards Bayu. The temperature around instantly dropped below zero, and the air froze, forming a huge ice flower in the sky. Kroa, the red dragon, couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment in its eyes. Desale in this state was so powerful. Crack! However, not long after, cracks spread across the ice flower, and with a loud crash, it shattered. Bayu's figure appeared, his serpent-like eyes staring at Desale below. The attack just now had indeed caught him off guard and caused some damage. However, he sensed that Desale's life reaction at this moment was extremely unstable. Indeed, this level of attack is useless. Desale calmly watched this scene, exhaling a cold breath. She seemed unsurprised by the result. It seems I can only use that. Sighing in her heart, Desale completely released the final seal within her body. Immediately, a large amount of red aura surged, and the surrounding air began to tremble restlessly. The curse marks spread on her skin erupted once again, as if coming alive, growing wildly and instantly covering her entire body. At the same time, a hint of indescribable pain appeared on Desale's face. Desale! Kroa, the red dragon, worriedly called out. Desale glanced back at her old friend and said, "This is my duty and my destiny." Abandoned by the Dark Elves, she had become the first female general of the human empire. If she couldn't even fulfill her duty to protect humanity and guard the empire, then what value did she have in staying in this country? If I die, please continue to protect the empire for me. Desale's words drifted in the wind. The red dragon's expression froze for a moment, then it saw a figure wrapped in raging red energy, rushing towards the sky above Bayu without hesitation. Boom! 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 Several 100-meter-long ice cones quickly condensed and flew towards Bayu with a whistling sound. Desale clasped his hands together, and the ice cones exploded the moment they touched the barrier, turning into frost that filled the sky. Frozen for 1,000 miles. The energy inside his body surged madly, turning into endless cold air that continuously emerged. Desale suddenly opened his arms, and the boundless blue cold air behind him spread rapidly like a curtain, connecting all the frost in the air, including Bayu, freezing this entire world in an instant. Above the sky, a several thousand-kilometer-wide ice ball instantly formed, silently suspended in the sky, emitting a chilling aura, like a miracle. The red dragon Kroya stared blankly at this scene. In the next moment, several stunning icy sword auras appeared, like a flock of startled swans, making the entire world pale in comparison. Shie! 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 The sword auras flashed by. Boom! The huge ice ball shattered under the slash of the sword auras, and the strong wind carried a large amount of cold air and ice chunks, surging and spreading in all directions. Kroya, the red dragon, stared fixedly at the center of the battle. When he saw the figure falling from the sky, he immediately flew over after flapping his wings. After catching Desale steadily, he looked at her weak and dying appearance, and a touch of pity appeared in the red dragon's eyes. "Why are you still so foolish?" Desale's pale face showed a faint smile, weakly saying, "Don't worry, I won't die." Speaking of this, her gaze looked towards the sky, where the cold air gradually dissipated, revealing Bayu, who had been completely frozen into an ice sculpture, with grim slash wounds all over his body. However, before Desale could show a smile in her eyes, in the next instant, a crack sound rang out, followed by a dense series of crack sounds, and finally, with a bang, all the ice that had frozen Bayu shattered. Even the deep wounds that had reached the bone on his body were healing at a visible speed. Regeneration! Bayu shivered, recalling the scene of being trapped in the iceball barrier just now, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, revealing a big smile. It's really unexpected. He didn't expect that such a small human body could burst out such astonishing energy in an instant. Fortunately, he was more skilled. Otherwise, he might really have suffered. Looking at General Desale's shocked and pale expression, as well as the stunned expression of the red dragon Kroya, the demonic smile on Bayu's face couldn't help but grow wider. Buzz! In the trembling buzzing sound, a red energy condensed in Bayu's mouth and directly spewed out towards the ground below. The still-dazed Kroya, the red dragon, obviously couldn't react in time. Seeing the attack coming, he turned around and protected D-Sail underneath him, and his back bore the brunt of this energy breath. Roar! A tragic roar resounded through the sky. A large amount of blood bloomed in the air, like blood flowers. The red dragon's massive body fell straight down, and at the last moment, it struggled to control its posture with all its strength, avoiding further injury to D-Sail. However, its entire body couldn't support it anymore, and it heavily crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Kroya! D-Sail's voice sounded mournful. Bayu quietly hovered in the sky, under the shower of the red and hot dragon blood, which fell on him and slowly merged into his body. At the same time, a metallic voice sounded in his mind. Obtained material, Kroya's blood, is this what I obtained? Feeling as if a hot stream was merging with the dragon's blood, Bayu carefully experienced it for a moment, then looked down. The Kroa red dragon was on the verge of death, and General D-Sail's condition was not much better. Bayu slowly descended from the sky, and D-Sail's expression changed when she saw this. She wanted to resist with her sword, but she was weak and powerless due to the previous outburst. She could only grit her teeth and stand in front of the red dragon, using her weak body to provide the dragon with its final defense. Bayu was amazed by this sight and couldn't help but wonder, how can humans and dragons have such deep emotions? His gaze carefully scanned the dragon and the person, and he let out a light laugh. Although this laughter sounded chilling, Bayu didn't mind. His massive body slowly ascended into the air, disappearing from their sight and eventually vanishing into the horizon. D-Sail. Kroa red dragon. The dragon and the person looked at each other, unable to understand why the immensely powerful monster boss had spared them in the end. And what did it mean when it said, how can humans and dragons have such deep emotions? D-Sail murmured quietly, wondering what the question meant. The Kroa red dragon fell into contemplation and finally let out a sigh, speaking in a tone that only someone who had experienced it could understand. He must be very lonely. After all, she had once been the same. Before D-Sail, she had no friends of her kind, let alone the absurd idea of being friends with humans. When D-Sail turned to look at her, the Kroa red dragon said confidently, next time we meet, perhaps we won't have to fight him again. D-Sail's eyes were filled with confusion. Why was the Kroa red dragon so certain? Had the wounds inflicted by that monster boss stopped hurting? As if understanding D-Sail's gaze, the Kroa red dragon felt a little embarrassed and buried its head, whimpering softly. Whoosh! A faint light flashed and disappeared, and Bayu returned to the real-world classroom. Before leaving the inner world, he took another look at the 29th floor, and the situation was the same as when he entered. The landing teams from various countries had set up camp around the tower boss, forming their own circles, silently confronting each other but also coexisting peacefully. Of course, no country dared to launch an attack on the boss recklessly. He used his spiritual sense to search for his older sister again. But still couldn't find her, so Bayu returned to reality. As for why Bayu ultimately stopped in the 20th floor and didn't kill the Kroa red dragon in D-Sail, Bayu just chuckled at that. He wasn't some kind of murderous monster. Since he had already obtained the blood of Kroa, there was no need to kill them. It made him seem like some unforgivable demon king, always wanting to exterminate everything. Bayu naturally skipped school for training, and the teacher was already disheartened and didn't bother to care. Bayu went to the cafeteria first, filled his stomach, then left the school and went to the location he had agreed upon with Ouyang Jie last night to get the purple Dragon King leaf. Bayu naturally handed over all the money for the medicine to Ouyang Jie without keeping a single cent. Ouyang Jie readily accepted it and said that if he needed any more medicine in the future, he could ask him for help. Well then, I have some things to take care of at home, so I'll leave now. We'll chat next time. Ouyang Jie unexpectedly didn't chat with Bayu for long this time. It seemed that there was indeed something going on at home. After handing the medicine to Bayu, he hurriedly left. After returning home, Bayu added the purple Dragon King leaf to the medicinal ingredients, and in no time, the 300,000 ocean was completely used up. So, it was true that this thing was meant for the wealthy. Without money, one really couldn't afford it. However, Purple Dragon King Yigue also has his own point. After Baiyu finished soaking in the medicinal bath this time, he clearly felt that the efficacy of the medicine had greatly increased. In the past, he would still feel that something was lacking after soaking. But this time, he felt a sense of fullness and heat throughout his body. It was as if his body had been filled. Don't overthink it, it's purely the feeling of being filled with energy, as if the hole in his body that had always been absorbing but never satisfied had finally been fulfilled. Is this thing so effective? Baiyu was surprised. Just because a single medicine was added to the unchanged prescription, the efficacy increased so much? The slight pain in his heart also disappeared. Taking advantage of the energy filling his body, Baiyu rolled up his sleeves and exercised in the living room for several hours, the sound echoing downstairs, causing the female neighbor to come up and knock on the door in annoyance. When the door was finally opened and the female neighbor saw Baiyu, her expression instantly changed, her gaze lingering on Baiyu's fair and attractive body for a long time, making Baiyu subconsciously think that he had encountered a rare creature, a female hooligan, and couldn't help but want to close the door immediately. It's okay, I was just wondering what was making so much noise upstairs. So it turns out you were exercising, you're really diligent little handsome guy, are you the only one at home? The female neighbor glanced into the room. Baiyu held the doorknob, his face calm as he said, "Sorry for disturbing you, I'll be more careful next time. If there's nothing else, I need to continue exercising." With that, the door closed under the reluctant gaze of the female neighbor. Baiyu continued exercising for a while, intentionally controlling his voice to prevent the female neighbor downstairs from coming up again. After about another hour, Baiyu finally finished exercising, took a shower, and comfortably lay down on the bed. The blood of Kroya has been found. There's still the ancient spirit and the darkness of the void. Baiyu muttered to himself, taking out his phone and browsing the forum, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any information related to the materials. Oh. Right, since I can't find any clues online, I can ask people in the inner world. Baiyu suddenly thought of this. The image of the red dragon Kroya and the female general Desale immediately appeared in his mind. Before, he couldn't interact with humans because of his mutated bloodline, but now it's different, right? Although his relationship with that female general wasn't good, they had just fought during the day, but at least they knew each other. Moreover, she was an imperial female general, so it should be easier to find relevant clues if he could get her help. The more Baiyu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He planned to go online and try tomorrow morning. If the other party was willing to help, that would be great. If not, Baiyu would find a way to make her willing. The next day, a rare weekend. He didn't have to go to school early in the morning. However, Baiyu's biological clock woke him up at the usual time. After a simple wash, he went downstairs, found a quiet place, had breakfast, and then returned home. He summoned the login mark, and dazzling golden light filled the room, the radiant SSS symbol almost occupying the entire inverted triangle login mark. Ever since Baiyu advanced to the third level of bloodline, his rating had also become SSS. This kind of rating had never appeared on the top rankings of the inner world's overall strength. The first-ranked person was only an S. Of course, the people on the rankings didn't represent all the players. As far as Baiyu knew, Jiang Xinyan didn't appear on the rankings, including the members of the assault team. As for his older sister's rating, Baiyu believed it wouldn't be low. As for why she didn't appear on the rankings, the reason was obvious. This situation was not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but also in almost all countries. It was rare to see the members of the assault teams from various countries on the rankings. However, no one would doubt their strength. After all, how bad can a national team be? Just pick one randomly, and they can easily defeat a large group of people. Baiyu's ranking also did not appear on the leaderboard. This kind of ranking requires one to apply and verify their information before it can be updated on the leaderboard. Baiyu certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to expose himself. Developing in secret is the wise choice. After entering the alternate dimension space, Baiyu first glanced at the equipment hanging in the trading channel. Seeing that it hadn't been sold, he wasn't in a hurry and took his time. He casually cleared all the junk private messages he received every day. In the process, Baiyu caught a glimpse of a private message inviting him to join an organization, but before he could read it clearly, he deleted it with a flick of his hand. Finally, he arrived at the teleportation array and entered the inner world. The 29th floor of the Tower of the Gods. In the forest, in a certain tribe, a brutal massacre was taking place. A small team of more than 10 players was ruthlessly killing within the indigenous tribe. The screams were endless, and blood flowed like a river. The young men of the tribe fought bravely, but those players in black robes were too powerful and not their match at all. In the end, the women and elderly of the tribe joined the battle, just to fight for a chance for their children to escape. After about 10 minutes, this almost one-sided massacre came to an end. All the players in black robes were covered in blood, looking at the remaining weak and elderly, their faces under the black robes revealed cruel smiles. Boss, a few brats managed to escape. I'll take people to chase after them. The leader nodded in response, then shifted his gaze to the mysterious totem carved with a python in front of him. Under the mask, his eyes flickered. I didn't expect such a small tribe to hide such a magical power. Totem, the power of faith? He. The Tower of the Gods is truly full of unknowns and wonders. Who? In the forest, small figures were running frantically, their faces filled with grief, fear, and occasional glances behind them. I can't run anymore. Don't stop, or those bad people will catch us. Mom, Dad, whoa. The children ran tirelessly, looking at the light ahead as if they saw hope. However, when they rushed out of the mountains and saw the scene in front of them, their tearful faces froze, replaced by deep fear. Some of the little ones even sat down on the ground with a plop, their faces pale, trembling as they looked ahead. They saw a huge python coiled in front of them, like a mountain, with no end in sight. It emitted a terrifying aura, and its half-closed snake eyes silently stared at them. It was Baiyu, who had just entered the inner world. At this moment, seeing a group of little brats dressed like savages, scared out of their wits by him, Baiyu felt speechless. However, one of the little girls seemed relatively calm. She stood in front of everyone, her bright black and white eyes fixedly staring at Baiyu. Then, to the disbelief of her companions, she took steps towards Baiyu. The girl appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, but her courage impressed Baiyu. She came to a position 1 meter in front of Baiyu, raised her little face, and looked up at him, her expression filled with reverence. Great Snake God, please save my people. The girl's words were astonishing. After speaking, the little girl, with an extremely pious appearance, knelt in front of Baiyu and didn't get up for a long time. Baiyu squinted his eyes slightly. All the companions behind were dumbfounded. At this moment, several gusts of wind suddenly came from the forest behind, and several figures wearing black robes appeared. They made a cold laugh and were about to speak, but as soon as their eyes met Baiyu's, their voices immediately choked, and then they quickly retreated. What the hell is that thing? While retreating rapidly, the black-robed figures exchanged glances, calming their panic and instantly coming up with an idea. One member would go back and report, while the others stopped retreating and cautiously approached again. Be careful, that might be some kind of rare monster boss. I didn't see it clearly just now, I don't know how big that beast is. But it seems different from other monster bosses. It didn't chase after us. Could it be just for show? That's perfect. Maybe we can finish the battle before the boss comes. The black-robed figures arrived at the edge of the mountain forest, hiding behind tree trunks, secretly observing everything in front of them. When they noticed that the black-scaled python remained motionless in its place, not even devouring the tribal children, their hearts gradually calmed down, and their speculation about Baiyu became more certain. It seems that this boss is really weak. Little did they know, they thought they were hiding well, but they were completely exposed to Baiyu's mental perception, with nowhere to hide. Baiyu simply ignored them for the time being, his snake-like eyes curiously watching the little guy in front of him. He didn't speak, and the little guy continued to kneel on the ground without any intention of getting up. Snake God? Is he calling me a tribe member? Baiyu himself didn't know that he had his own tribe in this inner world. Or perhaps, with his giant python body, he had his own group in this inner world? This absurd thought flashed through his mind, making Baiyu laugh and shake his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if he had his own group, they should be a group of cold snakes or something like a snake-human race. They definitely couldn't be these healthy human brats. Detecting special energy, system is analyzing. Suddenly, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Baiyu was stunned for a moment, and in that moment of daze, the system's analysis results quickly came out. Analysis result: power of faith, one of the special paths to advance to the 6th level of mythical creatures. Looking at the system prompt in his mind, Baiyu's large snake-like eyes widened, and he blinked in a daze. Power of faith? 6th level mythical creature? What's going on? Baiyu quickly snapped out of it and immediately opened the attribute panel. At the bottom of the panel, he found the newly appeared section, Power of Faith, 1%. A hint of confusion flashed in his snake-like eyes, but Baiyu was also quite quick in accepting new information. He quickly calmed down. This could be seen as the system detecting a new energy by chance and upgrading its functions, adding a new feature, Power of Faith. One of the special paths to advance to the 6th level of mythical creatures? His snake-like eyes flickered slightly, Baiyu's thoughts turning. 6th level, does it refer to bloodline level? 6th level mythical creature, which means if his bloodline is raised to the 6th level, he can evolve into a legendary mythical creature, becoming a true world serpent? One of the special paths, so there must be a normal path? Like what he's doing now, collecting various materials to upgrade his bloodline? My current power of faith is 1%. Carefully looking at the number at the bottom of the panel, Baiyu shifted his gaze to the little girl kneeling in front of him. Is this 1% power of faith coming from her? Can one directly ascend to mythical creatures when the power of faith reaches 100%? In just a few moments, Baiyu's mind was already filled with numerous thoughts and storms, but gradually calmed down, his gaze quietly fixed on the little girl. I sense your inner devotion, rise. The blood-filled mouth opened wide, spitting out human language, the eerie breath spraying onto the little girl, causing her to shiver uncontrollably, but her heart was filled with excitement. The snake god has sensed her intentions. The girl stood up excitedly, while her companions behind her were all shocked. Including the few black-robed invaders hiding in the woods, they all looked at each other, their hearts in turmoil. Did that monster boss just speak? The reactions of the others are not important for now, but Baiyu, after speaking, suddenly felt a strange sense of shame rising in his heart, which he couldn't shake off. I. Why did I just say I? I am me, what the hell is I? Even if he maintained the identity of the snake god, there was no need for this, right? Swoosh 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 swoosh. At almost the same time, another group of black-robed invaders who received the message arrived here. Where is the rare boss? As soon as the leader spoke, he felt a dangerous gaze lock onto him, and immediately looked towards the forest. In an instant, their eyes met. Looking at those deep snake pupils, the ancient aura emanating from the black scales, and the massive body that coiled and stretched beyond the horizon. After a brief moment of surprise on the face under the leader's black robe, that surprised expression slowly turned into a look of admiration bordering on infatuation. In his eyes, there was a glimmer of determination to obtain it at all costs. This boss is definitely the best of the best. It must be killed. At the moment the black-robed invaders appeared, the little tribesmen were already pale with fear. They gritted their teeth and headed towards Baiyu, seeking refuge, rather than being slaughtered by the ruthless outsiders behind them. After all, their companions were there, right? The leader of the black-robed invaders quietly watched this scene, unmoved. Since he saw Baiyu, these little demons from the tribes had obviously lost their appeal to him. How to kill Baiyu was the first problem he was considering now. El leader, the boss just spoke human language. One of the black-robed invaders who had been secretly observing felt it necessary to report this to the leader. The leader's eyes widened in surprise at the words, but the gleam in his eyes grew even brighter. In that case, we must obtain it even more. The leader waved his hand to give the battle command, and a dozen or so black-robed invaders immediately took their positions, their actions extremely coordinated. They were preparing to launch a wave of probes to determine the exact strength of this boss. However, Baiyu was not interested in wasting time with them. Although he firmly held onto his human identity in his heart and was unwilling to easily become enemies with the invaders, in this situation, he didn't mind fulfilling their death wish. The dozen or so black-robed invaders launched their attack, throwing all their skills at Baiyu. Fireballs, hurricanes, light blades, venom, and more. A resounding boom. An invisible barrier appeared in front of Baiyu, blocking all the attacks. Buzz. Then Baiyu opened his mouth, and a surging red energy quickly condensed, turning into a red beam that suddenly burst out. Boom! A red light beam, like an energy cannon, instantly swept through, destroying everything in its path. The two black-robed invaders couldn't dodge in time and were killed on the spot. Finally, the red light left a trace of several kilometers in the forest before gradually dissipating. All the black-robed invaders' faces changed drastically, and their hearts sank. Baiyu's displayed strength was much stronger than those ordinary bosses. Only the person they called the boss showed a hint of madness on his face, clenching his fists tightly. Very good. The more powerful Baiyu is, the more valuable it is to subdue him. However, just as all the black-robed invaders stabilized their formation and prepared to attack again, a vast and immense spiritual energy enveloped the area. The entire space seemed to be shrouded in that immense spiritual energy. The air showed visible trembling ripples. As soon as the black-robed invaders made contact, they felt their spirits severely damaged, and their consciousness became hazy. After they finally endured the mental impact, they found that the surrounding environment had drastically changed. The surrounding mountains and forests had long disappeared, replaced by an endless and desolate void. This is the snake hell. Ah ah ah. A scream resounded, and all the black-robed invaders fell to the ground in pain, their expressions extremely ferocious, as if they were suffering from some terrifying torture, rolling on the ground. Even the leader of the black-robed invaders was in a precarious situation. But he managed to hold on and remain somewhat conscious, gritting his teeth and taking out a purple potion, crushing it forcefully. The crystal-clear purple light immediately filled the air, and all the black-robed invaders finally regained their consciousness, gasping for breath. Everyone, retreat! The leader immediately ordered, looking back at Baiyu deeply, and quickly disappeared into the forest. The other black-robed invaders didn't dare to stay either, fleeing in a sorry state, filled with fear. Looking at the fleeing black-robed invaders, all the little tribesmen were stunned. Especially the little girl, her bright eyes shining. Then she turned around again, slowly bowing to Baiyu, her face devoutly saying, "Lord Snake God, thank you for saving us." The other tribesmen immediately followed suit, all kneeling down in an orderly manner. "Thank you, Lord Snake God." Power of faith, 1.5%. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Baiyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Did it increase just like that? Although it was only a small increase of 0.5%. Tower of the Gods, the 20th floor. Originally, Baiyu planned to take a look at the situation on the 29th floor and came here. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened, and the system added a new power of faith. Finally, led by the girl named Lin, Baiyu went to their tribe and also saw the mysterious and ancient totem. Carved on the totem was a ferocious python. In other words, the belief of this tribe was that python. It was only then that Baiyu realized why the little girl called him Lord Snake God when they first met. She probably mistook him for the python on the totem. Not only the little girl, but even the surviving tribesmen in the tribe, after seeing Baiyu, all knelt down in fear and continuously prayed, as if they were seeing their deity. As a result, Baiyu's power of faith increased slightly, reaching 3%. It made Baiyu somewhat doubtful if he really was the python on the totem. When Baiyu left, all the tribesmen knelt down on the ground, respectfully seeing him off. Afterwards, they all gathered around the totem, devoutly praying and not getting up for a long time. Speaking of which, Baiyu, who was teleported to the 20th level, flew straight towards the mountain range where the Croatian red dragon was located. When his massive body, which covered the sky, appeared above the gorge, the red dragon, who was originally lying next to the waterfall, immediately raised its head and nervously stared at him. However, the red dragon did not adopt a fighting posture. Perhaps it was related to its injuries, or perhaps it was related to its changing thoughts. Your wounds have healed nicely. Baiyu calmly commented as he looked at the wound on the red dragon's back. With just one sentence, the red dragon's originally tense heart relaxed a lot. Yesterday, Baiyu stopped at the last moment, indicating that he didn't actually want to kill. The red dragon felt that perhaps they could communicate peacefully. Now it seems that its idea was not wrong. What are you doing here? The red dragon asked in confusion. I need your help with something, Baiyu replied. Us? The red dragon was momentarily stunned, then realized that by us, Baiyu was referring to the Ceaseless. That's right, Baiyu nodded, and his massive body slowly descended, emitting a terrifying aura that made the red dragon's heart tighten. Suppressing the impulse in its heart, the red dragon raised its dragon eyes and stared unwaveringly at Baiyu, wearing an expression that said, I'm very brave. Baiyu was taken aback. What the hell, he actually found a dragon cute? When Ceaseless arrived at the gorge, the Empire's strongest general was quite shocked by the scene before him. He saw the red dragon happily lying in the flowing river, cleaning its feathers. The terrifying black-scaled python was perched above the gorge, quietly watching the red dragon play and frolic under the waterfall. The scene was extremely discordant, yet it revealed a strange harmony. This. Ceaseless felt a momentary brain freeze, but quickly recovered when the gazes of the snake and the dragon fell upon her. You guys? Yesterday, they fought so fiercely, and today? Could this be the special affection of those powerful creatures? Or is it true that you can't judge a book by its cover? We're fine, Ceaseless, the red dragon's voice carried a hint of joy. Its big eyes blinked as it looked at Baiyu, wanting to invite him to come down and play in the water, but was unsurprisingly rejected. Ceaseless silently glanced at the Croatian red dragon, said nothing, and then looked at Baiyu with her slender elven eyes. She knew that this big guy wouldn't appear here for no reason. After a while, Baiyu, the red dragon, and Ceaseless sat together, and the atmosphere seemed quite harmonious. After hearing Baiyu's intentions, Ceaseless fell into contemplation, and only after a while did she look up and say, I will do my best to help you find these two things and use the power of the Empire to assist you. However, I cannot guarantee whether we will be able to find them. Baiyu felt delighted after hearing this. As long as she was willing to help, that was enough. He originally only wanted to ask the indigenous humans living here for help. Now that Ceaseless was even willing to mobilize the power of the Empire, Baiyu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. I will also help in the search, the red dragon said seriously. Baiyu glanced at it, his eyes filled with gratitude. The red dragon sensed it and a happy smile appeared on its face. Ceaseless, her gaze couldn't help but shift between the two giants. She wondered if she was somewhat unnecessary here. In the end, when Baiyu left, the red dragon's eyes even revealed a hint of reluctance, and Ceaseless didn't stay for long either. Since they had decided to help, it was better to act quickly. Moreover, the mission to hunt down Baiyu by the Empire should also be cancelled. Upon returning to the Empire, Ceaseless immediately cancelled Baiyu's mission to be hunted down. This move not only puzzled other generals, but also confused thousands of players. After yesterday's inconclusive battle, all the players went offline and posted information about the battle on the forum. This attracted countless ambitious individuals, and even many high-level players were attracted by this so-called world boss. If you can't defeat the Tower Guardian boss on the 29th floor, can you defeat them? As a result, when everyone was ready to set out again, they found that the mission to subdue the boss had been suddenly cancelled. A feeling of confusion and uncertainty arose. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? What happened to the world boss? What about the mission? Unfortunately, no one explained it to them. Among the generals in the border city, there was a rumor that black-scaled python boss is no longer an enemy of the Empire. As for the rest, they were left to speculate on their own. The real world. A hidden underground base somewhere. The atmosphere here was unusually heavy. All the members of the organization had serious expressions and remained silent in the room. They were the group of black-robed players who had fought with Baiyu on the 29th floor of the Tower of God. Thinking about the brief battle just now, and the two members who sacrificed themselves on the spot. In addition to their fear, there was a fierce determination in their eyes. They had never been in such a sorry state before. Especially the man wearing a white mask as their leader, who was sitting in his seat emitting a dangerous aura, as if even the air around him had frozen. After a long silence, the man with the mask slowly spoke, "Notify all the senior members of the organization to prepare for battle and gather on the 29th floor of the Tower of God." Thinking about that black-scaled python that seemed to have come from ancient times, a flash of determination appeared in the man's eyes. He was determined to obtain that boss. Hubayu let out a heavy breath, shook his huge head, and wondered if anyone was thinking about him. Could it be his older sister? Bayu, who had left the 20th floor of the Tower of God, returned to the 29th floor. Originally, he planned to find a secluded place to level up, but when he passed through a certain forest, he unexpectedly saw some familiar faces. Those are players from the Dragon Kingdom? Judging from their attire, are they members of the assault team reserves? Bayu, who sensed this through his spiritual perception, immediately brightened his eyes, and the image of Jiang Xinyan appeared in his mind. He immediately used his spiritual perception to track them, quietly following behind the group of Dragon Kingdom players. Thinking that he might see Jiang Xinyan soon, Bayu felt a hint of excitement in his heart. After about half an hour, when Bayu's spiritual perception followed the group of Dragon Kingdom players to a clearing in the forest, his gaze immediately locked onto the figure in the crowd. "Sister." Unable to resist, he softly called out in his heart. From thousands of meters away, Bayu used his spiritual perception to look at Jiang Xinyan's face, and his serpent-like eyes silently stared at her. A gaze that lasted for thousands of years. In the clearing in the forest, a member of the Dragon Kingdom assault team suddenly raised his hand and looked around vigilantly. The surroundings immediately fell silent, and everyone looked at him. "What's wrong?" asked another tall man next to him. After carefully sensing for a moment, the man shook his head and said, "Nothing, it was probably just my imagination. Be cautious at all times." During this period, the relationship between the assault teams of various countries is the most tense, especially be careful of those who try to ambush us. Everyone should be cautious. Understood. Outside the forest, thousands of meters away from the Dragon Kingdom assault team, Bayu withdrew his spiritual perception and silently crouched on the ground. In the place where he could see her, he quietly guarded her. It wasn't until the entire Dragon Kingdom assault team went offline that Bayu lifted his head, carefully sensed for a moment, and then noted down his current location. From then on, it became his stronghold on this level, and he turned around to focus on leveling up by killing monsters. Oh, right, there were also those cheap tribesmen on this level. Bayu deliberately went to take a look at the tribe and also told them the materials needed for his bloodline upgrade. Only then did he start killing monsters with peace of mind, and when the time limit approached, he logged off. The next day, the first thing Bayu did when he logged in was to check the situation of the Dragon Kingdom assault team's base and look for Jiang Xinyan's figure, but unfortunately, they hadn't logged in yet. Bayu waited for a while, but since no one showed up, he didn't wait any longer and turned around to continue killing monsters and leveling up. In his heart, he was also calculating the time. Once today passed, there would be only 1 week left until their school-wide assessment. At that time, it would be the moment for the Dragon Kingdom assault team to attack the tower boss. Level up, LV50, attribute gain, 50 points, Tower of the Gods, 29th floor. As Bayu bit down on the giant python boss that looked like a bull in his mouth, the sound of the system leveling up rang in his mind. Finally reached level 50. He let go of his mouth, and the bull python fell heavily into the green pool, slowly sinking. However, Bayu didn't even spare it a glance. He moved his massive body, swam to the surface, and left. Now, his level had already reached LV50, and the conditions for bloodline upgrade had completed the second stage. Only the last two materials, Millennial Essence and Darkness of the Void, were needed to upgrade his bloodline once again. As for those two materials, Bayu not only posted rewards and questions on the internet in the real world, but also mobilized his connections in the inner world. General Desale, the Red Dragon, and his tribe were all helping to search. With dual efforts, he believed they would eventually find clues. While Bayu continued to search for prey, he sensed that a human girl was approaching. It was the tribe girl named Lin. Perhaps due to the power of faith, Baiyu felt that the girl's life reaction was undergoing a subtle change. Of course, at present, only he could detect this change. Baiyu secretly speculated that the power of faith might not only be useful to him but also have an impact on the tribe that believed in him. Lord Snake God. While Baiyu was pondering, the petite figure ran out of the forest. When she saw Baiyu, her eyes visibly lit up, and she crisply called out. Feeling delighted in his heart, he thought that her intuition was indeed correct. She could really sense the presence of the snake god. This special telepathic ability awakened after meeting the snake god. Indeed, the snake god was protecting them. What do you need from me? Baiyu's snake-like eyes silently stared at the tribe girl. Although he looked terrifying, it sent shivers down people's spines. Lin didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. She slightly tilted her head, and her shoulder-length black hair gently swayed as she joyfully said, Lord Snake God, I think I know the location of one of the things you asked us to find. Baiyu narrowed his eyes in surprise at her words. They found it so quickly? He listened as the girl continued, I discovered it by chance on a cliff before. There was a black mist lingering below the cliff, and nothing could be seen clearly. But terrifying monster roars could be heard, and the tribe said that the Dark King lived there, and any creature that approached would be eaten. They told us not to go near there again. After receiving your instructions, I searched the forest for a long time and suddenly thought of this, so I wanted to tell Lord Snake God. A cliff shrouded in black mist? The Dark King? Sounds a bit intimidating. However, according to the girl's description, there does seem to be something wrong with that cliff. Baiyu's thoughts stirred slightly, and although he was unsure if the material he was looking for was there, he still planned to go and take a look. Even if it wasn't the material he was looking for, hunting down this Dark King should still provide good experience, and who knows, maybe he'll come across some rare treasures? You did well, Baiyu praised, and the girl immediately smiled, her eyes forming two adorable crescent moons. She then said seriously, this is what I should do, I just hope I can help Lord Snake God. Let's go, lead me to that cliff. Guided by the girl, Baiyu arrived at the cliff shrouded in black mist after about half an hour. Looking at the several monsters being dragged into the abyss by the black mist at the edge of the cliff, screaming and disappearing, and finally hearing the terrifying sound of devouring. A glimmer of light flashed in Baiyu's eyes as his body slowly descended from the air. Noticing the calm expression on the girl's face, Baiyu couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid? Lin shook her head, her little face serious as she said, with Lord Snake God by my side, Lin is not afraid of anything. Baiyu remained silent at her words. After placing the girl on the ground, his spiritual sense spread out like a tide, surging towards the depths of the abyss, probing the situation inside. After a moment, a life response appeared in Baiyu's senses. Is that the Dark King? Baiyu continued to sense and soon discovered another unknown object emitting a continuous stream of black mist in another location. What is that? Baiyu's pupils dilated, but just as his spiritual sense rushed over, it was met with resistance and was completely bounced back, causing the surrounding black mist to surge. Who is it? How dare you disturb this king's meal? At the same time, a sharp voice came from below the abyss. The Dark King was angry. Whoosh! 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 Streams of black mist surged up, sweeping towards Baiyu. Almost simultaneously, in Baiyu's senses, the Dark King quickly rushed up from below. Finally, leaping high into the air, the pitch-black figure spun rapidly, and the 10 fingers emitting black mist flickered with a chilling light, tearing through the air and heavily striking towards Baiyu. Boom! In the intense collision, ripples were stirred up on the defensive barrier, and waves of energy spread out from the collision. Baiyu stood behind the barrier, his snake-like eyes indifferent as he stared at the unknown black creature in front of him. Lin, too, looked at the other party in astonishment, blinking her bright eyes. Is this the rumored Dark King? Dense black fur enveloped its entire body, and its 10 fingers were sharp and hard. Its face resembled that of a chimpanzee, emitting black mist. At this moment, it looked ferocious, baring its teeth and glaring at Baiyu. However, after seeing Baiyu's appearance, the ferocious expression on the Dark King's face instantly became somewhat stiff and ridiculous. Ha! With a loud shout, the Dark King exerted force with its limbs and once again unleashed a more powerful force to collide with Bayu's barrier, but still failed to shake the defensive barrier. Indeed, still can't break through the defense. The Dark King inwardly muttered, then took advantage of the force to jump towards the back, rotating 360 degrees in the air, and quickly disappeared from Bayu's line of sight, diving back into the abyss. The entire process was swift and decisive, without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, Bayu remained silent for a moment before uttering 3 words, "Very clever." Knowing that he couldn't win, the Dark King chose to escape. This Dark King has some tricks up its sleeve. Wait for me here. Leaving behind these words, Bayu moved his body and headed towards the position emitting black mist below the abyss. He had to investigate what that thing was. Below the abyss. Looking at the huge creature coming down, the Dark King's face changed color in fear, taking a cold breath, showing a human-like expression of fear. His eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, searching for an escape route. Finally, he thought to himself that it was too late. Immediately, he resorted to his survival skills that he had relied on for so many years. He curled up his limbs, crawled on the ground, buried his head, and remained motionless, presenting a harmless and obedient appearance. When he arrived below the abyss, Bayu glanced at the Dark King. The latter seemed to feel his gaze and was immediately startled. He raised his ugly black face, which looked more like crying than smiling, and trembled as he said, "Boss, I was wrong. It was my mistake, I didn't see clearly." Bayu carefully observed the other party, completely surprised by the Dark King's behavior. If his decisive escape just now could be praised as clever, then his voluntary surrender, coupled with speaking, felt out of place. The feeling he gave was that this guy seemed more like a human than a monster. Shaking his head, Bayu dismissed this absurd idea and coldly said after a moment, "Come here." The Dark King was stunned, quickly rolled over, and smiled obsequiously, "Boss, what are your orders?" "Bayu, lead the way." "Ha?" The Dark King blinked his eyes in confusion, then immediately realized that this boss was actually here for that thing. Although that black crystal was also a precious cultivation tool for him, if he could exchange it for his life, it was worth it. "Boss, this way, this way." The little conflict in his heart came and went quickly. The Dark King fully demonstrated the wisdom of seizing the opportunity and actively led the way for Bayu. Bayu silently followed behind. Under his perception just now, his spiritual sense was clearly blocked by some kind of special energy, something that had never happened before. Moreover, Bayu also wanted to use this so-called Dark King to help him test that thing. Right here. The Dark King ran to a black crystal, pointed at it, and shouted towards Bayu, looking like he was seeking credit. Bayu quietly observed the black crystal floating in the air. Mysterious dark purple patterns flowed on it, and a large amount of black energy continuously emanated from the crystal, faintly visible. He glanced at the Dark King again and saw that he was not affected by the black crystal. Bayu approached a bit closer, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. At the same time, the voice of the Dark King sounded, "Boss, this black crystal is a bit strange. When you first come into contact with it, your mind may be devoured. If you're not careful, you may fall into a deep sleep and never wake up." The Dark King recounted his experience, doing his best to save himself, speaking without reservation. Moreover, the phrase "boss" became more and more natural in his mouth. Bayu, from being speechless at first, gradually became accustomed to it. So that's how it is. After listening to the Dark King's words, Bayu nodded in his heart, but still slowly approached because he had already seen the information provided by the black crystal. It was one of the materials needed for his bloodline upgrade, Void of Darkness. As Bayu gradually approached and immersed himself in the black energy, the reflection of the black crystal in his serpent-like eyes seemed to draw his entire spiritual sense into it. Suddenly, a large amount of black energy followed suit, attaching itself to Bayu's body and quickly spreading throughout his entire body. Such a drastic change caused the black energy in the entire abyss to tremble and continuously converge towards this direction. The Dark King was startled and dared not stay any longer. He quickly fled to the top of the cliff. When he noticed the human girl on the cliff, the Dark King's eyes flickered and his thoughts raced. Finally, he jumped to the girl's side, waiting for the commotion below the cliff to stop. Are you really the Dark King? The girl suddenly looked at the dark, furry creature beside her and asked. Indeed, I am. The Dark King replied with dignity, then asked, Aren't you afraid of me? The girl shook her head, ignoring the injured expression on the Dark King's face, and continued, Do you know what happened to Lord Snake God down there? Snake, Lord Snake God? The Dark King was shocked by her words, then suddenly realized, no wonder Baiyu was so terrifying, he turned out to be the Snake God? A god. How could an ordinary Dark King fight against a god? Ahem, the boss is busy down there, no need to worry. The Dark King coughed lightly and said naturally. Boss? The girl looked puzzled. The Dark King smiled and said nothing. Heh, just recognized, can't back down. One day as the boss, a lifetime as the boss. The words were left here, the Dark King firmly held onto this thick leg. Time passed by second by second. The surging black gas beneath the abyss became more and more intense, even spreading towards the top of the cliff. The Dark King had to retreat with the girl. And faintly, they could hear the low roar coming from below. Boom! 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 The cliff shook violently, gradually collapsing like an earthquake. In the surging black gas, they could see a towering black figure churning and swaying inside. Lord Snake God. The girl's eyes showed some concern. The Dark King stopped the girl from rushing over, his face solemnly looking ahead at the cliff. Baiyu's actions this time were obviously more exaggerated than when it first came into contact with that black crystal. It didn't know if he could withstand this ordeal. Swoosh! 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 Just then, several gusts of wind suddenly sounded from behind. The Dark King immediately sensed it, turned around and grabbed sharply, a sharp blade shot out, blocking all the incoming attacks. With a cold gaze, he looked at the sneaky figures behind him and said coldly, Who are you? How dare you ambush me, you don't know your own limits. The group of dark-skinned invaders in the distance watched the situation here. They were attracted by the commotion on the cliff, but unexpectedly found this strange combination of a monster and a human girl. When they noticed the huge black shadow in the black gas below the cliff, their expressions changed slightly. Is that a rare boss? Hearing the painful low roar coming from the black gas, the group of invaders glanced at each other, all seeing excitement in each other's eyes. Under the cliff, the rare boss was likely in a weakened state. If they ambushed it. Boss, what should we do with that child over there? What good can come from staying with a monster? Let's kill them together. After a short exchange, the group formed a formation, their faces filled with excitement and cruelty, and they attacked the Dark King and the girl. Under the abyss. After the initial struggle, Baiyu gradually adapted to the black gas invading his body, allowing the black gas to rampage and eventually merge with his cells and flesh. If he could see his appearance at this moment, he would find that his entire body was enveloped in black gas, gradually transforming, as if completely formed by the black gas. His physical body was no longer visible. The pain in his body receded like the tide, and Baiyu quietly sat on the ground, trying to maintain his consciousness. At the same time, as the black energy continued to merge, many completely new memories that did not belong to him appeared in his mind. The massive amount of memory information constantly impacted Baiyu's mental consciousness. If it weren't for Baiyu's exceptionally strong mental strength, his entire consciousness might have been destroyed, and in the end, the black energy would have taken advantage of the opportunity to enter, completely losing his mind and becoming a part of those countless memories. Obtaining material, darkness of the void. When the sound of this prompt echoed in his mind, Baiyu slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, and within his pupils, a large amount of strange black energy surged and then disappeared. A strong wind blew on the cliff. A large amount of black energy swept out in all directions. A huge head slowly rose from the depths of the abyss, covered in black mist, as if it was all formed by condensed black energy. The Dark King's heart tightened when it saw this, but when it saw the black energy continuously dissipating and gradually revealing Baiyu's original appearance, it breathed a sigh of relief. Beside it, the several dark-skinned invaders had all fallen to the ground, covered in blood, their life or death unknown. However, the Dark King obviously didn't care about the lives of these human invaders. At this moment, all its attention was focused on its new leader. After Baiyu appeared, he revealed a pleasing smile and stood obediently to the side. Baiyu glanced at the situation below and didn't care at all about the life or death of those invaders. He had noticed the situation on the cliff just now. They wanted to ambush him while he absorbed the black energy? They deserved to die. On the other hand, the Dark King's performance surprised him a bit. It seemed that it wasn't just submissive all the time, it could be tough when necessary. Lord Snake God. Lin Xiaopao ran to the edge of the cliff and focused his clear gaze on him. I'm fine. Thanks to you, we gained a lot this time. Baiyu spoke slowly, then looked at the furry and pitch-black Dark King over there. The latter shivered and raised its head, standing tall and proud. What are your instructions, boss? The Dark King's face immediately fell, scratching its head, hesitating. Boss, I want to follow you. Without even thinking, Baiyu directly refused. He didn't want such a conspicuous monster by his side. Please, boss, ever since I first saw you, I knew you were my destined boss. You can't abandon me. Baiyu couldn't be bothered to deal with this guy. The black energy surged around him, lifting the girl and flying into the sky together. Below, the Dark King glanced at the cliff behind it, gritted its teeth, and ran towards the huge shadow in the sky. Boss! Wait for me! Wait for me! Boss! Boss! Tower of the Gods, 29th floor. An open space in the forest. Jiang Xinyan, wearing a white windbreaker with long golden hair, looked solemnly at the bodies on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with undisguised anger. The other two members of the assault team beside her also had extremely gloomy and angry expressions. Just a while ago, they received an invitation from the Peacock Nation's assault team to team up and defeat the boss together. The other party could provide important information about the tower's boss. Both sides sent personnel to make contact, but they didn't return for half a day. When they realized something was wrong and came to check the situation, they found the bodies of their comrades, including the Peacock Nation's contact person, all of them dead. Who could have done this? With these wounds, it couldn't have been monsters. It must have been those bastards from other countries. The members of the assault team said angrily. He. Just then, a cold laughter suddenly sounded. Jiang Xinyan and the others looked up and saw a man wearing a cross-shaped battlesuit and a black feather mask appearing there. The man whistled lightly and looked at Jiang Xinyan under the black feather mask without any restraint. The smile on the corner of his mouth grew wider. What luck, catching a big fish on the first try. As soon as he finished speaking, foreign invaders dressed in cross-battle suits appeared one by one, surrounding Jiang Xinyan and her two companions. Obviously, they had been lying in ambush nearby. These corpses were just bait to attract Jiang Xinyan and the others. He, is that the famous queen of the Dragon Kingdom? Indeed, she's beautiful. What a pity, someone paid to have you killed. Be a good girl and leave your head behind. Once she's taken care of, the Dragon Kingdom's assault team will be like a blunt spear, nothing to fear. Listening to the arrogant and undisguised comments around them, the members of the Dragon Kingdom's assault team had grim expressions, but Jiang Xinyan remained calm, her eyes coldly fixed on the leader of the enemy. They all knew they had fallen into a trap. The most urgent task now was to find a way to escape from this situation. I'll do my best to hold them off. Everyone, scatter and run. Jiang Xinyan said in a low voice. No, Xinyan, they're clearly after you. Let us hold them off, you leave first. Jiang Xinyan's gaze was firm, unmoved. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xinyan acted as bait, taking a big step forward and attracting most of the enemies away. Seeing this, her two teammates gritted their teeth and split up, running in different directions. Bang! 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 The battle was about to begin, with fireballs, water bombs, and wind blades continuously bombarding, creating a constant sound. Jiang Xinyan didn't hesitate to retreat, her figure agile, flashing like a butterfly in the forest as she quickly moved back. Occasionally, she would counterattack unexpectedly, catching many enemies off guard. Damn, we can't let her escape. Fuck, I'm going to kill her. The group of invaders in cross battlesuits behind them cursed, but in the next moment, they were caught by vines that attacked from below, quickly dragging them into the thorns, and screams immediately rang out. Poochie! Poochie! Blood splattered as two bloody corpses fell to the ground. The other cross-battle suit invaders had extremely gloomy expressions. Boom! Just then, a blue magic array appeared out of thin air, emitting a strong light. Then a blue shockwave suddenly blasted out, crossing the entire mountain forest and shattering everything in its path. Jiang Xinyan's expression changed, and she narrowly avoided it, but her battle coat was shattered, and blood flowed down her snow-white shoulder. She covered her shoulder, and a bright light shone under her feet. A large number of thorny vines quickly grew, intertwining with each other to form a thorny wall, blocking all the enemies behind her. Jiang Xinyan turned around and retreated, but the thorny wall was quickly broken through by a fire dragon, carrying a scorching wave of air, silently roaring towards her. Buzz! Just as the fire dragon was about to attack Jiang Xinyan's position, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out. In the next moment, a red energy beam shot out, instantly shattering the fire dragon and leaving a terrifying ravine in the forest. The faces of everyone present changed in shock, and they all turned to look in the direction where the red light had just come from. However, what greeted them was a gaping mouth, infinitely magnified in their pupils. Poochie! The sound of flesh being crushed rang out. Before the dozen or so cross-suit invaders could react, they were torn apart by the attacking giant python. The massive body was like a high-speed moving train, blocking between Jiang Xinyan and the enemy. The nearby cross-suit invaders couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, their appearance gruesome. The remaining cross-robe users all looked at the black-scaled python with shocked expressions. They could never have imagined that such a powerful monster boss would appear during their mission. The man with the black feather mask as their leader's face kept changing. After assessing the situation of his team members and noticing that Jiang Xinyan had taken the opportunity to escape, he clenched his fist and couldn't help but curse before ultimately ordering a retreat. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, who had completed everything, disappeared into the forest once again, as if he had never appeared. However, his spiritual sense continued to follow Jiang Xinyan, keeping an eye on her. He only let go of his worries when Jiang Xinyan safely returned to the team. Thinking about those who had attacked Jiang Xinyan, a chilling frost appeared in Bai Yu's snake-like eyes. In his mind, he saw the group of cross-robe users. This was the first time he had such a strong desire to kill human players. They dared to harm his people, so they must die. His massive body quickly moved towards the direction where the group of players had left, while his spiritual power spread, capturing everything around him. Time flew by, and in the end, Bai Yu searched the entire mountain forest but couldn't find any trace of those people. They must have exited the inner world. However, in Bai Yu's heart, he had already sentenced those guys to death. The weekend passed quickly. The next day, Monday, Bai Yu arrived at the classroom on time and logged into the dimensional space with his classmates. As the school-wide assessment approached, it was evident that everyone in the class was getting nervous, feeling like they were entering the final countdown to the exam. The whole school was the same. Even Bai Yu was slightly affected by this atmosphere and decided not to be too conspicuous when he went home in the afternoon, so as not to disturb others' training. He entered the 29th floor of the Tower of the Gods. Bai Yu appeared in the rear of the Dragon Country stronghold. After yesterday's attack, all the Dragon Country players became more cautious. Moreover, the relationships between players from different countries had become somewhat delicate. The identity of the group of cross-robe players had been recognized. They were composed of top players from various countries and resembled an international mercenary organization. Their presence could be seen in significant events in both the inner world and the real world. As for who the mastermind behind them was, and who had ordered Jiang Xinyan's death, it was still unknown. However, for Bai Yu, it didn't matter. In his eyes, those cross-robe players were already as good as dead. As for the mastermind, he would find a way to expose them. Bai Yu would never easily let anyone who wanted to harm Jiang Xinyan go. He quietly guarded the rear of the Dragon Country stronghold for a long time, and only after confirming that nothing unusual had happened did he slowly leave and silently level up by killing monsters. He was only one material away from upgrading his bloodline again, the Millennium Spirit Essence. Baiyu believed that if he made an effort, he could possibly raise his bloodline level once more before the big battle. He was working hard towards that goal, but unfortunately, the results were somewhat disappointing. For 2 consecutive days, Baiyu had not received any news about the Millennium Spirit Essence. Time is almost up. There was less than half an hour left until the time limit for the inner world. Baiyu couldn't help but sigh. After today, there would only be 5 days left. By the way, Su Feng, the reserve member of the assault team who had been investigating him these past few days, had completed his mission and left satisfied yesterday. In order to ensure that his newly acquainted little brother would fulfill his duties as an informant, Baiyu had put in a lot of effort to win him over. Not only did he invite him to have a buffet together, but he also invited him to rest at his house in the evening, and personally answered some of his survey questions. For example, Baiyu, what is your rating? I haven't seen it these days. Baiyu, B level. In his heart, he couldn't help but think, sorry, I can negotiate about other things, but I can't say this. Thinking back to Su Feng's smiling face when he left, a hint of a smile appeared on Baiyu's lips. Yes, he also felt happy. As a result, Baiyu was clear about the timeline of the tower boss battle. The training base also had informants who provided him with information about the assault team's actions. Baiyu had a feeling that everything was under control. As long as he acted carefully and didn't act recklessly, he would definitely be able to successfully prevent that tragedy from happening. Just as Baiyu was preparing to kill some monsters in the last bit of time, he sensed about 20 life reactions approaching him rapidly. Ha! Baiyu narrowed his eyes slightly and visualized the appearance of those people in his mind. It was a group of invaders all dressed in black robes. Are those guys? The image of the previous group of black-robed invaders immediately appeared in his mind. Baiyu's eyes narrowed, carefully observing their movements. When he confirmed that their target was himself, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. They really don't give up. Since that's the case, let's greet you first. His mouth opened, and a large amount of red energy quickly gathered. Energy breath charging. When those black-robed invaders entered his range, Baiyu immediately spewed out a mouthful, and a surging red beam of light flew out like a shooting star. Wherever it passed, it destroyed everything in its path. The black-robed invaders a kilometer away vaguely sensed the movement in front of the forest. In the next moment, intense red light filled their entire field of vision. Their faces all changed. Boom! The energy beam passed, leaving behind a terrifying crack several tens of meters deep in the ground, with no end in sight. 3 black-robed invaders didn't have time to dodge and turned into ashes on the spot. The other 2 black-robed invaders were seriously injured and disabled, losing their combat effectiveness. Seeing this scene, the leader's masked face became extremely gloomy. He gathered all the cadres of the organization to prepare to besiege that black-scaled python, but they hadn't even seen the boss yet. 3 people died directly, 2 were disabled, and the originally less than 20-person team instantly decreased by a quarter. Fuck! The leader cursed inwardly, looking towards the direction where the red light was spewing from. Although he couldn't see anything, he seemed to feel that the black-scaled python was staring at them with a cold gaze. A kilometer away, Baiyu observed the situation of the other side through his senses, while also paying attention to the next actions of those black-robed invaders. He didn't have the slightest pity in his eyes for those injured black-robed invaders. When those guys were ready to surround him, the 2 sides were already standing on opposite sides of the battle. Baiyu didn't want to die. So, the only ones who would die were them. Moreover, in the previous battle, Baiyu didn't kill them, but those black-robed invaders didn't repent and attracted more members. Their intentions were obvious. So, there was nothing to negotiate. Since they had come, they should just stay here. Seeing those black-robed invaders dispersing and quickly approaching, Baiyu, with his massive body, quickly moved. He moved towards an open space in the rear. They're in front. Soon, the black-robed invaders discovered Baiyu and thought that he wanted to escape, so they launched their attacks one after another. The 2 mages in the team immediately cast enhancement skills, and golden light spread, covering the surrounding members. Other combatants also took out pre-prepared amplification potions, tilted their heads back and drank them, and their bodies immediately emitted a red light. Charge! Don't let it escape! With a command from the masked man, he drew the dual blades from his waist and swung them, cutting through the crowd like arrows, chasing after Baiyu. Above the dual blades, light gathered. The masked man tightly gripped the blades, leaped up, and continuously swung his hands, sending down dozens of meters long sword blades from above, like a storm of blades, crazily slashing towards Baiyu. Bang! 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 Under the sword chi's rampage, the ground was marked with terrifying wounds, emitting painful screams. Infinite barrier. Baiyu continued to move quickly, and the barriers surrounding him blocked all the sword chi. However, the intense ripples on the barrier made Baiyu unable to resist glancing at the masked man. Not bad power. With a little more force, perhaps the defense of the first barrier could be broken. At the same time, attacks from other black-robed invaders came one after another. Flame Dragon Song. Chi Bursting Mountain Splitter. Hellish Roller Ball. Bang! 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 All the attacks bombarded the defense barrier, finally shattering it. However, before those black-robed invaders could smile, their expressions froze upon seeing the second barrier. They felt as if their necks were suddenly being choked, unable to move up or down, extremely uncomfortable. Who the strong wind howled. After arriving at the open space, Baiyu suddenly turned around, his cold snake-like eyes staring at the group of black-robed invaders. His spirit condensed, and his deep eyes instantly changed to a strange grayish-white color. In the next moment, the majestic spiritual energy swept out like a tsunami, covering the surroundings. Not good. The masked man's face changed, and he immediately shouted, "Everyone, drink the potion now." As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man swiftly took out a spiritual defense potion from his inventory and drank it. The majestic spiritual energy came crashing in. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, the members who hadn't had a chance to drink the potion fell to the ground, clutching their heads and screaming in pain. The masked man's face turned iron blue, unable to help but curse them as useless. They were still just organization cadres. Two mages in the rear immediately cast the awakening spell for healing, but the effect was mediocre. The awakened members had pale faces, and there were faint traces of blood flowing from their 7 orifices, appearing exceptionally weak. It can be imagined how terrifying the damage to their spirits was when they were hit just now. The battle continued, but Baiyu had been in control the whole time. After leading the group of black-robed invaders to the open space, he completely entered battle mode. The masked man seemed to gradually realize this and became more wary of Baiyu. However, the greater threat Baiyu displayed, the more determined he was to kill him. After all, even if this rare boss was powerful, could it be stronger than this Tower Guardian boss? Even if Baiyu was really similar to the Tower Guardian boss, the masked man had a way to deal with him. They wouldn't waste their energy on the Tower Guardian boss that the special forces of various countries were eyeing. On the contrary, bosses of Baiyu's rare level were the targets they had always aimed for. After the previous battle, the masked man realized that Baiyu was not an ordinary monster boss. Therefore, he called on all the cadre-level members of the organization and prepared a large number of consumables needed for group battles. Now was the time. They all quickly consumed various amplification potions, and the state of all the black-robed invaders immediately changed drastically. They felt as if they had taken some kind of powerful tonic, their bodies glowing red, and they charged fiercely towards Baiyu, feeling as hard as steel, directly confronting him head-on. Above the empty ground, a fierce battle between the black-robed invaders and the towering python erupted instantly. The sound was deafening, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Breaking the void, the sword is drawn. A black-robed invader bent his body, knees slightly bent, tightly gripping the hilt of a heavy sword. A large amount of light gathered on the sword, and finally, with a sudden swing, a nearly 100-meter-long sword energy swept out. Breath of energy. Baiyu directly confronted it head-on, spewing out a surging beam of energy that collided heavily with the sword energy. Boom! The deafening collision sounded, and the intense energy collision stirred up a violent wind spreading in all directions, quickly cracking the ground into countless spiderweb-like cracks. With the enhancement buff of the mage and the support of various potions, that black-robed invader barely withstood Bayu's attack in this collision. Now is the time. Other black-robed invaders seized the opportunity and all unleashed their ultimate skills. Boom! 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 Under the impact of these potion-drinking warriors, the infinite barrier shattered one after another. Bang! The first one, bang! The second one, bang! The third one, bang! The fourth one. Everyone's faces lit up. However, the fifth barrier remained motionless, blocking all the fiercely attacking skills. Bayu remained unharmed. The eyes of all the black-robed invaders widened, almost popping out of their sockets, unbelievably looking at Bayu behind the barrier, cursing in their hearts. Can't even break through the defense? How strong is this boss's defense? Actually, it's not their fault. If Bayu were still in the second stage of bloodline at this time, the defense of the infinite barrier would have been forcibly broken by them long ago. The situation could have been completely reversed. It's not him who has the upper hand in the battle, but he is truly surrounded by these black-robed invaders. At this point, Bayu gradually realized that these black-robed invaders were a bit dangerous. Although they couldn't pose a great threat to him for the time being, if left unchecked, they could become a hidden danger at any time. Moreover, these guys were obviously different from ordinary invaders. They all wore black robes, looking suspicious and definitely not good people. For the natives of the inner world, they were even cruelly slaughtered. Solving all of them here would be a complete end, and it might even be considered eliminating evil for the people. Who? Bayu quickly moved his body, leaping into the air, and the black-robed invaders were once again dumbfounded. Their fighting movements slightly paused, obviously not expecting that Bayu could fly. The man with the mask's face changed unpredictably, his gaze fixed on Bayu rising into the air, his mind rapidly turning, seemingly contemplating something. Finally, he made up his mind and took out the artifact he had cherished for a long time, a black magic cube with golden patterns swirling on it, and threw it towards the sky. The black magic cube flew towards the mid-air, and then suddenly expanded into a giant cube shadow, rapidly spreading in all directions, completely enveloping and imprisoning this space, including Bayu. Almost at the same time, thunder flickered within the cube, instantly transforming into an ocean formed by lightning. Bull-sized golden lightning continuously bombarded Bayu, splashing visible sparks and leaving visible bloodstains. All the black-robed invaders saw this and couldn't help but show ecstatic expressions, clenching their fists tightly. Success! The man with the mask also breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. Fortunately, this artifact did not disappoint him, it succeeded in one go, otherwise. Watching the shrinking cube shadow that sealed Bayu, the man with the mask felt confident in his heart. However, when he saw the shrinking Rubik's Cube being firmly held by Bayu's massive body, unable to continue shrinking, his facial expression froze, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. He secretly thought that the artifact prop could not possibly fail. It's impossible. The virtual image of the Rubik's Cube continued to tremble, obviously still running forcibly, but it was firmly resisted by Bayu's body, constantly shrinking, enlarging, back and forth. All the black-robed invaders below watched as if they were on a roller coaster, their hearts going up and down, unable to intervene, only staring anxiously. Then, they saw that the virtual image of the Rubik's Cube seemed to reach a critical point, and began to operate in overload, flickering with currents like a malfunction. Suddenly, a large amount of black gas surged out from the giant python inside the Rubik's Cube, quickly filling the entire space, obscuring their vision, unable to see anything clearly. The black gas continued to surge, constantly compressing under the confinement of the Rubik's Cube. After about a dozen minutes, the entire virtual image of the Rubik's Cube could no longer withstand the compression of the black gas, cracking with cracks, and finally shattered with a bang. All the black-robed invaders stared blankly at this scene. Including the masked man, they all stared blankly at the shattered virtual image of the Rubik's Cube. However, the surging black gas gave them no extra time, instantly sweeping the entire scene, engulfing them before they could react. What is this? Run! This black gas is eerie, everyone run! Help me, I can't break free! The black-robed invaders looked in horror at the black gas that bound them. Just as they broke free, they were immediately enveloped by the surrounding black gas. Their expressions changed, and an uncontrollable fear rose in their hearts. Then, one by one, they were carried away by the black gas into the air. In midair, Bayu's body was already completely enveloped by the black gas, completely transforming into a different appearance, as if his true form was condensed by the black gas, a completely new state under the influence of the darkness of the void. Roar!